All right, guys, welcome back. This is Samia Khan. I know that we had a brief technical difficulty, and by brief, I mean about almost an hour. But I thank you guys for joining us and staying with us and chatting with me in the chat room. Thankfully, we have resolved this technical issue, and we are back in business. In fact, now it's time for Podium Watch. That's right. This is the State Department where Secretary of State John Kerry may or may not speak. The mics are out. The press is ready. Will we hear from John Kerry? Only time will tell.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Good. So we had a very constructive and I think helpful dialogue with ideas flowing both ways. Let me just state here what I said in there, which is not classified, and that is that we have a three-pronged strategy with respect to Syria, Iraq, Daesh, and the region. One is to degrade and defeat Daesh. That has been our approach from the beginning. Number two, to stabilize the region. And we're working with Jordan, with Lebanon, with Turkey, and others to make sure that happens. We're the largest donor to the refugees. And three, it is to press for, push for, and try to achieve a diplomatic solution that comes out of the political process that we've been engaged in Vienna. We are now at a stage where the opposition is coming together to choose those people who will negotiate for it. And hopefully there will be a conference in a few days, somewhere in a week, 10 days, 2 weeks, that will bring them together. And at that point, the United Nations is prepared to convene the parties in Geneva and begin the process of creating this transitional process for Syria itself. The Syrians themselves will negotiate that. We will be there. We will help in ways that we can, encourage the process, but it's Syrians who have to resolve and decide the future of Syria itself. With respect to Daesh, President Obama has already ordered increased efforts. He's been doing that before the Paris attacks, over the course of the last months, increased efforts, and we're seeing the results of those in ways, some of which I could only describe in the room to the Intelligence Committee, other ways people are seeing publicly with communities that are being liberated, with additional players who are coming to the battle, flying out of Incirlik or engaged with their people on the ground. So we have to be patient. And I think it's important to remember what Franklin Roosevelt said about the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. In America, we understand who we are, we know what our values are, and here we know what our interests are. And I am confident that if we stay steady, keep our heads in thinking creatively, but also being strong and committed to our fundamental values, we're going to defeat Daesh. We always said it will take time. We began our fight against al-Qaeda in 2001, and it took us quite a few years before we were able to eliminate Osama bin Laden and the top leadership and neutralize them as an effective force. We hope to do Daesh much faster than that, and we think we have an ability to do that. So that's the effort, and we're going to continue. Thank you all.
Kerry, can I get your reaction to the House bill that was just passed today in terms of
seen
Syrian refugees? Can you, in your reaction to the rhetoric that is coming from Republicans in terms of Syrian refugees, saying that they no longer want refugees to come here because they're worried about national security?
Well, we're all worried about national security. There isn't anybody who isn't worried about national security, which is why long ago we put in place the strongest vetting requirements of any country in the world. We've had 785,000 refugees come into this country in the last, since 2009, I think. And of that, only 12 people were either arrested or deported at some point in time, and none of them attacked anybody in this country. So we do not have to lose our values in terms of our ability to vet people and to know exactly who they are and where they're coming from. And nobody can tell me that we don't have the ability to look at a grandmother who's come out of a country in war-torn situation with her grandkids or something and not be able to determine whether or not those people represent a threat or don't represent a threat. Out of the entire total of refugees who were let into our country since 2009, only 2% were male of a fighting age, similar to those people who are picking up the battle in Syria. So we just, it's inappropriate for America, of all countries in the world, to panic and to somehow turn our backs on our fundamental values. We have the ability to check on the background checks, it takes, by the way, 18 months to 2 years to do a background check on one refugee. That's how much effort goes into it. So I hope we continue to do that. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
John?
All right, guys, this is a quick shot at the White House. This is the house that 13 Republicans and 2 Democrats are trying to move into. Did I say 2 Democrats? I meant 3. Martin O'Malley's still in the mix. 13 Republicans, 3 Democrats, all hoping to move into this house that you see on the screen. Moving date, January 26, 2017. Stay tuned, guys. Only a few more months, as in 12 months, and we'll find out who is moving into this big White House. Hey everyone, welcome back to the show. I am Samia Khan, in case you forgot my name or what I look like. These are our top 5 stories today, or rather this afternoon. I've updated them from the top 5 stories we had this morning. One of the first stories I want to get to, Jeb Fogle, sentenced to 15 years. 15 years and 8 months in prison. Yes, Jeb Fogle, the former Subway spokesman, was sentenced today. He pled, and his lawyers tried as best they could to get that minimum sentence of 5 years. Now, when he accepted a plea deal earlier in the year, that plea deal had the conditions of anywhere between 5 years and 12 and a half years. Now, apparently, the judge did not have to abide by those rules. Those were just suggested. And so today, the judge chose not to, instead sentencing Jeb to 15 years and 8 months in prison. Apparently, he could have faced up to 50 years in prison. It's pretty crazy. Let me go ahead and just show you some Jeb video. This is a video of Jeb Fogle, in case you don't know who he is, although I'm assuming you do, since he was all over your TV screens back in the day as the official spokesman for Subway. Subway has severed all ties with Jeb. Obviously, they do not want to be linked to such a sad case. Now, Jeb Fogle had sexual relations with a couple of people underage, one 16-year-old, one 17-year-old. Text messages show that he was hoping for individuals that were even younger. And in fact, he was also facing charges because of his access, or his the fact that he owned child porn. Some of the children featured in that porn as young as 6 years old. Now I'm going to go ahead and read to you the latest from the Indianapolis Star. They were really giving a play-by-play throughout the day, giving us updates periodically, letting us know what exactly was happening in court. What we know, Jared sentenced to 15 years, 8 months in prison for possession and distribution of child porn and traveling across state lines for commercial sex with a minor. Judge Tanya Walton Pratt announced the sentence for the former subway pitchman in federal court in Indianapolis. Now, Fogle was taken into custody of the U.S. Marshal after the 4-hour and 42-minute hearing. He was handcuffed behind his back and led out of the courtroom as family members hugged and cried. Here's some video of him arriving to the courtroom this morning. Immediately after the hearing, Fogle blew a kiss and waved goodbye to family members in the front row. About a dozen family members and friends attended the hearing. The sentence is more than the 12.5 years that prosecutors agreed to seek in a plea deal. Pratt said the advisory sentence ranged from 135 to 168 months, and it does not sufficiently account for the defendant's criminal conduct. Now, federal prisoners must serve at least 85% of their sentences. The judge recommended that Fogle be sent to a prison in Littleton, Colorado, because of its program for sex offenders. Federal judges do not sentence based on emotion or public sentiment, the judge said. She added, "The level of perversion and lawlessness exhibited by Mr. Fogle is extreme." The judge described the 38-year-old Fogle as having had a privileged upbringing before becoming obsessed with sex and minors. The judge talked about Foley's journey from being morbidly obese while at Indiana University to losing weight and being discovered by Subway. "What a gift to have such a professional windfall fall into your lap," she said. She said she believes Fogle is sincere in his remorse and took into account the $1.4 million in restitution he has already paid. "The defendant's celebrity cuts us both ways," she said. "He will likely get protection when he goes to the Bureau of Prisons." Now, Pratt read from a statement from the family of a victim that said she had contemplated suicide and uses medication for sleep, depression, and anxiety at the age of 16. Now, some of the final things that the prosecution said during sentencing prior to the judge handing down the sentence. The prosecutor, DeProda, said, "He can't control his demons. I hope someday he can. We only know what he can do once he's caught." We don't think there is more to the story, but there's enough to show how bad it was. Deterrence does matter. There's nothing in this man's history or character to suggest why Fogle committed the crimes. He came from a good family. He's trying to counter the defense assertion that Fogle traded a food addiction for a sex addiction. That's right. The defense's argument today during the sentencing was that Jared lost all this weight, and instead of being addicted to food, his new addiction was sex. Now, Jared also spoke today for the first time publicly since his arrest during the hearing when he addressed the courtroom and the judge. This is what Fogle had to say. Fogle could be heard taking 2 deep breaths, and then he started his statement to the judge. "For most of my adult life, I've been in the spotlight, trying to be a role model," he said. "I became dependent on alcohol, pornography, and prostitutes." Fogle's voice cracked, and he sobbed as he said, "Not a day will go by when I don't think about what I did to the victims. Members of my family are also victims of my acts," he said, before noting that his wife will be a single mother. That's when the judge interrupted, saying, "You gave your wife $7 million, so she'll be okay." Fogle then continued to speak from what appeared to be a written statement. "I so regret that I let so many of you down," he said. Hi all. So, moving on, we talked about Jared. Want to go back to this story. Man behind Paris attack killed. Abdul Hamid Aboud confirmed dead. Now, yesterday there was a lot of speculation. We had heard that it was him, but it wasn't until early this morning where officials came out and confirmed that the man who was killed in that raid on an apartment in Paris was indeed the so-called mastermind behind the attacks. And like I said this morning, not going to refer to him as mastermind. I'm just going to say the guy who planned it, because mastermind is giving him too much credit. So, as you may or may not know, during those raids, 2 people died, Abdul Hamid Aboud, and also a woman suicide bomber. Initially, we were told that she may have been someone's wife, but apparently she was the cousin of Abdul Hamid Aboud. Sadly, a police dog was also killed in that raid. I have a few stories for you from Fox National now. I'm going to play these for you, all about the fight against ISIS. Here's this one. France officials talk about the death of Aboud. Hopefully there's some English translation. Hopefully.
Abdelhamid Abaoud was killed yesterday during the raid in Saint-Denis. And as the President of the Republic committed himself in front of the Congress, the Republic is putting everything in place to destroy terrorism. This terrorist is from Molenbeek. He joined Syria in 2014. No information coming from European countries has been communicated, suggesting that he could have come to Europe and crossed Europe to France. It's only on November 16 that an intelligence service gave us the information that he was present in Greece. The cooperation in the fight against terrorism is crucial. Abdelhamid Abaoud was under an international search warrant by the Belgium, and he has been condemned to 20 years for several months. This is the intelligence services in France that establish his responsibility in several attempts of attack against France, and also his role that he was playing in the Islamic State.
All right, guys, now here is Ashton Carter talking about the Paris attacks. Defense Secretary Ashton Carter talking about the attacks in Paris.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good. To America's national security. Now, Friday's terrorist attacks in Paris tell us, as our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of those and their families, those acts and their families, that this tragedy also steals our resolve. We need to, and we will, deal a lasting defeat to this organization. Times like these have always inspired Americans to action. Whether it's an attack like Pearl Harbor or 9/11, or a natural disaster that strikes on the other side of the world, it's never been our nature to stand aside in a crisis. Whether it's pulling on a flight suit to fight a foreign enemy, or pulling on hospital scrubs to fight Ebola, Americans have a long history of stepping in and stepping up to contributing to making a safer and a better world.
And now we have the Deputy National Security Advisor talking about ISIS.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many times we've been asked if we're at war with ISIL, and I don't know how many times we've said, yes, we are at war with ISIL. We have been engaged in a war with ISIL for some time now. The fact of the matter is the United States was engaged in a war with ISIL's predecessor, Al-Qaeda in Iraq. So yes, we do believe we are at war. Based on what we know about ISIL and based on the types of tactics that we've seen terrorists pursue, waiting for 18 to 24 months and going through an exhaustive process of screening and interviews and vetting by our intelligence community is not at all the likely scenario by which ISIL would aim to carry out attacks. They clearly are focused on conducting attacks in the current context. And again, subjecting one of their operatives to an 18 to 24-month process that puts them face-to-face with interviewers from the United States, that subjects them to all of our various intelligence databases. Again, we are mindful of any threat, and so that's why we take the precautions that we do. But it certainly does not seem that that would be the most likely way in which this threat would manifest itself. We just don't think a pause is necessary because the fact of the matter is this is a lengthy timeline. We can work to increase confidence in vetting procedures going forward. That's something we're talking to Congress about. But in our view, a pause is not necessary.
And now it's President Obama and the Canadian Prime Minister talking about ISIS.
Obviously, uppermost on our minds right now is the situation with ISIL in Syria, and we had excellent conversations about how our defense teams can coordinate and work not only on military operations there, but also how do we work on being able to stabilize the situation in Syria. I give an update on our diplomatic efforts. And we discussed counterterrorism. Given the long shared border that we have, how do we make sure that we are exchanging information about potential threats while at the same time preserving the civil liberties that both our peoples care so deeply about.
I have always been very, very clear. Canada will and must remain a strong member of the coalition against ISIL. And that means humanitarian aid, that means support on refugees, and it also means engaging militarily. There is much that Canada can do, and Canada will continue to work with our coalition partners to ensure that we're doing what we can, including militarily, to degrade and defeat ISIL.
Now here is Ben Carson talking about fighting ISIS.
How would you defeat the movement, or at least beat them back for the time being?
Well, we need to recognize that it is really an existential threat to us as a nation. You know, they're part of the global jihadist movement. And what I would do is take the war to them very specifically by getting our allies in the area. You know, we have many traditional allies in the area, you know, as well as our NATO allies, because the war is against all of us, you know, and I would cut off their oil because that's where they get a lot of their revenues from. Yeah, the French have already started bombing the oil fields, but I say you have to either destroy the oil fields or you have to take them. And we can utilize, you know, the Kurds who are already in that area, particularly in eastern Syria, as well as our special ops people. I think some elements that work with us, of the Iraqis and of the Syrians, the moderate groups, you know, it's a big comprehensive program, and you have to really take the fight to them, and you have to strangulate them in terms of the ease of access that they have with cash through world banking systems. It's not going to be done, and it's not going to be done with, you know, a first phone call. You know, there will be multiple phone calls. We have to call the Department of Defense and tell them what the plan is, what our goal is, and ask them, how many troops do we need? Do we need ground troops? Do we just need special ops people?
Now we have Carly Fiorina's take on fighting ISIS.
Our allies on the ground who are fighting ISIS as we speak have asked us for very specific things. They need support, resolve, and leadership from the United States of America, and we are not providing it under this president, in part because President Obama and apparently Secretary of State Hillary Clinton as well don't understand the nature of this threat. They will not call it what it is, radical Islamic terrorism, and they will not acknowledge that when ISIS says they're at war with us, we have to wage a war with them and win. However, there are a whole set of things that we can and should have been doing that we must begin doing immediately that we're still not doing. that the American people understand that President Obama is weak. They understand that President Obama has consistently underestimated this threat. They understand that Hillary Clinton, who may be saying the right things now, has done all the wrong things. It was Hillary Clinton, after all, who lied to us about a purposeful terrorist attack in Benghazi. Why is that relevant to ISIS? Because when we are attacked purposefully by terrorists in Benghazi, and our own Secretary of State, now running for president, stands up and talks about a videotape, it sends a very clear signal around the world to every terrorist. Open season. The United States of America isn't going to do anything when they are attacked by terrorists. Just as she did the wrong thing, along with Barack Obama, in withdrawing from Iraq precipitously and for political expediency in 2011 against all the advice of our military generals. The point is, the American people understand we do not need to be the world's policeman, but we must be the world's leader. I have more foreign policy experience than anyone on the Republican side. I know more world leaders. I've advised the CIA, the NSA, 2 secretaries of defense, a secretary of state, a secretary of homeland security. I have spent decades in and around the world, whether it's Europe or the Middle East or China. I know most of the world leaders on the stage today. And I know from personal experience that when we do not lead, when we do not stand with our allies and confront our adversaries, and we have not led in a very long time under this president and under our former Secretary of State, the world is a more dangerous and tragic place. Contrast the statement of clarity from President Hollande, "We are at war," with the mush we got from President Obama.
All right, guys, now we have Bill Clinton commenting on the threat of ISIS.
I want ISIS defeated. I'm thrilled that the U.S., Russia, and France, and I hope all of Europe, and I hope the Arab states will come along, are doing what they're doing. But at the end of the day, we got to offer a different model. What works is creative cooperation. Constant conflict is a loser. It's a successful political strategy, especially with people whose nerves are rubbed raw and who are full of anxiety and fear. But it doesn't make anything good happen.
Now we have the French Prime Minister talking about the state of emergency in France.
Ce qui est nouveau, ce sont les modes opératoires. Les façons de frapper, de tuer évoluent sans cesse. L'imagination macabre.
And it appears there's no English on that clip, so we're going to move on and watch this story about U.S. security in regards to the Paris attacks.
In the wake of last week's deadly Paris terror attacks, the prospect of thousands of Syrian refugees entering the United States has become a divisive topic, particularly in Congress.
We have stepped up to say we will accept 10,000 Syrian refugees in this fiscal year. We have an extensive vetting process.
I think that should be explained to the American people. I still don't know that there aren't gaps there that should concern folks.
Following an intelligence briefing Wednesday, senators from both sides of the aisle emerged with concerns, many agreeing the visa waiver program poses a major security risk.
I think all of the ways that people can get into the United States of America has to be carefully examined and vetted. The visa waiver program is one of those.
House Republicans are proposing a bill that would put a temporary halt on Syrian and Iraqi refugees coming into the United States until key national security agencies certify they don't pose a security risk.
I urge all of my colleagues to support the legislation tomorrow and to help keep America safe.
Meanwhile, Senate Democrats are pushing another alternative, limiting the visa waiver program. The legislation would reduce the number of visas granted to European citizens traveling to the United States.
We're going to have some electronic verification requirement on every passport, so that will have some impact.
The White House on Wednesday threatened a presidential veto of the GOP's legislation, calling the requirements in the bill untenable. Will Carr, Fox News.
U.S. officials believe it is likely the plotters of the Paris attacks had phones or other devices that could not be monitored by law enforcement. The use of technology that prevents electronic eavesdropping might explain why planning for what happened last Friday went undetected. The head of the FBI, joined by French, British, and local officials at a symposium in New York, sponsored by the Manhattan District Attorney, said scrambled or encrypted communications is a growing problem. FBI Director James Comey said when recruiting followers, ISIS uses less secure communications. But when plotting a deadly attack, the terror group takes precautions to keep conversations private. He called it going dark.
If they find somebody they think might kill on their behalf or might come and kill in the caliphate, they move them to a mobile messaging app that's end-to-end encrypted. And at that moment, the needle we've been searching the entire nation to find and have found goes invisible to us. Right? That is the going dark problem.
Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance singled out smartphone operating systems from Apple and Google. He said new technology is an obstacle to law enforcement. The phone manufacturer, even if compelled by a court order, is unable to break the encryption code.
The line between an individual's right to privacy and the legitimate needs of law enforcement to protect the public should not be drawn by two private companies who make smartphones. That line needs to be drawn by legislators and by the courts.
Vance is calling for federal legislation to force cell phone manufacturers to make their encryption accessible if there is a search warrant. Critics say privacy will suffer and warn terrorists will find other encryption software. We reached out to Apple and Google, but did not hear back. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Last month, ISIS has claimed responsibility for the Paris attacks, the downing of a Russian passenger jet in Egypt, and a pair of suicide bombings in Beirut. And on Wednesday, ISIS released a propaganda video threatening to carry out an attack on New York's Times Square. The video purports to show an explosive device being put together and a bomber zipping his jacket over a suicide bell.
It's important to note that there is no credible and specific threat against New York City.
Speaking from Times Square Wednesday night, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio says the city will not be intimidated.
We understand it is the goal of terrorists to intimidate and disrupt our democratic society. We will not submit to their wishes.
Still, in cities across the country, there's been a noticeable increase in security, deepening the debate over the best way to defeat the Islamic State.
What I would do is take the war to them.
What works is creative cooperation. Constant conflict is a loser.
While Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson says there's no specific threat of a terror attack in the United States at this time, he is urging the public to remain vigilant.
The posture across this country after Paris has been to reinforce existing security measures and provide an enhanced security presence.
Later today, Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton is expected to outline in detail her strategy for combating ISIS. Will Carr, Fox News.
All right, now we have this story from California. A Paris attack survivor returns. Let's watch.
It was a mother's tears that brought Bruno Sajor home from Paris.
I'm happy. It was so scary.
Sajor was at the soccer match when the terror attacks began with 3 suicide bombers outside the Stade de France.
We didn't know that something very big was occurring until I believe the 3rd explosion ended up coming off, and that was when everyone just started disperse, running and just running for their lives.
And when I found out that he was at the stadium and he was unaccounted for, that was like 2 hours of just being dazed and worried, and I guess what they used to say, a parent's worst nightmare.
Bruno was in France as an exchange student from Cal Lutheran. Initially, his intention was to stay and support his friends in Paris, no matter how difficult.
And it was hard because, I had to be vigilant in the metro, walking to the grocery store and stuff like that.
But a weekend of talking to his family convinced him to come home.
It was just me hearing her cry and hearing, all my family members cry made it kind of hard for me. It definitely influenced me the most.
While waiting for his plane, a woman blew herself up as French police stormed an apartment looking for terrorists. Saint-Denis is about a 15-minute drive from Charles de Gaulle.
So once I did find out about the raids, I was like, okay, might as well go home and just be safe.
Bruno vows to return to Paris to finish that exchange program. Before leaving this area, he had one stop to make before going home to Oxnard. He needed an In-N-Out hamburger. In Westchester, Susan Hirosuna, Fox 11 News.
All right, guys, now we're going to watch this press conference. It has FBI Director James Comey as well as Attorney General Loretta Lynch talking about terrorism. This press conference came in live when we were down because of technical difficulties. I told you guys in the chat room I'd record it. So let's hear the Director of the FBI and our Attorney General speak about fighting terror.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you all for coming this afternoon. I am here with FBI Director Jim Comey to discuss our ongoing work to protect the security of the United States, particularly in light of recent events. Obviously, these are challenging times, with the recent attacks in Paris raising the profile of ISIS and also raising anxiety here in the homeland. And as I've said previously, we stand in solidarity with the people of France at this difficult time. We are committed to providing any and all assistance to our allies in Europe and around the world as we all face this global threat. Now, we've made that commitment clear, not just with words, but with our actions. The Department of Justice, the FBI, and other agencies are in close contact with French authorities through our international legal assistance channels to provide support to the French in their ongoing investigation, to coordinate strategies with them, and to advance our shared efforts as we obtain further information that may be relevant to these attacks. Now, we are operating on an expedited basis as well to ensure that the victim assistance professionals at the Department of Justice and the FBI are available to assist the victims and their families. We've also expanded the FBI's legal attaché office in Paris to offer assistance on an as-needed basis, and we have personnel working day and night to respond to any additional requests for assistance. Now, earlier today, President Obama spoke by phone with President Hollande to discuss the latest developments in the investigation and to reaffirm our partnership in the fight against terrorism. Now, of course, our highest priority is and will remain the security of our homeland and the safety of all Americans. And at the Department of Justice, we are operating around the clock, as we have since 9/11 and even before, to uncover and disrupt any plot that takes aim at our people, our infrastructure, and our way of life. We take all threats seriously. We're acting aggressively to diffuse threats as they emerge, and we are vigorously investigating and prosecuting those who seek to harm the American people. In fact, since 2013, we have charged more than 70 individuals for conduct related to foreign fighter interest and homegrown violent extremism. And we continue to take robust actions to monitor and to thwart potential extremist activity. Now, the Department of Justice and the FBI are working closely with the Department of Homeland Security, with the broader intelligence community, and our partners around the world in all of these efforts. And we're bringing every resource to bear in the service of our mission. Now, I think it's important to note that as we do this work, we are guided, obviously, by our commitment to the protection of the American people, but also by our commitment to the protection of our American values, which include the timeless principles of inclusivity and freedom that have always made this country great. We need to say, we will not let our actions be overtaken by fear. We will not allow merchants of violence to rob us of our most precious ideals. Our values are not secondary considerations in the fight against terror. They are central to the work that we do, and they are essential to the nation that we protect. They are also the reason that we are a target, and they are what terrorists want most to seek to have us abandon. They want us to live in fear, and we refuse. They want us to change who we are and what makes us quintessentially American, and that we will never do. And now, I'll turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Jim Comey, for a few remarks as well.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. I'd like folks to know three things: how we think about the threat, what we're doing about it, and what you should do as a citizen in this great country of ours. First, the threat. We are not aware of any credible threat here of a Paris-type attack, and we have seen no connection at all between the Paris attackers and the United States. ISIL and its supporters put out all kinds of propaganda like videos and magazines, but that is not credible intelligence. Of course, we investigate all of those propaganda threats, but instead the threat here focuses primarily on troubled souls in America who are being inspired or enabled online to do something violent for ISIL. We have stopped a lot of those people this year, especially leading up to July 4th, and there are others we worry about, and we cover all across the country using all of our lawful tools. So that's how we think about the threat. Second, what are we doing about the threat? The taxpayers of this country have invested a lot of their money in building a national counterterrorism capability since 9/11, and that has built something very strong. We are not perfect, but we are good. And starting minutes after the Paris attacks on Friday, we did four things. First, we began looking for connections between Paris and here. Second, we made sure that we were tightly connected with our state and local partners, that they knew everything we knew and that they were as energized as we are. Third, we began covering every tip and every lead immediately, and we have continued that to this moment. And last, we have made sure that our over 100 joint terrorism task forces are focused intensely on our investigations, and in fact, that they have taken them up a notch. That is very hard work, but we are very fortunate to have the help of our state and local partners around the country. Together, we are watching people of concern using all of our lawful tools. We will keep watching them, and if we see something, we'll work to disrupt it. That's what we're doing about it. Last, what should you, the people of the United States, do in response to this threat? The most important thing, I think, is do not let fear become disabling. That is what the terrorists want. They want you to imagine them in the shadows. They want you to imagine them as something greater than they are. Instead, we hope that you will turn fear into healthy awareness of what's around you. If you see something that gives you a bad feeling, tell somebody in law enforcement. Since September 11th, we have really worked to get ourselves organized in such a way that if you walk up and tell any police officer in this country or any deputy sheriff in this country that you saw something that didn't seem right, you heard something that didn't seem right, or you read something online that seemed off, that information will get to the right people immediately. You can count on it. And we will check it out. If it's nothing, no harm done. But if it was something, great harm may be avoided. But counterterrorism is what you pay us to do. Tell us what you saw and then go on living your lives, living your life while we do our work. That is channeling fear into something healthy, which is awareness of your surroundings and not something disabling. That's what we hope you will do. Thank you, Madam Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you all.
All right, guys, we are due for a Trump event any minute, and it is 3 o'clock, so I'll be leaving, and Kinsey Schofield will be joining you guys for Trump. Hi.
That was riveting. Hi all, Kinsey here. I'm not hearing myself, so let me manipulate the mic until I do. I do. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello. So I can hear myself now. So I apologize. Hi. We are waiting for Donald Trump in Newton, Iowa. I am as excited as you are. I look forward to seeing what he says. I read a couple of stories today that I feel like he's going to hopefully comment on at this rally. House votes to halt Syrian refugees program. I'm sure he's going to have something to say about that. Obama criticizing the GOP, referring to the Syrian refugees as orphans and single mothers, widows. I am hoping that Donald Trump will respond to that. The killing of Aboud and the Paris raids, hopefully he will address that. He's probably not going to address Tender CEO interview from hell, but we're going to talk about that later because I've got that in my mix of my top 5 stories. But we are currently waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage, and I agree with John that I should be Trump's press secretary. Let's see what this is.
Talk with a few of the folks who have spent many years of their life working for that company, only to see that company close up and move out of the country.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. There's quite a few people, as you might imagine, here in the crowd that are from Newton, who've worked at Maytag, and I have with me one of them, Herman Couples, who's lived here in Newton his whole life. You worked at Maytag for 10 years. Your wife also worked at Maytag for 10 years. Can you just give us your thoughts in the years since and the years right after Maytag shut down, what it's meant for you?
Well, I'd like to put in also that my father, my mother, my stepdad, my sister, my brother-in-law, and a lot of my cousins worked at Maytag, and a lot of my friends. And then when I got out of Maytag's, I went into construction. And when Maytag closed down, I just watched the town just kind of slowly die. It didn't go at once. People had money, and it just seemed like every week there was another empty building coming in. And I heard that we just lost, this year we lost Newton Manufacturing. And what my question would be to Donald Trump is, what can we do to bring the manufacturing jobs back to the Midwest? And my son run a Maytag scholarship, so all that's gone for the people of Newton. I mean, we had it made, and it's been devastating.
Right, because a lot of those jobs were skilled workers who had specific skills for Maytag, and a lot of them, when they were without work, didn't have a place to apply those skills.
Yeah, and the people that worked for the people that worked at Maytag's, people weren't building houses anymore. They weren't adding on. It just slowly went away. There is some jobs come back, but they're not the same jobs as we had at Maytag's. It's not the same. And as far as the Speedway, my take on it is everybody comes down the interstate, goes to the racetrack, and then they leave on the interstate. Newton doesn't get a lot from it. We just get some of the support from it, from the racers themselves.
So you've lived in Newton your entire life. Are you optimistic about the future when you look at the past, however long you've lived here your entire life? Are you comparing it to then going forward? Are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic?
Well, I'm pessimistic right now because of the leadership we have in Washington. I mean, I'm talking about the president and the Congress. We need a change, and I think Donald Trump's going to be the change. I really do. I think we need somebody like that.
All right, and your question for him will be how to bring manufacturing jobs back to Iowa. Thank you very much, Herman. Dave?
Since we have so many people watching across our state and across the country, let's give everybody a sense of just how many people in the room here. We have about 350 people or so gathered here. How many folks here have either worked for Maytag at some point in your career or who had a relative who did? So at least what, half the room? Almost 2/3 the room probably. I think it gives a good perspective about just how important this company had been to so many, and what a shock it was, obviously. Donald Trump has talked a lot about trying to bring these manufacturing jobs back. a lot of you have so many different kinds of stories to share about what happened and how you had to react once those jobs in the company took off. Elena has another one of those folks.
Right, Nancy Brown. Her husband worked at Maytag for 34 years. Step right up to this lovely X there on the floor. So explain to us what happened for you with your health benefits after Maytag left and what that's meant for your family.
Yes. Like you said, my husband Glenn has worked there for 34 years. One of the benefits that he had was lifetime health insurance. And when they bargained with Whirlpool, that was one thing that was supposed to remain with the retirees, was the lifetime health benefit. And the first thing that they changed was they took away that benefit. So we had no health benefit. And I'm concerned because they talk about Medicare running out, and Obamacare is kind of a joke. And I'm wondering what he has for a plan for retirees that are living on a pension and Social Security.
All right. And when he walks in those doors, we will ask him that question. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, Nancy.
All right, thanks, Lynn. A lot of folks obviously looking forward to asking Mr. Trump a question, so we should bring him out. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump.
Hello, Dave. How are you?
All right, good to see you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Trump clearly wanted us to test our improvision here today.
Right.
Nothing like live TV. You never did that on The Apprentice.
You had a tremendous lot of wind out here today. We had some time.
We'll get to wind energy. That's something this town is banking on in the future. Let's talk a little bit about your background, if you would, here first. Obviously, our focus this week is about the squeeze the middle class feels these days. Clearly, you've done very well in your life. Help people understand how you probably haven't had a lot of days where you couldn't pay the mortgage, couldn't go buy groceries, couldn't get the car fixed, that kind of stuff.
But we have had times where you'd go into a recession, almost a depression, like in the early 90s, Dave. You'd have times where it was really, really tough. The banks were going out of business, and probably a lot of the folks in this room knew the feeling. In 1990, from 1990 to 93.
And the farm crisis here in the 80s.
You had a farm crisis, a very big one, and we had a real estate crisis in really the early 90s. And 6 or 7 years ago, there was a crisis too. That was a positive in one sense because I was a buyer as opposed to a seller, but you can have some very bad times. Even if you do well, you can have some very bad times.
But what about that connection? How do you truly know what it's like to go through that? Because you got a lot of people hurting.
Right, and you do, and you have a lot of people hurting right now when you look at what's going on with the country. And you know, that 5.2 unemployment rate that they say they have isn't really existing because you have 100 million people that would like to be working, and they're not. And that was really, I always say it was devised by politicians to make themselves look good. Because if you're looking for a job and you quit after 3 or 4 months, you just can't find a job, you go into that group of 100 million people that are sort of in there with you to a large extent, and you're considered, you know, statistically you're considered employed. So we've had so many tremendous crowds, and we've had both in Iowa, New Hampshire, no matter where we go. And believe me, if the number was really a 5.2%, you wouldn't have the kind of receptivity that we're having. People are hurting. There's no question about it.
Throughout this show, we've been sharing a few of the stories about the folks who maybe had worked for Maytag, and more than half of the people in this room have either worked for Maytag over their life or who had a family member who did. Clearly, that was a huge part of this town for so long. The town has essentially been able to replace those jobs. The challenge is, how do you replace those jobs with the money folks used to make?
Well, you know, and I know something about this town because I saw 60 Minutes 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and I felt very badly. You know, you have some wonderful folks in this town, and I've
The challenge is, how do you replace those jobs with the money folks used to make?
Well, you know, and I know something about this town because I saw 60 Minutes 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and I felt very badly. You know, you have some wonderful folks in this town, and I've gotten to speak to 4 or 5 of them. I helped a few of them, I hope. I hope it worked out well. Did it work out well? I don't know where they are. Did it work out well? But I just felt badly. I do that sometimes if I see something, but it really made an impact on me because I've been so much into trade. For 10 years I've been talking about it, how our country is being taken advantage of, how we don't have the right leaders, we don't have the right negotiators. China is taking a tremendous advantage in the case of Maytag. That your washers, dryers. I used to buy them too, also as an adjunct, but mostly Mexico. And it's just incredible. How does that help us? How does that help this country when you have a town like this, a place like this that's so great with such great people, and they leave? And I read, frankly, that your washers, dryers. I used to buy them a lot. Maytags, they would buy them for laundry rooms and buildings and things, and incredible product. And they lost their way, and moved out, and really lost their way. So somebody thought they were going to save a couple of bucks by moving to Mexico. Well, unless you bring the jobs back to this country, and that's what I'm all about.
Once Maytag left, had to look for, and clearly there was no realistic way to find such a big employer like that. Right. As we look across the world, companies just seem to keep gobbling up others and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So aren't we just going to keep seeing more stories like this?
Well, unless you bring the jobs back to this country, and that's what I'm all about. I mean, all of a sudden, the last couple of weeks, and especially since Paris, I've had a couple of themes with what I'm doing. One is very, very strong borders and very strong on illegal immigration, which also affects you in terms of jobs, but very, very strong. And we're going to build a wall, and it's going to be a real wall, and we're going to have people come in, but we're going to build a wall, believe me.
You're going to release the blueprint for this wall?
And walls work. I mean, look, you just ask Israel, 99.5%, it's like it works if you do it right. If you have the walls that we have walls that are this type. Did you ever see where they build the ramp and they go over the wall with a Jeep that's loaded up with drugs? And I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. We build real walls, okay? And it's going to be done for the right price. I say it, and I mean it, Mexico's going to pay for the wall. We lose right now with Mexico, and you're really, I mean, you know better than anybody in the town. We lose now with Mexico. We have a trade imbalance of $45 billion a year. And part of that's Maytag and everybody. I mean, this is what's happening. So we have a trade imbalance right now of about $45 billion. You're hard to believe. It's actually a little bit higher than that now. And what are we doing? So we're going to build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for the wall. We're going to have people come into the country, but they're going to come in legally. And that's part of the problem that you have right here. We have to bring our jobs back. Nabisco just announced, it's like Maytag except 5 years later. Nabisco just announced they're leaving Chicago with their big plant, and they're going to Mexico. I'll never eat another Oreo, folks. I'll never, which is a good thing for me. I'm not, I could lose some weight. It wouldn't be a bad thing. I'm never going to eat another Oreo. But the truth is, I think it's terrible. Ford is moving a plant, $2.5 billion plant, building it right in Mexico. So they're going to make cars and trucks and parts, and they're going to take those parts and those trucks and those cars, and they're going to move them, and they're going to sell them in the United States. They're going to come across the border, no tax, no nothing. And you say to yourself, who are the people that come up with these deals? How does it help us? It doesn't help us at all. And, that's what I'm really good at. Now what's happened is, and believe me, we're going to have great trade deals. We're going to take our jobs back from China, a lot of them. We're going to take our jobs back from Japan. You look at Japan, they sell us cars like crazy. We send them beef, but a lot of times, and you people know it because you're involved, they send the beef back. They don't want the beef. Their farmers say, we don't want the beef, we don't want the beef, because they don't want to have competition from us. But it's like this. If you talk about an imbalance, you have an imbalance like we send them peanuts compared to what they send us. And the funny thing is we have all of the power. But now what's happened since Paris is people are really starting to like my hard line on immigration, which is interesting how that can affect it. I mean, it's really...
And we'll get to immigration here a little bit later this hour. One of the things we've told people is that through the audience and through social media, they can get to ask you a question. Great. So we'll take a break here. When we come back here, obviously because you've made a couple bucks in your life, some folks want to know what you're going to do to help them get bigger paychecks. We'll ask that for Donald Trump when we come back on the Iowa Forum. Of course, talking on this campus, we have to talk about the community college system. DMACC has a system all throughout this area of our state. So I want to bring back our colleague, Lynn Melling, with a man who knows this community college system.
That's right. I'm standing here with Rob Denson, president of DMACC. And do you have a question for Mr. Trump?
Well, welcome to Des Moines Area Community College.
Thank you
It's an honor to have you here. You're the 5th presidential candidate that we've had the opportunity to host, and it's important, and it means a lot to have you here. We hear and see that there are about 3 million very good jobs currently.
Welcome back to the Iowa Forum. We are on the campus of DMACC here in Newton, Iowa. Our guest, our third guest of this week, Donald Trump. And this is all about the economy. It's all about jobs. Of course, talking on this campus, we have to talk about the community college system. DMACC has a system all throughout this area of our state. So I want to bring back our colleague, Lynn Melling, with a man who knows this community college system.
That's right. I'm standing here with Rob Denson, president of DMACC. And do you have a question for Mr. Trump?
Well, welcome to Des Moines Area Community
Thank you.
College.
Thank you very much.
It's an honor to have you here. You're the 5th presidential candidate that we've had the opportunity to host, and it's important, and it means a lot to have you here. We hear and see that there are about 3 million very good jobs currently open in the American economy where employers cannot find the level of skilled workers that they need. Most of these jobs are middle income or middle skilled jobs requiring more than high school but no more than a 2-year community college degree. On the other side, we've got millions of individuals that are working 1 or 2 jobs, low-paid jobs, and what they need is financial support so they can come back and take advantage of the training programs that we have so they can take these very good jobs that are sustainable wage and good benefits. As president, what would you do to help connect these low-income, hard-working individuals to the training so that they can get into a great job?
Well, would work with them. You know, one of the things that I see in this country is a lot of people have lost hope. They've lost their spirit. They've lost their mojo, you know, to go out and go to the community college. Your reputation is a great reputation. And to go to those colleges where they can really go to that next level. And I think one of the things, and it's so important, we can talk economics, we can talk everything, but one of the things is we have to give people their spirit back. We have to give people hope. Because right now, and you see it, and you see it all the time, where people don't feel that there's any chance, that they don't have a chance. And they don't want to go to the college, they don't want to go to your college or any college because they don't feel that, you know, even if they go through it, and even if they can get through it, which some of them can't, and some of them can, but they have no real hope out there. And one of the things that I was hoping to see, because frankly I'd love to see it if he would do it, but it didn't work out at all, he turned out to be the opposite, is President Obama, I thought he'd be a cheerleader at least. At a minimum, he'd be a positive source in terms of getting people and really cheering them on. And it's turned out to be just the opposite. He's become a great divider, and it's been very divisive. We have to give people spirit. We have to give them hope. We want to tell them, come on, go out and get there, get through the college. And after you go through the college, we're going to get you the jobs. I will provide the jobs. I will get the jobs. Believe me, we're going to be taking them back from other places that have them. We are just... We make the worst transactions, the worst deal. You know, you can, just as an example, Dave, you can take a look at the Iran deal. Well, all of our deals are like that. The trade deals are just like that. That's a good example because we're giving them $150 billion. They're doing self-inspections. I mean, they're going to inspect themselves. At 24, we don't get our prisoners back. You have these 4 wonderful people that are in prison right now that don't deserve to be. They're not supposed to be. They did nothing wrong. And that's the way we make deals with trade also. I use the example of Sergeant Bergdahl, who was a traitor. 6 people died looking for him. And we got Bergdahl. They got 5 people that they wanted desperately for the last 9 years. And they're back now on the battlefield trying to kill us all. So we have to give spirit and bring spirit back to the country. And I see it when I go around. The people that come to my events have such incredible spirit and talent and everything else, but you go outside of those rooms sometimes and you'll see people and they're down and out and they don't feel good about the country. They don't have that esprit de corps. So we're going to change that, and I think it'll have a big impact.
Would you have any ideas as to financial assistance for low-income persons so they can pay their tuition, books, while they're going to school?
Well, the only way you can do it is you have to start some governmental program, because and you have governmental programs right now. And one of the questions I get asked more than any other question when I go to college is, all over, including in Iowa, where I've gone now to 3 different colleges, one of the first questions is, and the best answer is always jobs at the end, but they go and they work and they take loans and they're borrowed up and they can't breathe, and they get through the college, and then the worst thing is they go through that whole process and they don't have any job. They can't get a job. They can't get the job even that they're trained for. So we're going to have to start a program, and you know, the one program the United States makes a lot of money with is student loans. They make a lot of money with that, and that's maybe the one program they shouldn't be making money with. You understand that? So we're going to do something very much with loans, and we're going to do something especially in the category that you're talking about, because you have to get these people going. They really feel down and out, and you have to get them going.
Can you refinance the loans? I mean, that's a frustration for a lot of
Well,
folks
they're
now.
going to be, we're not actually talking about the same groups, but we are going to do refinancings for people that right now have loans that literally can't do anything. I mean, they have loans, they have no chance of paying it off, and we're going to do refinancings and extensions.
All right, more from Donald Trump as the Iowa Forum continues. Be right back. Welcome back to the Iowa Forum here on the DMACC Newton campus. You can send your questions for Donald Trump through social media. We've been doing that throughout the day on the Channel 13 Facebook page, or you can hashtag it Iowa Forums. Mr. Trump, I wanted to give you this question from Andy McCauley from Grimes. Just had the question, how are you going to bring the manufacturing jobs back? You talked a little bit about it when you first sat down here. And Andy pointed out specifically $25 an hour. The concern is that it's tough to replace those good Maytag jobs where we are here. So maybe you can find one, but if you're making 10, 12, 14 bucks an hour when you're making 25, 30, it's a big, it's a big way down.
Well, one of the things that I've done is I put in a tax plan where people and corporations are going to pay. Right now, we're the highest taxed nation in the world, and we will be one of the lower taxed. I'm bringing it down to 15%, actually, the corporate rate. And that's going to allow people to come back in. Right now, corporations are being chased out of our country because of taxes and because of very, very foolish policy. And they're really being.
They're just not going to keep it. I mean, yeah, they can start bringing this stuff back, but I don't know they're just going to leave it in the bank.
The problem is, we have a thing called corporate inversion, where they're leaving, and they're leaving for a number of reasons, because taxes are too high. And also, and very important, a lot of them have tremendous amounts. There's $2.5 trillion outside of the country. You can't get the money back. They can't bring it back into the country. And it just shows you how bad and corrupt and how really horrible Washington is. The Democrats and the Republicans agree the money should come back in. Everybody agrees. This is for 3 years. They've all agreed they can't get the money back in. So with all of that, they can't bring money back in, and they agree. So usually they don't agree, and we understand that, and it's a horror show. But they can't even make a deal when they agree, so they haven't been able to do that. And that'll be done quickly. All of that money, and it's going to be much more, in my opinion, than $2.5 trillion. They think it may be that. I think that's going to be a minimal number. All of that money will come pouring into the country. But when you have the lower taxes, you can start competing. And when you have money coming in, you can start competing. And areas like this should do great because you have incredible people. I know some of the people. I don't know if Dave is here. Is Dave here from Maxim? Dave? Where's Dave? Stand up, Dave. Look at Dave. Look at Dave. Come on, that's great. And I have a couple of folks, and Domino's, where's my man from Domino's Pizza? Because, so many of these guys. And a few others. And, it was very interesting because the whole thing on 60 Minutes, it was such a moving piece. I was on 60 Minutes 4 weeks ago, which was much less moving. I was with Putin. I had a piece, and Putin had a piece of the show. That was much less moving, believe me. But I watched what happened with Maytag, and I watched the folks, 2 of the folks, and I guess I had 4 or 5 or 6 that we helped out. Some had come out of college, and we helped them get through college, and just things, and it made me feel good. But I looked at that show, and it had a big impact on me because I'm so involved in trade, and because I'm so involved in people, and it's a very sad thing that happened, I think.
Iowa has one of the highest percentage of families where both parents are working in the entire country. Lynn Melling has a question from an Iowan about childcare. When it comes to childcare, how do you make this all work?
Yeah, I'm here with Jill Applegate from Des Moines. Question about childcare.
Hi, Jill.
Hi. So 76% of Iowa's kids under the age of 6 have all available parents in the workforce, meaning that in order for parents to keep their jobs, they need accessible and affordable childcare. For a full-time minimum wage worker in Iowa, the share of their annual income needed to afford childcare for just one 4-year-old child is 53%. That's over half of your yearly income, and that's not
incredible.
affordable.
Yeah, incredible.
In 33 states, infant care costs more than tuition at a public 4-year university, and childcare has a really big economic benefit and impact as well, in that employee absenteeism due to childcare breakdown costs U.S. businesses about $3 billion a year. So families are struggling and businesses are hurting because childcare isn't affordable. So how are you going to ensure that working families can afford childcare so that they can keep their jobs?
Well, it's funny because it's not something you hear as much about as you would think. You hear about student loans, you hear about the problems with colleges, you hear about jobs. You don't hear as much about childcare as it relates to a case like you. Do you work with your husband? You're both working?
Actually, I don't have kids, but
Because you can't afford childcare, right?
Somebody.
I do.
Good. Now I feel better if I don't give her much of an answer.
I do recognize, though, that kids are our most precious resource, and that if we don't take care of them when they're young, then we'll have to face consequences later.
Why do you ask that question? I am curious.
Yes. Well,
it's a tough situation for people, but it's just interesting that you would bring up that question.
Well, absolutely. Like I said, I think that we need to be thinking about our kids when they're age, because down the road then we'll have to be facing the consequences if we don't take care of them.
Do the companies in town help with child care? I mean, do they have, because a lot of companies, and I see it throughout the country, I've visited so many companies where they will have child care centers so the parents can work, or one of the parents can work. Usually it would be the mother, and you bring the child, and they have an area set aside in plants, which are beautiful. In fact, we had 2 of them. They call them Trump kids. Another one calls it Trumpeteers, if you can believe it. I have them. I actually have them because I have a lot of different businesses, and we usually call it Trumpeteers, and it's cute. You know, it's really a room that's a quarter the size of this, and they have all sorts of, you know, it's beautiful. They have a lot of children there, and we take care of them, and then the parent, when they leave the job, usually in my case it's clubs or hotels, when they leave the job, they pick up their child, and their child is totally safe. They even come in during the day, during lunch, to see their child. It really works out well. But you don't have that. A lot of people have that. And you know, it's not expensive for a company to do it. You need 1 person or 2 people, and you need some blocks, and you need some swings and some toys. You know, it's not expensive. It's not an expensive thing. And I do it all over. And I get great people because of it, because it's a problem with a lot of other companies. So anyway, but it's something that can be done, I think, very easily by a company.
Thanks for the question,
Thank
Bill.
you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for all your questions. You can keep coming in on the Channel 13 Facebook page, or you can hashtag them on Twitter. The Iowa Forums is the hashtag on that. More questions of your questions for Donald Trump when we come back. Welcome back to the Iowa Forum, live from DMACC Newton. We want to get another question submitted from you. This one from Frank Clark in Polk City, Mr. Trump. He says, when is the government going to do something to stop big businesses from buying a company and then not counting their years of service? So he goes on to say he's worried about pensions. So a new company takes over, and he's saying in his case, he loses seniority, so he kind of lost everything that he had built up there.
Well, you want to be very careful that you don't get too involved in the process and the system, because otherwise you have a system where the government's running your companies, and that gets to be very dangerous and a very tricky slope. And, you know, if he was, it's a very interesting question. I've heard it many times before, but you want to get, and it's not a very political answer, I'll be honest, but you don't want to get too involved with what's going to happen with the gentleman that is asking the question, because you want companies to come in and be able to make their deal. Maybe there's a reason that the company sold. Maybe they sold because they were doing poorly. You don't want to have other Maytags, as an example, where they leave for whatever reason. You don't want to give any excuses for them to close down. So it's something, if you start getting governmental involvement in that, I think you're going to end up closing a lot of businesses.
All right, give him some free financial advice here. So how are you supposed to prepare for your retirement then?
Well, you want to save. I mean, you want to save. The really sad part, and I will tell you, well, you have a lot of vehicles, but the saddest thing to me is the people that really did it right, the people that got hurt the worst. And one of the things I'm really focusing on now is the middle class. We have cut the tax rate so low for the middle class because the middle class built the country more than anybody else. I mean, say what you want, but more than anybody else. And they're the ones that got hurt the worst over the last 15 years. You know, over the last 12 years, they're actually making less money now than they made 12 years ago. And you understand that. It's terrible. But we have to focus on the middle class. We have to focus on that. And my tax plan cuts the rates very low for the middle class. But the people that got hurt the worst are people in the middle class that really did it the way you're supposed to do. They saved, and they kept saving and saving and saving. And the people that didn't save, they made deals with the banks, and they went all. These people saved, they got their mortgage down, they did everything perfectly well. And now they're sitting there, and they've got some money, and they're getting almost no interest on your money. You're getting no money if you have money in the bank, and a lot of people wanted to live off that interest, and now they're getting no interest. So a lot of the people that led the American dream the way it was supposed to be are the people that, in my opinion, got hurt the worst. We want to bring back the middle class. We want to get respect for the middle class, but we want to bring it back so that they can become our strongest group again. And it can happen. We can do it. And we're doing it. We're starting it off with a tax plan that I think is going to be great. You're going to get a big, fat, beautiful tax reduction, unless you don't want it.
All right, we'll do another question. This is another one that's come in through the Channel 13 Facebook page. Mr. Trump, this is from Vicki Bell. She wants to know, what are you going to do to make sure that women are paid equally to men?
Well, again, you know, that's a very interesting question, and it's a question that we answer all the time, and you can give the politically correct answer, but you have to let people get out there. I mean, I have to tell you, I have a company where I pay women, in many cases, more than men, for similar work because they're better. But when you start getting involved, no, I do it. I mean, I have it. I have many.
Your daughter's going to come to you for a raise.
Well, my daughter's an example. Did anybody ever hear of Ivanka? How good is my little Ivanka? But she's an example to women. She just got a big award the other day from Fortune magazine as being an inspiration. I mean, she's a very inspiring, she's an amazing girl. I don't even know how I produced her, to be honest with you. But she is a fantastic person. And you know what?
But is this something that the government has to do, or is this something private business has to do?
Well, explain, but she just cut an ad that's going to play in Georgia. Can you believe it? I'm using my daughter to cut an ad because women really respect Ivanka. Here's the problem. If you start getting involved with government on this one gets this pay and this one gets that pay, and then you say, where does it all start? Because you could have a woman that's much better than a man. You could have a woman that's not as good as a man. If you sort of say everybody gets equal pay, you get away from the whole American dream. You get away from capitalism in a sense. I can tell you that I have women, honestly, that are just, in many cases, they're better than men, and I pay them more than men. And to a certain extent, people have to go out there, they have to fight for themselves. Once you get, and I don't know if people agree with me, once you get it where everybody gets the same, and I mean, you're into a socialistic society. I mean, maybe Bernie Sanders should be up here and he should be interviewed, you know. But You're really into that. I found his answer very interesting the other day on the attack in Paris was caused by global warming. Now I don't know if anybody heard that one. I said, I'm going to turn off the television now, but I decided not to. I had an obligation to watch the rest. But he actually said that the attack in Paris was caused by global warming. So I'm still thinking about that one, but I'm having a hard time with it.
All right, we need to think about a commercial break. We'll get back to more of your questions on the Iowa Forum, live from DMAC Newton next. Welcome back to the Iowa Forum, live on the campus of DMAC Newton. Our guest for the full hour, Donald Trump. We've been getting in a lot of your questions. We want to go back out to the audience with my colleague Lynn Melling. As this town diversified itself after Maytag took off and went to Mexico, wind energy was one of the keys as they looked to try to attract some of that business. Lynn, you want to go down that angle?
Yes, we're going to talk now with Patricia Scalabrini. She lives here in Newton, and your husband works in the wind industry.
Yes, he works for TPI Corporation. It's the company that moved into the Maytag building. And I had a question for you. I was wondering, what is your position on subsidies for wind energy?
Well, I'm okay with it. Wind is very tough, though. I know a lot about wind, and it's a very tough business because of
I think they thought that was funny.
Huh? I'll take credit. I don't deserve credit. But I do. I mean, I know a lot about the wind energy. It's a tough business because, especially now, when you have oil down at $40, it needs subsidy. Otherwise, you're just not going to have them built. They're very expensive to build, and they're very expensive to maintain. And you really, they start working at $100, but when you get down into the 40s, so I can see probably a lot of people are having problems selling them. Is your husband doing the big blades? Are they doing the big ones? As big as they get, just about?
The big as they can fit him in that factory.
Well, that's very good. It's an amazing thing when you think, where they can, out of nowhere, out of the wind, they make energy. The problem is they're very, very expensive to erect. They're very expensive to build, as you know. And without it, I don't think they work without subsidy, which is a problem because, when you need subsidy, it's a problem. Again, when you have oil down at $40 a barrel, which is now down to, which it should have been a long time ago. You had the monopoly and there's a lot of oil around. Because of fracking and other things, they found so much. It makes it very, very hard for the wind energy business. So
you're okay with subsidies?
I'm okay with subsidies to an extent. I don't like subsidies when you have 19 trillion in debt. We have 19 trillion in debt. So when you have that, a lot of people aren't going to be able to. I don't know if you know, but for the last 3 years, everybody thought those subsidies would be ended. And every year they think they're going to end. And there's enough of a lobby that they get pushed. It starts to work. If oil goes up, it's great. But if oil goes, if it stays low, it's a very tough business.
Okay, I want to work in another question from Facebook. Brian Wallace of Norwalk, he just asked quite simply, do you support unions? Unions were a big part of Maytag's history before they left.
So I've done it both ways. I've had unions and I've had non-unions. In New York City, everything's union. I mean, 100%. You can't build a building without using 100% union. I've had great relationships with the unions. I've had no problems. And I've had great success there. It's Manhattan, and you can build a building, and you build it for X dollars a foot, and you sell it for more. So I've had a very, very good relationship with unions. And on the other hand, I've done much, probably as much without the unions. You go down to Florida where you don't have unions for the most part. You don't have unions, and I've had great success there. So I've done it both ways. I've been able to live very successfully with unions, which a lot of people haven't been. I'll be honest, a lot of people have not been. But I've been able to live very successfully with unions, and if I had my choice, I think I'll take it without, okay? I really think I'd take it without. But I've had a very good relationship with unions, and I've had a very good relationship with non-unions.
All right, we need to squeeze in another break here. Back with Donald Trump when the Iowa Forum continues live from DMACC in Newton next. Welcome back to the Iowa Fora, back with Donald Trump. We had a lot of questions about immigration. What's going to happen with this?
It's got to be stopped. You know, the migration is a disaster caused because of incompetence, caused by politicians that didn't know what they were doing, caused by wars in Iraq that shouldn't have been had, and lots of other reasons. And you look at what happened with Libya, we back people and they end up being worse than Gaddafi.
Kind of specifically on the workforce, though, as we run out of time here, how does that affect, how do we go forward with that?
Incredibly, because you have all these people pouring in, and you know, with the Hispanic vote, I'm leading in Nevada and a lot of other places with the Hispanic vote who are here legally, and they're the ones that vote. But you have people coming in and they want to take everybody's job, but it's a very bad thing. As far as the migration is concerned, who knows who these people are? They haven't signed anything. Nobody knows. They have no documents. They have no papers. You look at what happened in Paris with a few people, and even if a few people came in, and you can have more than that, but if a few people came in, it would be a disaster. So we just can't do it. You do a free zone, you do a safe zone in Syria, you do something, you help out, you get other countries to put up a lot of money, because we shouldn't be the only suckers that are putting up money. I mean, it's always us. No, it's always us. But, you know, as I said, I start off the program, we're going to have a border, we're going to have a strong border, we're going to have a wall, we're going to let people come in, but they're coming in legally. There's no more of this nonsense going on.
Once that wall goes up, do you think folks who are here illegally are going to go back home on their own?
What's going to happen is when the people are told they have to go home because they're here illegally. Same thing has happened with President Eisenhower in 1954. They said, you have to go, you have to go. As soon as they said that, most of the people just left. That's what's going to happen from a practical standpoint.
We had a couple social media questions on this. Maybe we can get this in real quick here. Do you punish the business for hiring somebody who's undocumented, or is that all on the government for not stopping?
That's going to, if you do E-Verify, and if you want to have people where you have everybody in the country legally, if you do E-Verify, you do some form of, it could be an economic punishment, but where it doesn't make sense to hire people that are here illegally and taking other people's jobs. Because, you know, you have people taking other people's jobs. And it's really not fair. So you do E-Verify. There are a lot of different ways, but E-Verify is a good way of doing it, and you will stop the process. And by the way, when they can't get jobs, they're going to go back home, which is fine.
I had somebody ask me sort of a complicated question, so if you can stick with me on this.
Go ahead.
When we hear stories about those folks who come here illegally, that they're taking the jobs that Americans don't want to do, is that true, or are the employers taking advantage of them by paying them lower, and that's the reason Americans don't want to take those jobs? Well, some folks think it's kind of a chicken and egg deal.
It's true, but it is true in certain industries. There are certain industries like the grapes, you know, with the picking the grapes. A lot of people aren't going to do that. A lot of people don't want to do that. And what you do is
But they used to do that stuff, so what's changed?
They used to, and if they do, that's great. And if they don't, we have to make sure they get picked, I guess, because people, you know, it's an industry and it's an important industry. And what will happen is you'll have a work visa where people can come in for a little while, do the job, and get out. But they have to do that. And we can't have pathways to citizenship. You know, a lot of the people that I'm running against, they want to give citizenships to people that have been here illegally. And you can't do that. And I won't do it. I won't allow it because, you know, you have a lot of people outside of the country that have been working for years to become, they have paperwork done. You're nodding your head, and you're right. You have paperwork done. They've gone through it. They've had experts, they've had lawyers that they can't even afford. They're trying to come into the country, and they're online now for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and they're getting ready to come in, and then you have this big burst, and they don't ever come in. It's very unfair to a lot of people that are in the country, and it's actually very unfair to people that went through the process to come in legally. So we have to do it properly, folks. Thank you.
You've obviously heard the criticism with some of your comments about whether we accept the Syrian refugees. Do you feel a sense of compassion in that there are some folks who are really stuck here? I think people maybe get the idea, sure, we don't want a potential terrorist in here, but a lot of these little kids aren't terrorists. Do you feel going through, so what are we supposed to do to help them if we don't let them here?
Sure. I feel totally bad for them, but you know, at the same time, we don't know who they are, we don't know where they come from, and I also feel bad for the people in this country. You're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming. You know, they're starting, they said, with 10, but in the debate, the Democratic debate, they said 65,000 people, okay? So now they're 10 because they want to keep it down. The 10's going to end up being 200,000, 250,000. We have no idea who they are. We have no idea where they come from. And there's some very destructive people out there. And you look, I mean, look what a few people did in Paris. So we are going to do something that I think we should lead something in Syria. You know, I don't know if you have time for this, but I have a lot of people that work for me, and they come from all over the place, and they're all here legally, and I do the E-Verify systems and all of that. But you know, when they retire and go home, even countries that you wouldn't want to go to, Dave, and that the audience wouldn't want to go to, when they retire, they want to go back home. Most of them want to go back home to their country. They love their country. True with Syria, too. And I think, you know, when that whole mess, it's a mess, when it straightens out, it'll be wonderful. But we should build a safe zone so they can be safe. But to bring them into this country is suicide. I call it the Trojan horse. We can't do it. Can't do it.
Thanks for your questions, both in person and through social media. Mr. Trump's going to take a few questions from the audience. You can watch that live stream on Channel 13. We got to get out of the way for the 5 o'clock news here. We got snow coming.
Good.
So we appreciate your time.
I may not get out. That's okay. I'd like to stay here.
Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Nice response, huh?
Yeah, good.
I'll bet Ben Carson did good. What? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Did you want to ask a couple of questions while I'm here for a couple of minutes? I don't mind. Go ahead. Make it nice.
What's your thoughts on the caucus and the political system? Because being in Iowa, I love the caucus system. I know some people say it's antiquated, but it's America at its finest.
I don't think it's antiquated. I will tell you, I'll make this pledge now. You know, there are a lot of people talking about Iowa putting it back in the system. If I win, it's not going anywhere. It's staying right where it is. That I can tell you. No, I think it's tradition. There's something beautiful about it. I love Iowa. I love the people. I've been here, you know, a lot. And it's going to stay right where it is. Any other questions? Yeah. Go ahead.
My question has to do with some of the comments you made recently post-Terrorism.
About what?
Post-Terrorism.
Okay. Good.
You're looking at Islam with too broad a brush instead of isolating ISIS and talking about them for who they are.
Are you talking about the mosques? Where?
The mosque comment,
Yeah.
bomb the shit out of them, and things can add to our Islamophobia.
Yeah.
That could be a potential real problem.
I understand. No, I understand. Look, we have to be smart. We have to be tough. And, you know, I sometimes say, these folks aren't coming from Sweden, okay? If they were, I'd feel differently. But there's something going on where there's a tremendous hatred. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. There's a tremendous hatred. It's evil. And it's coming from a group of people. And by the way, like you, I know Muslim people. They're phenomenal people. They're really great people. And that's the shame of it, because they get tarnished by the acts of others. But there is a radical Islamic terrorism that's going on. You know, you look at Europe, and now the airplanes are being threatened, everything's being threatened. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very, very tough. There's never been anything like this before. You know, in the old days, you'd have a war, and you'd have people here, people here. Whoever has the most people left over, they win the war. Today, you don't know who these people are. They're sneaking around putting bombs in your cafeterias, on your airplanes. So we have to be very, very tough. And you're right, it's a shame because people get tarnished, but we have to be very careful. It's a dangerous world out there right now.
Mr. Trump, somebody referred to as going dark in their communications, and that's why they didn't detect those terrorists in France, because they went dark on their communications.
On where? They went dark on the what?
On communication, they call it going dark, so that we can't pick up on their communications.
Wow, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that. We can never let Des Moines go dark. Right? Des Moines has a lot of power. You know, you have a lot of power in Iowa, tremendous power, because of, you know, what's happening. That's why we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it that way. But you have a great deal of power, a great deal of power. Des Moines is never going dark. Okay? Yeah.
I just have one question about China.
China. My favorite subject is China.
Largest employers here in Newton employ 700 people.
Okay.
Our industry does about $70 million in sales. We're actually friends with Dave McNair, and
good.
Actually, you're actually a new customer.
Are they good, Dave? Are they good? They're okay, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, did I do a good job for you?
I really enjoyed reading your book.
Good, thank you.
And I really enjoyed your personal testimony about yourself and your family.
Thank you.
You brought up a lot of things, how happiness is not necessarily derived by money.
That's true.
I really appreciate that. I've been fortunate. I'm part of a family company. He's 113 years old. We lost several $1 million when Maytag left town.
Wow.
We've been lucky that we have 3 factories, one in New Jersey, one in Missouri, one here. We employ, like I said, 700 people nationwide.
Good.
But our industry imports approximately $9 billion worth of goods from China.
Right.
If we do not continue to have free trade with China, we are going to get hammered with the jobs we have in our industry. There's over 100,000 jobs in the promotional products industry,
right,
of which your friend Dave McNear is part of.
Right.
And we're going to get hammered if we do not continue free trade. Now,
You know I believe in free trade. But you know I believe in free trade.
Yeah.
I'm a free trader.
Yeah. Iowa supplies pork, beef,
right,
poultry, corn, soybeans, ethanol to the entire world.
Right.
We're now building the best data plants for Microsoft, Facebook, 20 miles from here.
Okay.
We're becoming the data center, low-cost producer of the world here in Iowa.
Good.
Do you have anything to comment on about free trade with China and what we can do in the future to build that up both ways so that we can open the markets overseas for Iowa goods and in turn bring jobs back to build more products here and become a manufacturing center like my company has been for over 100 years.
Okay. I believe totally in free trade, but it's got to be fair. Right now, they're negotiating deals that are so much better than ours. It's got to be fair. And, you know, you're interested because you're bringing stuff in, but if you were a manufacturer sending stuff out, you're paying tax to China. You're paying a lot of tax, and they won't take your product. I have a lot of friends that are like you, but instead of bringing it in, they're trying to sell it outside to China. China will not take their product, and when they do, they charge them a very big tax. People don't know that. You know, it's a very unfair. They treat us very unfairly. I love the free market. I love free trade. I'm a big free trader. But I will, in my opinion, work it so that China is going to treat us fairly. But we have a lot of power over China, I can tell you. We have a lot. But it's got to be fair trade.
Can I ask you one
and you agree with that?
One last question.
All right, then let's move on to the other room here. We got to clean the room out here.
The biggest threat in our world today is the nukes in North Korea.
And China should straighten out that problem.
Yes.
But they have no respect for our leaders, and that's why they don't. And they go around and say, we don't have anything to do. China should straighten out that problem. They go around saying, oh, we don't control. Yeah, they have total, believe me, they have total control of North Korea. Yes. Hi, Dave. Dave, was I good to you? Absolutely. Are you going to vote for Trump, Dave? You better believe it.
Thank you, sir.
This guy, I guarantee he's not voting for Carson.
Rick and I and everybody else in this promotional products industry need to work with and educate our customers to buy more American products like you have. Every single product that we have done for Mr. Trump and for the Trump campaign is 100% made in America.
It better be, Dave. Dave is actually doing a lot of work. I don't know if my pricing, I didn't check out the prices. Probably I'm paying him too much. I think I'm paying him too much. Who the hell cares, right?
You want to invite them
But anyway. Yeah, we're having a little event, I think, right up upstairs. If you guys want to come on over. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, handsome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I like your tie.
Do you like this format?
I like it.
Best you've ever seen?
He's, did you hear that, Dave? This is the best he's ever seen.
It's my idea. Would you like to do that?
For you to do that. Come on in. I see you guys. We love to have you. There's plenty of room. I'm just so excited for you guys to experience Mr. Trump the way you're going to experience him now. This is going to be a much different setting than the WHO private, intimate setting. This is going to be the real Donald Trump telling you the real facts, telling you what he's going to do to make America great. And I can tell you firsthand, because I know this man, he is the only hope that America has for making our future great again, making America great again. So what I'm going to say is sit back, buckle up, enjoy the ride, jump aboard the Trump train, because, folks, we are going places, and we are going places fast. and we are steamrolling anyone that gets in our way to the White House. So enjoy yourself. God bless you all. And Donald will be out here very shortly. Thanks again. Have a great night.
And I do have to drop the music when they play Top 40, but know that once someone takes the podium, I will jack up the mic. And you just saw Trump downstairs heading in this direction, so we are expecting to see Trump take the stage any minute now. One more comment.
Hey, you guys, one more thing. The most important thing I forgot to tell you is Mr. Trump, after he speaks, he is going to stick around. He's going to take... Well, I don't know if he's going to take pictures. I'm not going to say that. He's going to mingle with you all, shake your hand. He's going to sign some books. So he is ours for a while. So enjoy. Don't panic and worry that you're not going to have your chance. I had a gentleman already ask me, will he take questions? I don't know that for sure. But just enjoy yourself and just know he is here for all of us. And he does want to know what's on your mind. And he will take care of whatever it is you have on your mind. So I just wanted you to know he will do a little meet and greet, shake some hands, and we're going to have a lot of fun. So he likes a rowdy crowd, so I got to hear you. I mean, are you rowdy? Wait, hang on. Is this mic on? Seriously, are you a rowdy crowd? What? Oh, come on. What time is it? 5:15? Well, okay, I hope you guys are louder than that for Mr. Trump, because he's used to large crowds. This is not our largest, but okay, you'll be good enough. Have fun, sit back, enjoy yourself.
We are waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage now in Newton, Iowa. He will be with us any minute now. He just stepped off a town hall where he discussed the Syrian refugees, discussed immigration, amongst other things, but we are expecting him to take the stage any minute now. Thanks so much for your patience. If you are a regular, you know that we do keep the volume down when they are streaming the top 40 music, as we cannot allow it to live on YouTube for a long period of time if we do stream it that way. But if we mute the top 40 music, it can stay on YouTube forever. So thank you so much for your patience. We appreciate you. And Donald Trump is expected to take the stage any minute now. All right, if you are concerned about the silence, don't fret. I actually have to drop the mic during Top 40 music, but once someone takes the podium, I will absolutely turn up the volume so you can enjoy Donald Trump. He just was speaking at a town hall in Newton, Iowa that was aired on their local television station, answered a lot of questions, and I'm sure he's going to be answering more during this rally right now. I'm sure he's going to talk about the Syrian refugees, ISIS, immigration, but we are anticipating Donald Trump to take the stage any moment now, and I appreciate you so much for being with us here at Fox 10 News Now. I see comments about the camera going nuts. Oh, I'm sorry, we're panning. Any minute now, we are anticipating Donald Trump to take the stage in Newton, Iowa. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to stream Top 40 music, but we can peek every once in a while and see what's on the sound system. Tony Danza is still playing on the sound system.
Oh, this is a rowdier crowd. Let me hear you. Yeah. There it is. Well, I just want to let you guys know he's close. He's obviously in the room. He's in the house. We know that, but he's just coming in. Just wanted to say a few things. There are some holes in the middle, so if you guys wouldn't mind just scooching in so that the people that are coming from the other room or coming from the bathroom can get in easier. Thank you. You guys are so sweet to do that. That's Iowa nice for us, right? Very good. Yeah, scoot on in, and then people that are coming in on the sides will just have an easier way, and they won't be so distracted, and then Donald won't be distracted, and you can hear everything you want to hear. Another thing I wanted to mention, as you see Chris walking around with the caucus cards, if you haven't filled one out and you want to be a part of making history, fill that out and we'll get it. Also, you can get yard signs on your way out. So look for us. This staff will hand you out yard signs. For those of you that want to put a sign in your yard, we would love and welcome that. And once again, do not forget, where are you going on February the 1st? That's right. And you're preparing for a blizzard. There you go. Okay, you guys are really great. And you're voting for... There it is. Awesome. We are a great crowd already. I'll let them know that you're fired up and you're ready to go. Y'all have your seatbelts on? All right. Stick around. He'll be right out. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
All right, you heard her. We are minutes away from Donald Trump taking the stage, and there are free yard signs at this event. How come we don't get free yard signs? Donald Trump is in Newton, Iowa. He just finished a town hall meeting, and he's going to be taking the stage for a rally. In just a few minutes, we are anticipating him to discuss the Syrian refugees, likely Ben Carson, and here's another speaker. Let's turn up the volume.
Lieutenant Gertz is a hard act to follow, I'll tell you that. First thing I want to do is we want to make sure we acknowledge the right to free speech in this country, and the right to free speech has been guaranteed by our veterans, so could all of our veterans please stand and be acknowledged? I'm one of the 230,000 veterans that live in the state of Iowa, and I'm very proud. It's the greatest years of my life is the 25 years I spent on active duty in the United States Air Force. And before you say anything, it was back when I was quite literally half the man I am today. I'm here to introduce a person I think that I've really come to know and admire, a person I trust. And I'm reminded often when I have the conversations with him of when I first started into this business, when I was still in the service. And I remembered a man by the name of Ronald Reagan. And I became a student of Ronald Reagan. And I remember a speech he gave in 1964 in support of Barry Goldwater, really the grandfather of the conservative movement in America. And in that speech, Ronald Reagan said, "It's a time for choosing. And man, is it ever a time for choosing." We have to make a decision on whether we're going to continue down the path of putting people in office who will continue to go to Washington and fall right back into the old thing of doing what they've always done before, being at the beck and call of special interest, worrying about what happens inside the Beltway and not what happens to you. And then we'll have a fact that we have the only special interest not represented in Washington, D.C. is you, the American people. It is my honor, my pleasure, and I can't tell you how thrilled I am every time I get to do this, to introduce the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Look at these guys. Thank you. Sit down, everybody. We'll have a little fun today. You know, we just did the big television thing downstairs. So they said, could you come up and say hello to a few friends? And I would love to do that. And we're going to have a little fun. We'll do some question and answers. And then I'll get back on the plane. I hate to leave Iowa. You know, I hate to leave. Can I stay? Can I stay at your house? Huh? We've had a great relationship with Iowa. We've had a lot of fun. I've been here a lot. I've made so many new friends, and it's been tremendous people, hardworking people. They love working. They love money, right? They love money coming out, but they really like the work, and they're proud of their country. And I was telling somebody, like me, they love our country, and they want to see it really happen. And lots of problems we have, but we're going to straighten it out. We're going to make it so great. We're going to make it great again. You know what I say is, you're like your hat. That says very distinctly, right? Stand up. Let me see. Look at that hat. Make America great again, right? That's right. So we've had a very interesting time over the last couple of weeks. We did 60 Minutes. I did 60 Minutes not so long ago. You saw that. Then last week, Saturday Night Live. I don't know if anybody saw that. And got much, much, much higher ratings than Hillary Clinton. That's nice, right? So that was good. But I mean, not even close. So that was good. Actually, one of the highest ratings they've had in years. And it was really a lot of fun doing it. What I think I'm going to talk about a little bit, because downstairs, some of you were probably at the television show downstairs. And what I want to talk a little bit about is what's going on with respect to the border and illegal immigration. And then we'll do some questions, and I look forward to doing that, actually. But we have to create
a border. And we have to have a border. And if we don't have a border, we don't have a country, folks. I mean, we don't have a country. And people are coming in, and they're coming in illegally. And the Border Patrol, who I've really gotten to know a lot of the Border Patrol people, they're fantastic. I was in Laredo, Texas not so long ago. And they are tremendous people, but they're told to stand down. Literally use that term, very military term. But they're told to stand down. And they want to do their job, and they can't do their job. They're not allowed to do their job. Now, as you know, an executive order was signed, and shockingly, we actually just won in court. Can you believe that? I mean, it was challenged, and we won in court, and because we won in court, that order is so far going to be out. Now, they'll probably appeal it. Maybe they'll appeal it. I think they have to probably appeal it. But President Obama signed an executive order that basically said everybody just pour right into our country, pour right in. And no other country does that. If you look at Mexico, it's impossible to become a citizen of Mexico. If anybody in this room, including me, want to become a citizen of Mexico, you can't do it. It's almost impossible. One of the hardest countries in the world. And yet Mexico, who I love the people of Mexico. I have many, many people from Mexico working for me. I have over the years, tens of thousands of people I've hired for jobs. One thing I say, I will be the greatest jobs president that God ever created. That's one thing I can tell you, 100%. There won't be a jobs president. There won't be a jobs president. I mean, I understand. We're losing our jobs. They're being taken away. We were talking about what happened right here with Maytag, where they took it right to Mexico, and 4,000 jobs were lost instantaneously. It wasn't even like over a period of time. It was like all of a sudden you lose 4,000 jobs. Many of you folks worked for Maytag and did a great job. You know, the image of Maytag was great. It was great. Now, I don't know what happened to it. You don't even hear about it anymore. I don't know. Whatever happened to Maytag? Tell me. Does anyone know? It just disappeared. It went to Mexico. I think it disappeared. I used to buy a lot of Maytag products. I buy a lot of John Deere products, which is a great company. We can't let that happen to John Deere. It won't happen to John Deere. It won't happen. But I buy a lot of John Deere, millions and millions of dollars worth of John Deere. And I like to buy when I can. I like to buy here. If you look at what's happening, though, with, as an example, Japan, they make Komatsu. And I tell the story of a friend of mine who's in the excavation business, big excavator. That's what he does. He digs. And he uses a lot of excavation equipment. He's always bought Caterpillar. And then recently he was very upset because he bought Komatsu. And it's fine. It's okay. It's not as good, but it's fine. And he was very, very upset and depressed, actually, over that, because all his life he was buying Caterpillar. And he said to me, he said, you know, it's really sad. They've so devalued their currency that he owes it to his family, to his wife, to his employees, to his company, to buy, you know, something for a much lower. He said, I would have paid more, but this was ridiculous. And then you see what's happening with Caterpillar stock. It's going down, and they're getting hurt by many other companies that are outside of this country where they play games with the currency, they manipulate the currency, and they make it very, very hard for our companies to compete. So I just want to tell you that the people here are so spectacular, and I know all about Maytag, and I know, in fact, I guess a couple of you, is Dave here? Are they here? Because a couple of the folks from the area with 60 Minutes, and where's my Domino's pizza, by the way? Where is it? Where is Domino's? Where's the king of Domino's? He's in here someplace. He's making me pizza for the plane. Can you believe it? It's great. No, but I helped some of the folks out because I watched that 60-minute piece, which was catastrophic. But it was, I liked my piece much better. I thought it was very sad what happened. And that was when the whole event took place and what happened to the area. And I helped a lot of people in the town when I saw that because I felt badly. I didn't know I was going to be running for political office. I didn't know that someday, years later, I'd be here talking to the same people. But they always kept in touch, and we actually were using for our advertising, we have a great printer. Where's my printer? Is he here? Tana, is he here? Where is he? My printer. He's done a great job with all of my advertising. Where's Dave? Well, he heard me before. He's probably out of here. You know, he's downstairs. No, he's probably printing our goods. We're doing a... Oh, does he like me? Does he like me? You better. You're his dad. You're better looking than him. No, look at this guy. He looks much better. No, but you got a great boy, right? You have a great boy. But we use him. He's doing a lot of our work for us now. And, you know, we wanted to steer it that way. I don't know. Maybe he's giving us a bad price. Who the hell knows? Right? I don't know.
But he's a good boy and he's doing a good job, and I'm proud of him. I'm proud of the other folks because you had Domino. Come here. Look at your father. Look what he looks like. Look how handsome he is, huh? He said you look like your mom. Huh? So, good job. Do you want to say something to the folks? Say something, Dave. Come on.
Glad to. Thank you. I just want to tell you guys how awesome this is. Everybody, I'm sure, has seen the 60 Minutes piece from 5 years ago. That Monday morning, well, that Sunday night, my cell phone blew up with everybody calling me and texting me. That Monday morning, I had so many calls from so many friends. I had from customers, from suppliers, from competitors, and I got one special call from Mr. Trump. But I did not get one call from one politician, not from the city of Newton, not from the county, not from the state, not a U.S. senator, not a U.S. congressman. Nobody took 5 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 seconds to pick up a phone and give me a call. They could have done it, hell, they could have done it for a photo op, for God's sakes. It was 2 days before the election. But Mr. Trump, out of the goodness of his heart, asked what he could do to help us. And a couple of weeks later, we're in at a hotel in Chicago. We're doing business with him. He promised if he ever ran for president, which I really never thought would happen, I can't figure out why.
5 years ago.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't need another job. He doesn't need a pay raise. He doesn't need anything else to do. I'm sure he's got plenty to do. So when I drove up to Des Moines a couple of months ago and I spoke, I said, you know, maybe it's this simple. Maybe he just wants to help make America great again.
Yeah. Right
on. And I'll tell you one of the ways to help make America great again is everything that we have done. If you're wearing a product from Maxim Advertising tonight, and a lot of you are, you'll look in there and you'll see the label and you'll see Made in the USA. You'll see it on these buttons are made in the USA, those shirts are made in the USA. Everything we do is made here in the USA. And that's the way we put America back to work again. And we do it one job at a time. And people like Mr. Trump are going to make it happen. And I know he's going to make it happen. I pray to God that he is the next president of the United States so we can help make America great again.
Thank you. So nice. Well, you know, he also produced because ultimately if he doesn't produce, can't use him, right? He's got to produce. But I'd say, you're fired, Dave. Get out of here. But he produced, and so did a couple of other people in the area. And I'll let you know about the pizza later because we helped out there, and I'll tell you, I hear it's very good. So I'll let you know. If I don't like it, I'll let you know. But, you know, one of the things I'm just thinking as Dave was speaking, there used to be a time when it said made in America, right? Or made in the USA. That was like a status symbol. That was a great thing. And remember when it said made in Japan, it was always considered to be a cheap product, right? It was always considered to be like not good. And you don't see made in the USA. You don't see those labels anymore. Made in America, made in the USA. You don't see them anymore. We used to see them. But when they said made in Japan, it was incredible. My daughter was telling me, Ivanka, we all know Ivanka. She's great. And she was in Czechoslovakia because relatives. And she said, you know, when she was a little girl growing up and she'd go there for the summer, the people used to put $1 bill. It didn't matter what it was just $1. And they used to attach it. The people from Czechoslovakia, smart people, tough people, make the most incredible glassware. I mean, they're very talented people. They used to take a $1 bill and they'd put it on the windshield and they'd scotch tape it onto the windshield. And they were so proud to have that $1 bill on their car. And they were proud to say that, wow, that's something that was, you know, it's $1. But it was from the United States. And they all had it. And you don't see that anymore. And that's what we need. We need spirit. One of the questions was talking about how do we get people in to go to the schools, go to the different colleges, go to the junior colleges. The head of the college was here, a great guy. And, you know, they feel so beaten. The country doesn't have spirit anymore. In all fairness to Obama, I thought he'd be good for spiritizing. I wasn't sure he was going to be good for something. And I wish he was. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative person. And I'd still like to see him do a great job as president. Now it's too late. It's sort of over. He's going to have to get going fast, right?
So it's not going to happen. But you know what? I thought he would always be good for the, as a cheerleader for the country, which is a very important part for being president, in my opinion. I think it's a very, very important part of being president. When you look at what's going on with ISIS, I have some very good internet people with me, and they actually came here because we're going someplace else that we're doing some crazy deal. And I have some very talented people. And I said, the internet is being used by ISIS to recruit. And what they're doing is they're essentially salesmen. I mean, they're taking our youth. They're taking people, and probably not even our youth, probably some older guys. I know you three are never going to go, right? You are never going. Stand up. Do you think these three are going to be recruited by ISIS? I don't think so. Turn around. Look, I don't think so. I think when ISIS gets them, we've really got problems, okay? But, they're taking our youth. And I said to myself, we're the internet people. We're the one that came up with it. Our companies came up with it. And they're outdoing us on the internet. Think of it. They have tremendous wealth. Remember, I've been saying for a long time, bomb the oil fields, stop their wealth, right? They all said, oh, that's terrible. That's so stupid to do. That's so stupid. I'm really good at this stuff. Now they're bombing the oil fields, right? Right? You notice? And I'm getting credit from some people. Most of the reporters don't, mention it. Even if they know it, they don't want to say it. But I've been saying for a long time. Now I actually took it a step further. I said, bomb the oil fields and keep the oil. They won't do that because they're not smart enough to do that. They'll bomb them, and people will start going back in, and other people will take them. But I've been saying that for a long time, and they're doing a lot of things. One of the things that I was mentioned the other day on one of the show, Morning Joe. I don't know if you ever watched, but Morning Joe's a good guy. Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski. And they were in the office, and they were doing the show, and somebody came up with my book that I wrote in the year 2000, prior to the World Trade Center coming down. And in the book, it was the only political book I had done, except now the new one is doing very well. But, up until this time, the only political book I ever did. And I said, Osama bin Laden, you better check him because he's a bad guy, and he's making a lot of bad threats. This was 2000. And I said, you better check him because he's going to crawl under a rock and he's going to come in, he's going to get us, and you better go get him or check him. And the reason I said, I'm like a smart guy, like all of us, and I would watch this guy making these very terrible statements. So I wrote about a guy named Osama bin Laden. Who knew that he was going to knock down the World Trade Center and thousands of lives and people, by the way, beyond the 3,000 people that died. You have people that are devastated. You have families that are devastated. I see the people every year when they have a vigil. People are just devastated. They're not going to forget what happened to their sons and their daughters and their brothers and fathers and mothers, and they're never going to forget it. A lot of people say time. I don't think you're going to have time. I don't think it's going to be time. So I see what happens, but I said that, and Joe Scarborough said, well, when was that written? It was 2000. Well, it was like 18 months, I guess, before the World Trade Center. He said, whoa, that's amazing. Trump said this before the World Trade Center came down. I do that stuff. That's what we need. We need somebody that knows what's happening, that has an understanding. These politicians don't have it. They don't have it. They're all talk. They're no action. All they want to do is get reelected. They don't give a damn about anybody. And they don't have the ability. They're not going to make good trade deals. They don't know what corporate inversion is, which is basically, the corporations are leaving and they're dropping the jobs here and they're going to other countries. The politicians don't even, I was talking to two of them not so long ago, and I've been bringing it up big because corporate inversion is a big problem. We're going to lose a lot of companies out of this. In the old days, they'd move from New York to Florida to save tax. Now they're moving from the United States to another country, including Asia, to save tax and to get money that they can't bring into this country because we have these tax laws that are so stupid that they don't allow it, and all of that will change if I get in, and it'll change for the positive, and we'll be getting a lot of jobs back. We'll be taking jobs back from China. We'll be taking jobs back from Mexico. Maybe we'll get Maytag back. Do you think we can get them back if they even exist? Do they exist? Where are they? But we'll be bringing a lot of jobs back, and it'll be a whole different story. But we need people that really know what they're doing. I sort of watched that. Yeah, I guess you all saw that article yesterday on Ben Carson, where one of the people that is his chief advisor and consultant said he's incapable of learning about foreign policy. He doesn't understand it. He's incapable of learning. That was on the front page of the New York Times yesterday. That's a problem. That's a problem. It's not what we need. We need, and this is serious business. We can't be nice. We can't be, we have to, this is very, very serious business. So I will only tell you that if I'm lucky enough, and this is such an important place, Iowa is so important, and I'll make this pledge right now. I know a lot of people are talking about moving Iowa to the middle and back of the pack, and you've been hearing it. Iowa's staying right where it is. I tell you right now, it's not moving. I give you my word. I give you my word. You're not moving. You're not moving. And if you win, by the way, boy, do I have power on that one. There's nobody gonna be telling Iowa you're gonna move back 12 weeks, right? So you're staying right where you are. But it's just been great being with you. Why don't we do a few questions, and then you folks go home and enjoy yourselves. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. You and I have seen each other 3 or 4 times since September.
Okay.
You signed my keep-off.
Good.
3 days later, I showed it to Michael Oren in Chicago.
Right.
And he was amazed that you signed this government. And he gave me a Michael Oren dare.
Okay.
And the dare was, I wrote a book with a vision, a dream. I thought it was going to be for Barack Obama. I pitched it to him. He totally blew me away. That he would invite kids from all over the country on the White House grounds and ask every child in the world to root out symbolic weeds of hatred to help fulfill the vision of Martin Luther King. Last September, I even told that to Martin III in Ferguson. Totally blew me away. The dare was, I have already begun getting the Jewish community in the United States, informing them of what my dream is and communicating this dream to you. I think you are the ultimate cheerleader in the United States, and you can make not only America great again, you can make the planet great again.
That's very nice. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I wasn't sure. He was getting a little bit long. I was going to say, hurry up. Now I'm glad I didn't hurry him up. It was a very nice, I appreciate it very much. That's really nice. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Good. National Guard. Good. Where's your dad? Is he here?
No, he had to work today.
That's good. Tell him I said that's what he should be doing. That's good. Go ahead.
But the thing that I'm kind of worried about, knowing that my dad's in the National Guard, he was informed by kind of upper-range bosses and him that social media, big thing, everyone's involved in it, that, military families have now been very restricted on it to where they don't want you to explore, like, where you live, anything to where I don't feel safe within the country. And just kind of with Obama, he's not doing anything about it until he started making a little bit of an effort when it pinpointed the White House with Michelle. And I just think, if he was elected as president, we expect you to succeed that duty, to do everything you can. So I was wanting to know, what are your opinions on just within the week, all these Syrian refugees that we have? A couple people were just caught from ISIS. So
yeah, no, 8 of them were caught. Very simply, we can't take them, folks. We can't take them. We can't take them. It could be a Trojan horse. I looked at the migration. I see these people coming by the hundreds of thousands, and I say, they're men. They're young men. They're strong men. They look like soldiers. I say, where are the women? Now, there's some, a little bit, but not much. And I say, where are the soldiers? What's going on? Why aren't they back fighting? They're supposed to be fighting for their country. Why are they leaving? And you see this mass migration. You see the problems that Germany's having. I mean, I used to think Merkel was good. I think what's happening in Germany is horrendous. It's horrendous. The crime, the problems, these towns, these beautiful towns that never had a problem, and now you look at what's going on in the towns with all of the big problems that they're having. And I'm saying to myself, and by the way, I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we have to take care of them. I don't mind helping. Let's go to Syria. Let's build a big, safe area. There's plenty of land over there. We have land that you never saw so much land. But we build a safe area, and we help. But we have to get other people to help, too. We need Germany to help. We need other countries to help. We need the Gulf states to help. They make a fortune, and they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. They're not taking anybody. They're not spending money. It's always got to be the United States. We owe $19 trillion. We don't know what we're doing. We're led by incompetent people, and we're the ones that want to lead and grab people and bring them in. We don't know who they are. They don't have paperwork. They don't have anything. We're going to have a wall. We're going to have a border. We're going to have such a strong border, and people are going to come into the country. They're going to come in legally. It's a big thing for me. When I announced it, I don't know if you know, but illegal immigration was not a big thing until I announced. When I announced, I said it strongly because I knew there were a lot of problems. And then you had beautiful Kate in San Francisco get shot in the back by a guy that's been here, terrible, right? And you had so many others. You had Jamil in Los Angeles. You had the woman who was a veteran, a military veteran. She was killed, 66 years old, was raped, sodomized, and killed by an illegal immigrant. And many, many more, many, many more. It's not going to happen anymore. We're not going to let it. We're not going to be stupid anymore. We're going to build this country so great, so strong. And I say it, we're going to make it better than ever before. We have a chance to make it, I think, better than ever before. We're going to get a lot of your jobs back in this area because your area got devastated. In one day, it was like gone. You lost 4,000 jobs. They went to Mexico. How does that help this country to allow that to happen? And the laws really gave, in all fairness to Maytag, they gave Maytag like the incentive to go. I guess if you're running a company, maybe it's the right thing to do. It destroyed this section. That's how I got to know you, by watching what destruction took place here when I'm watching 60 Minutes that night. So we're not going to have any. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore. We're going to be the smart people. I've done really well, and one of the reasons I tell you, I've done really well. I put in papers that are monstrous. People are really impressed. They were hoping that my company would be a little tiny company. It turned out to be much bigger, right? It turned out to be much bigger, much stronger, and a tremendous company, very little debt, tremendous cash flows, all of the things that you need, great assets, among the great, Doral and Miami and Turnberry and Scotland. I have great assets and really iconic. And I don't say it bragging. I say it because that's the kind of mentality, whether it's good or bad, but that's the kind of mentality we need in this country. We can't continue to be a laughingstock of the world. We lose every year with China $500 billion in terms of trade imbalance. Think of it, $500 billion. How do you recover from that? They take our jobs, they take our base, they take the manufacturing, they take our money. We're losing $500 billion a year. Last year was 400 and something. This year it's going to be, they say, 505. 505 billion. You have Japan. They don't want your beef. They don't want your beef. How many times do they send it back? The farmers don't want it because they have nationalistic pride. I don't even blame them. But in terms of the cars, I was in Los Angeles a few months ago, and I watched cars pouring off the largest ships I've ever seen. They're going like 50 miles an hour off these ramps into us. No tax, no nothing. And it's fine, except with Japan, it's $70 billion a year of a trade imbalance with this country. So we send them practically nothing. They send us we have all the, see, look, if you're like me, we have all the cards, folks. We have all the cards. Everyone says, oh, well, it's too bad, because they're not business people. Politicians don't know. Our leaders don't know because they're incompetent. But the politicians that I'm running against, they don't even know what corporate inversion is. They don't know. They don't know. It's not their expertise. Their expertise is getting elected. That's all they can do well. They get elected. And I'm doing pretty well because I'm leading them in every poll. So I don't know. That's their expertise. That's their expertise. But we're going to change it. And you're going to be very proud of this country. You're going to be very proud again because right now everybody's depressed. It was my answer to the man with the colleges. I said, he's a great guy. He's done a great job. But we have to get spirit in this country. This country does not have spirit. And we have a tremendous unemployment. Probably it's 25%, not the 5.2 that you read about. That's nonsense. That's put there for the politicians so they look good. You have tremendous unemployment in this country, and it's a real problem. We're going to solve it. Yes, go ahead.
I think you are a great cheerleader for America.
Thank you.
I think you are good on immigration and economics. I am wondering where you stand on giving money to Planned Parenthood when they have the atrocity of selling baby parts.
Yeah, I'm against it. I'm for defunding Planned Parenthood very strongly. Okay? And that's really that's been such a big subject lately, especially when you're looking on television and you're seeing, some of those clips that are terrible. So I am totally for defunding, but we shouldn't be giving to Planned Parenthood. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, you've been in Iowa long enough to know that wind energy is a big deal. We've got a lot of windmills around here.
I was wondering, so our senior senator, Chuck Grassley, just introduced the wind energy
Who is,
production.
by the way, a good guy, Chuck Grassley. He really is a good guy.
He is. Wind energy production tax credit. I was wondering where you stand on that, whether you'd be in favor of that
I'm
tax
fine
credit or
with
not.
it. Look, any form of energy, we got to get away from the Middle East. I will say wind is a problem because it's very expensive to build the towers, very, very expensive. And as you know, when you have $40 oil, it's not economic. So they're going to have to do a subsidy. If they do a subsidy, otherwise wind isn't going to work. Wind is a very expensive form of energy. And it's got problems of storage and lots of other things. But I want to see whatever you can do. Ethanol, I'm totally in favor. I want to see whatever you can do we have to get away from the Middle East. Now, the good news is with the fracking, it turned out with all of the modern technology, over the last 5 years, we never realized it. We're sitting on a gold mine. And we have enough energy under our feet now to take care of us for many, many hundreds of years. So that's so great. We never knew that. 5 years ago, we had no idea. We thought we were going to be reliant on the Middle East and Saudi Arabia. We still should have kept the oil when we left Iraq, right? We should have kept the oil. We didn't do that. Our geniuses didn't do that. They said, "Oh, how could we do such a thing?" But we are a very rich, potentially very rich country. Wind will need subsidy. It's going to have subsidy. Yes, yes, sir. The Carson campaign? He hasn't, dear. I didn't say it. Okay. Go ahead. Now that you have a mic, say exactly what you. I didn't say it. I refuse to get in trouble. Go ahead. Tell. It's true.
My question to you is to give us more of your analysis about the Carson campaign. He's been asked some serious questions about foreign policy. He just sort of looks back with this deer in the headlights look. Is his campaign going to go into free fall now that it's been exposed how little he knows?
I think it is in free fall. I think if you look over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, and maybe I helped it along by making a speech 2 weeks ago, which I thought was a really good speech. I was very proud of it. I spoke for about an hour and a half with no notes, right? Anybody there? All right? I spoke and it was a good speech, but and some people thought it was great and some people thought it was not good because they thought I was too tough, but they were the ones that only watched little snippets because, it's a web. It's like a chess game. And I talked about the Carson campaign, and I talked about it with respect. I'm just saying what he said. First of all, yesterday, as you know, in the New York Times, you saw that piece, but it's all over the place. I mean, it's all over that his and I said it before, his consultant said that he is incapable of learning foreign policy. They were exasperated. We can't have a man incapable of learning foreign policy. Can't have it. They said he was incapable of learning. That's devastating. I mean, this thing is, we love our area, our towns, our cities. We're going to be involved with foreign policy for a little while, folks. We got to get rid of that cancer out there. There's a lot of things happening, and we have to be really good and really sharp on foreign policy, or we're going to have bigger problems than we've ever had. And you understand, I think when I say that, you understand. You're the one that brought it up to me. But then you go into the book, and what I did, and I'm just going to go quickly, but, he wrote a book a while ago before he was going to run for office, and he said he suffers from pathological disease. Pathological disease is a big problem. That's not a curable disease unless you're taking medication. So he's suffering from pathological disease. And he said, he said pathological temper, pathological disease in the same sentence. And I said, that's big. I said, do the people of Iowa know? Because the one person that's staying with me in the polls in Iowa, not elsewhere, not anymore. By the way, the new polls come out, I'm doing great. Do you know in Massachusetts, 48 for Trump, and I think it's 9, right? It's 9 or something for whoever's second, not Carson. But you know why that is? Because Tom Brady likes me. I'm telling you, Tom Brady said great things about me, so that helps. When you're in Massachusetts, if Tom Brady says good things, that helps. And he's a great guy. Tom Brady is a great guy, by the way. And he is a seriously good quarterback. Do we agree? Yes. You could use him on Iowa or Iowa State, but not doing badly, right? Boy, could you guys use him. Iowa's doing very well, and Iowa State's doing good. So anyway, but when you talk, just to finish off, so I talked about that. Then I said, he wrote about he tried to hit his mother over the head with a hammer. I said, what's that? I'll bet nobody in this room did that. but he tried to hit his mother over the head with a hammer. I said, what? And I'm seeing this. And then I see that he hit his friend in the face with a lock, a padlock, boom, really hard. And then I see that he went after another friend with a knife named Bob. But it turned out it wasn't Bob, it was another name, and now they're trying to figure out who it was. I'm telling you, folks, you got a problem there. But, you know, the belt stopped the knife. And I actually got on the stage. I said, the belt can't stop a knife because it twists and turns. If I hit you where the belt is, that knife is going in, right? It's not stopping the belt because it's going to turn and slide. And no, unless you're wearing a UFC belt, unless you're wearing the Ultimate Fighter belt or a Vince McMahon belt, that one's got a pretty good chance. But you're not going to get a belt buckle stopping a knife. It's going to slide. So I went through the whole thing. And we have, I mean, it's ridiculous. And remember this, in order to have credibility, he said these things happened. So when I first heard this, I said, no, you mean he's saying it didn't happen? He said, no, he wants them to have happened. You mean he wants to be known that he went, because otherwise he loses credibility. Well, it turned out that Bob is, it's not Bob. The whole thing is a mess. And hey, folks, you have him doing pretty well in the polls, not me. But I'm glad you asked that question, because the question is, it's a strange thing that's happening. Although I do hear I'm number one in Iowa again. But I did lose my position for a little while, and I wasn't exactly thrilled with that, folks. I wasn't happy with it. Anyway, we've had, by the way, over the last 48 hours, actually since the last debate, because we did well in the last debate, and we've had tremendous polls come down. I mean, really strong, really, really strong polls. We've had some 38 to 20, 38, I think there was one 42 to like 19, 18. And it was in Carson in second. It was, some other people that I'll start doing a number on them because, believe me, lightweights, you don't want to have them. You don't want to have them. So anyway, we've had some tremendous polls come down. Go ahead. Did you have a question? Go ahead.
Mr. Trump,
yes.
You don't have to worry about me because you got me. The main reason is I am, just like what Sam was talking about and my brother here, one of the 379,000 Iowa veterans that have served in the United States Army.
Great.
The main thing that I've done ever since I come out of the military is worked and served for veterans in my own state. And being a past senior vice commander for the Veterans of Foreign Wars Department of Iowa, when you started talking about the American veteran being treated as a third-class American citizen, I want to know, how can you really help us more and more? Because even myself, yes, the VA takes care of a lot of issues, but dental, I got Agent Orange in Vietnam. I have extracted all but 8 of my own teeth by hand because the VA will not do it. And I will have to have dentures. And this is things that you
took them out yourself.
I pulled them all out with these 2 fingers.
He's got more guts than I have.
So
he's a veteran. What can I do?
And
wow.
that's part of life. But we need that help, and that's what I've been battling for. So how can you help change the VA health care?
Well, and one of the reasons I think you feel a warmth is that, I've been the strongest by far toward the veterans. Our veterans are being treated in many cases worse than the illegal immigrants that are coming in. And they used to say the illegal aliens. I never even liked that because that means somebody from outer space, but they were up. Everybody was upset by that term. I like the word illegal immigrant because that's what it is. And they are treated better in many cases than our veterans. And you probably saw 3 weeks ago I put in a plan, which is a very good plan. Some of the veterans are waiting. These are people that fought for us. They've lost arms. They've lost legs. They've lost worse than that. And they can't even get to see a doctor. The waiting time in a reception room for a doctor now is the longest as of 3 months ago on a Wednesday. I remember it was a Wednesday. 3 months ago on a Wednesday is the longest in the history of the Veterans Administration. People would wait 5 or 6 days. I mean, can you imagine you or me or anybody waiting 5 or 6 days to see a doctor? And then sometimes the doctor wouldn't even care or wouldn't be there. In one case, the man said he waited 6 days, and the doctor said, I'm sorry, I'm finished, I'm going on vacation. I'm leaving for vacation after waiting 6 days. So we came up with a plan that I think is great, and it's practical. And it's going to actually, in my opinion, going to cost less because it's not really the money. It's that you have all, a lot of corruption, a lot of crooked stuff. What happens is if you go to the doctor's office and if you have a day wait and you can't get service, you're going to go to a private doctor or you're going to go to a hospital nearby, a public or a private, wherever. You're going to get yourself taken care of. We're going to pay the bill. It's going to be very simple. It's cheaper. It's actually going to be cheaper. But you're going to go into a private doctor or where you can get a real, good everything. And if you don't like them, you'll go to the one that you like. We're going to pay the bill. We're going to take care of it. And that's a lot cheaper than what's happening. Thousands of people, and I had no idea until a year ago, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people are dying, veterans, dying waiting for a doctor on things that could be cured with a pill, with a minor procedure. They're dying. Tens of thousands. I mean, I heard a number so high that it's almost inconceivable, like hundreds of thousands. But tens of thousands of people are dying trying to see a doctor because they can't get in on simple procedures where you can have a simple procedure and you're going to be better, where you can get a prescription and you're going to be better. They can't even get a prescription. So we're going to take care of that. We're going to make the vets proud again to be an American, okay? Okay, how about we'll take one more if it's a good one. If it's a bad one, we'll keep going until we get a good one, okay? Go ahead.
Everybody knows that the public is very tired of the political landscape and the unaccountability of everything. How are you going to help us get some accountability back into the political life?
Well, we're going to get accountability. And, again, I've never been a politician. I've been a huge jobs producer. I've produced tens of thousands of jobs. I've built tremendous projects all over, big businesses and projects, mostly projects, real estate deals. And I'm proud of that. I've taken care of a lot of families. They didn't have to worry about Obamacare, which is a disaster, which we're repealing and replacing. It's a disaster. The premiums, you talk about health care. You see what's going on. The premiums, and I mean, they're going through the roof. So we are going to get people to do the right thing. And we can't elect another politician. I know these people. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I've dealt with politicians all my life. I have nothing against politicians. I said in the other room on the television interview, I said they want to get, the thing they're really good at is getting reelected. And I've dealt with them all my life. I've done very well. If you can't do well with a politician, then you shouldn't be in business, okay? I've done great with the politicians. Now I'm on the other side. I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm putting my own money in. These guys are all using these super PACs. We sent 9 or 11 letters out. We don't want super PACs. We sent letters to these super PACs. I could have so much more money in terms of, well, I have more money than all of them anyway. I mean, but it's my money. But Bush has like $100 million. Bush. He's got all. Let me tell you, he's totally controlled by the people that gave him that money. Bush. So is Rubio. Rubio's totally controlled by the people that gave him the money. Do you know yesterday Rubio was in California doing a fundraiser for himself? Instead of going in, they had a very important committee meeting for ISIS and what's going on with the whole Homeland Security thing. And Rubio was in California doing a fundraiser. He's missed more votes than anybody. His attendance is abysmal. And he wants to be, if I were from Florida, I mean, this isn't your problem, but we elect this guy who's ambitious, and you elect him senator. Then he doesn't show up to vote. I'd be damn angry. And interestingly, in Florida, I'm killing him in the polls. I'm killing him. But I can understand it. If I were from Florida, and I elect this guy, and he's never shows up to vote because he's campaigning, and other people campaign, and they go in and vote, more than him at least, but I would be very angry. But yesterday, with what just happened in Paris, he's out in California and he's raising money so that he can buy ads so that you people can see how wonderful he is, right? And he's out there raising money, and he's not going to Washington to learn about Homeland Security, and he's on one of the committees. I think it's outrageous, I'll tell you. I'm so sick and tired of politicians, and I think it's why I'm doing well. I mean, I can be more politically correct than anybody. Hey, look, I went to Ivy League school, and I was smart. It was a good student. It wasn't hard for me. It was like all of the stuff. But I'll be honest with you. I think that it's now time. This whole thing with political correctness, and I always say, you don't see Merry Christmas anymore, right? Because it's not politically correct. Guess what, folks? When I win, if I win, when I win, whatever, I will tell you, we're going to all be saying Merry Christmas again. That I can tell you. We're going to be saying Merry Christmas again. Okay? So I just want to thank you all. Oh, look at this. I remember him, right? Come on.
All right. Chuck and the guys back there in the back wanted to let you guys, well, one, to thank Mr. Trump again for his time and for coming here, which we appreciate. Let you know that there are brand new, made in America,
That's beautiful.
Trump Make America Great caps again.
I got something out of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's beautiful.
Brand new buttons.
Where is that made?
And
Where's
made in America
I love
right
that
here.
cap. Wow.
Yep, absolutely. That one's for you, by the way. You paid for it.
I did pay. That's beautiful.
And also, Mr. Trump ordered pizza in. There should be Domino's pizza out there from everybody from Scott, and Mr. Trump ordered that in. And just wanted to thank him again for his time here. We really appreciate it, and let's hope that he is the next president of the United States.
Thank you, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. Great honor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And there you go, folks. Donald Trump event in Iowa coming to an end. But don't worry. By popular demand, we are doing an encore presentation of this rally coming up right now. Just in case if you missed it or you came in a little bit too late, we got you covered. Don't worry, guys. Enjoy the encore.
Thank you very much. Look at these guys. Thank you. Sit down, everybody. We'll have a little fun today. You know, we just did the big television thing downstairs. So they said, could you come up and say hello to a few friends? And I would love to do that. And we're going to have a little fun. We'll do some question and answers. And then I'll get back on the plane. I hate to leave Iowa. You know, I hate to leave. Can I stay? Can I stay at your house? Huh? We've had a great relationship with Iowa. We've had a lot of fun. I've been here a lot. I've made so many new friends, and it's been tremendous people. Hardworking people. They love working.
All right, folks, we're going to have to switch gears here. We're going to play this encore a little bit later, but we have to go to live news as well happening right now. Jeb Bush on the campaign trail happening right now.
Passport from Belgium, become a Belgian citizen or have a Belgian passport, you can come into the country without a whole lot of paperwork because we have a waiver program with our closest allies. And so we have to be vigilant over the long haul. This is a commitment for a generation. Destroying ISIS is not going to happen overnight. This is not like a video game. You know, this is a serious threat, but it is the threat of our time. It's not just ISIS, it's radical Islamic terrorism. It's sponsored by the Iranians on one level. The largest sponsor of state-sponsored terrorism is the country we just negotiated with a deal. And then you have ISIS that is the stronger horse right now and sees our weakness in a way that only gain energy. So I do agree with Mayor Giuliani. I think we are under attack and we need to be vigilant. Yes, sir.
Thanks. First of all, thank you for coming and taking our questions. We really appreciate that. I heard an interview this morning with the mayor of Miami Beach, who he's planning for a 3-foot rise in sea level. So I have a two-part question for you. One is,
can you let me know when that's going to happen?
Well, you know, there were predictions of when that's going to happen. I think by 2050. But I guess my question to you is, do you believe in the science that suggests that human activity and carbon dioxide specifically is the cause of what we're seeing in climate change? And secondly, do you think that's a national security issue?
I don't think it's the greatest national security issue. I disagree with Bernie Sanders and Barack Obama on that. I think the greatest threat is I think the climate is changing, and I think man has some contribution in that. The 3-foot number is a way outsized number than what I've seen. I mean, I'm interested in the subject because I live in Miami as well. Not on Miami Beach, but I live 12 feet above sea level. He lives 3 feet above sea level, so his issue is different. But here's what I think we need to do. We need to ensure whether he doesn't know, and I don't know. You don't know. None of us know what the impact is going to be and how long it will take for it to happen. But I think it's appropriate to have policies of adaptation. So in the case of Florida, we have our water supplies right below us. And one of the consequences of a rising tide would be saltwater intrusion into our water supply and flooding. So we need to start looking at land use decisions that would be more appropriate, whether it's 2050 or 2040, than what we have today. And I think the federal government's role in this would be to support local initiatives that might be different in every place as it relates to having an insurance policy that we can have livable communities depending on what happens with the climate. The other role the federal government could play is basic research to find the disruptive technologies that might yield renewable energy at a significantly lower cost. And not try to pick winners and losers, because that's a loser. The Solyndra approach, just take a bunch of money and throw it at the wall and see what happens. Well, venture capital inside the Department of Energy is an oxymoron. This is not. But there is a role for the government to play in basic research over the long haul, because no other entity can do it. And so I think that's another place where we can focus. Here's what I just find really disconcerting. This whole conversation about climate change, the impacts that are being proposed will hurt the poor and working families a lot more than those that have already made it. And we've had a 10% reduction in carbon emissions in the last decade. 10%, more than any country in Europe that I'm aware of. And it's because of the explosion of natural gas in our lives that is less carbon intensive than other sources of energy. We should be celebrating that instead of trying to stop the energy revolution that gives us low-cost energy, that benefits consumers, that gives us a break that we don't normally get. This administration is trying to destroy it. And I just think that's the wrong approach. Ultimately, I am convinced, and this goes back to this, I don't think it's naive optimism. I just believe America is the greatest country on the face of the earth. I just believe it in my heart. I know it to be true. You can't convince me otherwise. Don't even try. I believe that in some garage somewhere, there's somebody that's going to figure this out. And if we have millions of people in pursuit of their own dreams, trying to disrupt the old order, we have a society that allows disruption to take place, where the incumbents aren't always protected, because that's what goes on now in Washington. Most of their energy is to protect those that have already made it, the industries that have made it, those that have made it. If we tear that down a little bit and do what we call in North Florida, let the big dog eat, the big dog's going to find an answer to this. And that's the better approach than mandating it from Washington or mandating it from Paris, which is the other approach that we're going to be hearing about, not the terrorist approach. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the climate change conference that's going to be taking place in the next month. Yes?
Governor,
got a microphone right behind you.
Oh, I do? Okay. Why did that? I'd like to say, first of all, I hope you're not a whole lot different than your brother and your dad, because I voted for them both twice with no regrets. I'm not 100% Jeb yet, but I'm leaning that way.
Come on, brother.
I put down Dynasty and Power tonight to come and listen to you, so there we go. I guess my question is about the VA system. A lot of times I hear the candidates, it's kind of just fluffed off by a number of them saying that there's no excuse that veterans have to wait 90 days for an appointment. First of all, in Manchester, I think it's pretty good in my own opinion.
I've heard that a lot.
It absolutely is. But I'm a Vietnam veteran. I have Agent Orange related issues, and but for my fellow veterans, I want you to know that the problems in the VA run so much deeper than 90 days to get an appointment.
Right.
My question is, are you aware of that? Do you have plans to take care of it?
Absolutely, and I'm the first candidate to go to lay out a pretty comprehensive plan to deal with it. And I'm honored that I have 11 Medal of Honor recipients. We unveiled a lot of the big dog admirals and generals yesterday. We have a strong veterans coalition, and it's not just for political purposes, to listen to them as well. And here's what we laid out about 4 months. In fact, it was the first policy proposal we laid out. Go to jeb2016.com and you can see it. It starts with modernizing the VA across the board, how they procure. They have antiquated procurement systems. Their own Inspector General has pointed out they do a lot of sole source bidding, creates an enormous amount of costs, it slows everything down. Then we propose allowing the Army Corps of Engineers to build the clinics and the hospitals and the maintenance of it, because the VA cannot construct themselves out of a wet paper bag, to use a mixed metaphor here. It's a disaster. I was in Colorado when we unveiled our veterans plan, and Aurora, Colorado has a new hospital being built. Started out at $300 million, which is a sizable slug of dough, I think. It's now at $1.8 billion. I mean, you can't make that up. You got to really work hard to screw up things that bad. And so the Army Corps ought to take that over. I think the VA itself ought to focus on specialties of excellence. So in these unique diseases like Agent Orange or the post-traumatic stress challenges that a lot of the new vets have, or women's veterans issues that are unique, because in your era there weren't as many women that entered the military, and now there's quite a few women. They ought to compete based on the fact that they offer by far and away the best services because of the skill sets they've developed in service of veterans. Prosthetics, dealing with permanent disabilities, which is a big challenge for veterans because we've saved lives. The military's done extraordinarily well saving men and women in uniform that were, had an IED or had all these problems. They've saved lives, but there's a lot more crushed brains. There's a lot more limbs that don't exist, and so creating centers of excellence is part of this. Two things. One, we need career civil service reform. Hillary Clinton said the problems the Republicans are talking about the VA is overstated. You know why she says that? Because she's a captive of the public unions. The public unions make it hard to be able to adapt and modernize the VA. In the case of this waiting list, you've heard about the scandal there, right? Yeah. It's just horrible. Well, the waiting list issue, bonuses for getting people off waiting lists but not giving them care, there's only been 3 people fired. Everybody says that, but my guys keep telling me 3. We got 330,000 people working in the VA, Change. You have to modernize this by reforming the system, and then look, here's my experience in life. The minute someone goes from being a monopoly to a market, a competitive market, is the minute they get better at doing what they do. By giving a card that the veterans, so if your service is fantastic in Manchester, you don't need it. But there are a lot of places where the service isn't that good. Allow them to see their own family physician. Allow them to go to a private clinic, a private hospital. You do that and make it simple. Right now, as you know, in order to access tell veterans that they can freely choose where they want to go. Many will stay inside the Veterans Administration, and they'll get better care because others will pick another option, and you'll get the whole place humming. Because God forbid if their livelihood would be challenged because they don't have enough clients coming to take care of it. What do you think? Got any other suggestions?
No, I think, personally, I only go to the VA for primary care.
Right.
But it is easy to get an appointment in Manchester. I just think there's more to be done. I couldn't agree more about Veterans Choice. They started the program, but it's very, very difficult to participate.
You got to be 30 miles away. You got to take
it's actually 40, I believe.
Then you got 30-day wait if you come on.
So I'm very happy.
What other part of our life you have to wait 30 days to be able to get a service? What other part of the life you have to live? I mean, these are encumbrances to protect the system rather than focus on vets. Two other issues about vets that I think are important that aren't related to the VA, but there are bottom-up solutions to this, and we need to be aware of them and work on them, where the federal government could play a secondary role. And that's homelessness. There should be no homeless vet in America. That should be and employment. We have given how well-trained veterans are in the military, the skills that they earn, the trades that they learn, the information technology, all this stuff. There's so many skilled veterans to provide support and the skills of discipline and leadership that you learn on the battlefield. Those all translate to the private sector, and I think we need to do a better job connecting vets or connecting men and women in the service before they become vets, knowing where they're going to go and helping them in advance. And we don't do that. So the Department of Defense doesn't even coordinate with the VA, for crying out loud. It's like two separate universes, like two planets. Mars and Venus, they don't talk, just like regular family life. We have to have a much more coherent strategy, and that barrier can be torn down by a persistent, determined President of the United States. You can change that. You can tell the Department of Defense Secretary, you want the job, then your first mission is to make sure that 3 months before someone is leaving the military, that the VA knows that that person is leaving, they have a sense of where they're going to go, and the state governments also know. And that community-based organizations in communities that are committed to hiring veterans know as well. So it's pre-planned, that people have a chance to be able to not just be thrown out and then they're on their own.
Very pleased that you look deeper into the...
Love to have your vote now. I know. Are we leaving like this? Or we leaving like this? We kind of upright. I don't know. I can't tell.
Can I still stay tonight?
Of course you can, brother. Come here. Let me give you a hug. Sorry, you guys have been looking at the wrong side of me all day. He's a typical New Hampshire voter. I met some guy. I won't mention his name, but I met a guy. I called him on the phone looking for his support, and he said, "You know what? You're down to. You're on my list of the top 18 people." I said, "Sir, there are only 16 people running." And then I read the paper, he had it down, a reporter asked him, he said, "It's down to 6, and today I saw him and he said, you're in my top 3. So, little by little, I'm a patient man, I'm going to be back a lot, and I'll ask you again.
And Governor, I was going to ask you alluded to it a little bit, and I was asking you to be a little more specific. What would you do to rein in a rogue National Labor Relations Board and overturn some of its job killing policies, such as the ambush election rule, should you be elected president?
Every rule that is work in progress will be frozen, will die. That rule's not complete yet, is it?
I believe it is. It actually started in April. Yes, it is.
Or is that when it was the rule? I thought it was still being challenged in the courts. Okay. So any rule that is in the courts, which is like a lot of them, because people are resisting this through the judicial process, because many times these are unconstitutional. Many times the authority, the regulatory agency doesn't have the authority granted to it by Congress. So I would freeze all those rules, and I would begin the process of repealing these rules that have created an unlevel playing field between labor and management across the board. A lot of executive orders as well about requiring contractors to participate if they want to get federal government contracts as well. There's all sorts of, the lowest hanging fruit is the fruit that you can reach because there is no need to go to Congress. And across the board, you can undo what the president has done in many cases because it's the purview of the executive branch. And I would do that. I would do it as it related to the EPA, to National Labor Relations Board. I think this idea that we're regulating the access to the internet is one of the worst ideas. Using a 1935 law when there was small belt, that was it, to regulate the most dynamic sector of our economy, ultimately threatening whether there'll be regulations not just of access to the internet, but content as well. Creating a public utility will stifle the kind of innovation that will allow us to be the leaders in this area, which we dominate. So across the spectrum of the alphabet soup of government, I would be committed to doing that. Secondly, I'd be committed to shifting as much power back, delegating authority back. That's principally in the EPA realm, but in other areas, not the NLRB, but other areas where they've taken power back, we need to shift it back to the states. Third, I would put men and women that have subject matter expertise on these commissions and boards. It's in Washington world, that's viewed as a conflict. That you actually know something about it. And so political hacks and academics, a lot of academics now, really smart people, very smart, but just no practical experience. And they're creating this idyllic world that doesn't work. This is the progressive liberal dream run amok, where they can plan it all out for us. And practical subject matter expertise in these areas really matters, because there is always the rule of unintended consequences. In this case, I'm beginning to believe that there's also a rule of intended consequences. The president knows what he's doing. He wants to take power away from communities and families and businesses for us to be more dependent upon government. And so putting people in positions that start with their impulse, assuming that people, that there ought to be a focus on dealing with the problem rather than creating rules that create problems for everybody else. Yes? Hang on a second.
Is the U.S. going to stop all Islam's from going into the U.S.?
All Muslims? That's the big debate right now. And what my position is that there ought to be a thorough screening process. First, there ought to be a pause. That the administration ought to tell us exactly how they're going about this. And if we are satisfied, our elected officials are satisfied, and we're satisfied that there is a thorough process, then we should take a limited number of refugees. My personal belief is that our focus ought to be on religious minorities, that it ought to be on Christians. And somehow I got, the president, without mentioning my name, seemed to be said that was offensive. Well, not if you're being beheaded, not if you're being obliterated. I'm a Catholic and I follow these things a little bit, and in Mosul, there had been mass given for the last 1,400 years, no longer. Christians are being obliterated, having to leave. Yazidis, a religious minority, are enslaved by ISIS. There's a unique challenge that I think, and they're not Islamic radical terrorists. They're not. They're Christians, and there's ways to know. There's simple ways to know. Their names, their birth certificates, where they live. This is not the most complicated thing to do. So I think the proper screening process to take a limited number of refugees is fine. But the ultimate way to solve this problem is to solve it in Syria, to be serious about building safe zones. 4 million people leaving their homes, being disrupted, being put in camps, crossing, dangerous waters to go to Europe is not a solution. It's a reaction out of necessity to leave because of the violence. 250,000 people have been killed. This is
All right there, folks, as you can see that there's a signal issue with this event. We will postpone this event right now. Take it back out to the encore of Donald Trump.
Money coming out, but they really like the work and they're proud of their country. And I was telling somebody like me, they love our country and they want to see it really happen.
and lots of problems we have, but we're going to straighten it out. We're going to make it so great. We're going to make it great again. You know what I say is, you're like your hat. That says very distinctly, right? Stand up. Let me see. Look at that hat. Make America great again, right? That's right. So we've had a very interesting time over the last couple of weeks. We did 60 Minutes. I did 60 Minutes not so long ago. You saw that. Then last week, Saturday Night Live. I don't know if anybody saw that. And got much, much, much higher ratings than Hillary Clinton. That's nice, right? So that was good. But I mean, not even close. So that was good. Actually, one of the highest ratings they've had in years. And it was really a lot of fun doing it. What I think I'm going to talk about a little bit, because downstairs some of you were probably at the television show downstairs, and what I want to talk a little bit about is what's going on with respect to the border and illegal immigration. And then we'll do some questions, and I look forward to doing that, actually. But we have to create a border, and we have to have a border. And if we don't have a border, we don't have a country, folks. I mean, we don't have a country. And people are coming in, and they're coming in illegally. And the Border Patrol, who I've really gotten to know a lot of the Border Patrol people, they're fantastic. I was in Laredo, Texas not so long ago, and they are tremendous.
Let's assume just for a brief moment that the intentions are good. The outcome is horrible. It doesn't matter if the intentions are good. This whole notion that somehow challenging people because they may have a good intention, we can't challenge them. You're making it harder for people to save. What good does that do? You know, the idea that you can't. I mean, I tried to set up. I did set up a 401k for my business before I started running. 5 employees. It cost a fortune. I couldn't read the fine print. I had no clue what I was signing. I mean, in essence, I probably was violating the law the minute I signed the thing. And these are all rules that have been imposed by massive rulemaking because of Dodd-Frank. And it's destroying the ability for a lot of people to save. We need to go in the opposite direction to make it easier for people to save. Yes, ma'am.
One of my hot buttons is Social Security and saying that it's an entitlement and it needs to be cut back. I looked at the federal employee benefit package, and they not only have a 401k with matching contributions from the government.
Isn't that a coincidence or kind of?
But they also have a defined benefit pension. Most companies in the country don't have defined benefits anymore. My husband lost his 15 years ago, just before he was ready to 5 years before he was ready to retire. The company said we're no longer offering benefits. If you're over 55, you'll have a pension as to what you would earned up to now, even though you're going to work another 5 years. If you're under 55, we'll give you a check. And, you know, if we're going to cut back on Social Security, which I believe is not an entitlement, it's something we all paid for over the years, if you're going to cut back, you need to look at the federal employee benefit package also and cut back there, because I don't think anybody wants to have their benefits cut, pay taxes, only for it to go to a federal employee. It just doesn't sit well with me.
That's a great point. It's a great point. Let me tell you what my proposal is as it relates to Social Security. I think in my first town hall meeting, I lumped Social Security into the other entitlements, Medicare, Medicaid, Obamacare, and some guy who clearly was at retirement age just drilled me a new one. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's not an entitlement. Like he was sitting like here. And he's right, and I was wrong to use that terminology. This is a supplemental retirement program. This was never intended to be the end-all and be-all that you could, this was all you needed to do to be able to retire. It's a supplemental retirement system. It's deeply underfunded. That's the problem. And it's because of changes in demographics and an inability to recognize that we've been borrowing the money that people have put in, so the power of compounding hasn't gone to the like a traditional pension. What you invest compounds out and allows for you to reach close to parity, right? And then there's all sorts of accounting rules in the private sector that don't allow you to do what we do in the in the government sector. There's no accounting. This is a cash basis. So it is deeply underfunded. And we have changing demographics as well. My plan is to say anybody who is 5 years out from, or 6 years out from retirement, and everybody that has it would keep what they have. Everybody else, there would be the following changes. For every year, you would have a month increase in the retirement age, both the early retirement age and the end retirement age. And you do this to over the next 25 years or 30 years, where you would get to 65 being the early retirement year and 70 being the end year. That you would have a minimum benefit in this supplemental retirement system that would be 125% of the poverty level. Right now it's 80% of the poverty level. And so you would raise the floor for people because the savings rates for a lot of our elders aren't going to allow them to be able to make ends meet. And this would be a recognition of that, if you will, and you would lower the percentage of the benefit that higher income people get. So you would basically compress the benefit structure, lower for higher income people, and raise it, and that reaches kind of parity. You would change the how you calculate the wage amount that gets to the first year's starting benefit. You would allow for people that are at retirement age that work. I'm looking around, no one is retirement age here, everybody's here. But people work for two reasons. They want to. A lot of people continue to work because they want to work. And a lot of people work because they have to work. And so in my tax plan, we're proposing eliminating the employee contribution on the payroll tax, which goes to Social Security. And if you've reached the retirement age, it seems that's the most cost-effective way of helping someone retire. Let them keep the money rather than keep putting it into the system. Everything I just described, based on all of the nerdy actuaries that have looked at this, and we priced it out, and it's been challenged by left and right, gets you to solvency for the next 50 years or 60 years. And I think that is the better approach. We can't overcome the sins of the past by saying, well, we borrow the money, and therefore, we'll ignore the problem. And we can't change the fact that we're getting older each and every year, because that's the Bush plan is that everybody in this room is going to be 10 years older in 10 years. That's my plan. I'm sticking with it. But we now have, we're close to 3 to 1, 3 workers paying for 1 retiree. And now it started at 19 or 20 to 1, and now it's going to be 2 to 1 in the next 30 years. That's not sustainable. And so changing the system has to be done. And I thank you for reminding me that it's not an entitlement, because it isn't. Yes, ma'am.
What about the federal employee benefits? The
federal employee benefits across the board. This is a real beef that people legitimately have. Federal benefits, wages and benefits are, by one report I saw, 40% higher than like-kind work in the private sector. This has happened not just in the Obama years. This has happened kind of incrementally over an extended period of time. And we need to readjust that. One of the things that I think that you could start with is that Congress, when they pass laws, they ought to apply to them. Right. That kind of gets everybody thinking a little different when you're passing Obamacare, this abomination, complicated beyond belief, that now has created higher costs for 90% of the people and lower costs for about 10% of the people. This system would not have happened had Congress really thought it through, instead of saying, well, we'll read it later. And if you've made it that everything that they do in terms of what they pass, that the president and the Congress have to live by it, I think that would be a good thing. I don't know, as it relates to the retirement system, I'd have to look at the specifics of it, but my guess is it's a really rich plan. I'm not surprised.
It's twice as much as the average Social Security payment.
Okay.
That's the benefit payment.
So I have,
the retired,
and then you have the 401k element.
Then they get the 401k, and they also collect Social Security.
So
they have 3 incomes.
Just so you all understand that I'm not being a hypocrite about this, I didn't take a pension because I didn't think. I wanted to be all in on the service side of this, and it was I had 2 things that might be different. I had a countdown clock in my second term. I knew the exact second the number of seconds left I had to serve. And I didn't take a pension because I didn't want it to be about, that. I didn't tell anybody. If someone found out, it was public, so I'm saying it now. And I just think this should be about, government is about serving. They're the servant, we're the master. And it doesn't look that way right now because of all these imbalances. Yes?
Hey, so I'm a recent college graduate who started in the workforce.
What are you doing? What's
I
your
work
job?
for Procter & Gamble. I'm in sales and marketing for them. So I work down in Boston, actually. I drove up for you just to see you.
Thank you.
So I've been taking full advantage of the primaries and all the town halls that come along with it. But I think you'll find that being a millennial or a college graduate, a woman, that I'm probably an anomaly for someone my age, interested in conservative politics. So I'm curious, with your campaign, what are you doing and what is the Republican Party doing to get millennials involved and get their vote? Because we have no future as a Republican Party without the younger vote.
It's totally true. I think we have over 300 college campuses that we're organizing, for starters, which is by far and away the most. We have a YP, Young Professionals Group. I'd love to have you join that. That's both fundraising and political activity. My sons are the heads of that. We're doing, this won't be as big a deal up in New England because the college football here is not like stellar. You save all your energy for undefeated national NFL teams. Right, Gronkowski? So we do tailgate parties on college campuses. I'm going to the Egg Bowl, Mississippi State. I've gone to 4 of these games, and you generate a tremendous amount of interest. So we're all in terms of just engagement with the millennials. I think the Republican Party is doing a better job with digital media, and we're doing as best we can, which is got to be the means by which we connect with millennials. And then it's the message, it's the content of the message. So my story is this. How's this working out for you, all this hope and change stuff? Obamacare. It is unraveling already, but the whole premise is to find young, healthy people and force them to join the exchanges so that sicker, older people can be subsidized. How's that student loan thing working out where Obamacare nationalized the student loan program and we've doubled the debt? Recourse debt on the backs of young people who now have to pay off that debt before they can start their lives. And we will have in the next 3 weeks a dramatic proposal to change that. Not free college. After you nationalize the student loan program, then you're going to create free college and just, have the tooth fairy come and pay off the student debt and all the deficit that goes along with it. That's not reality based. You go through the litany of things. Well, how's this working out where, people are stuck in their jobs? We don't have the kind of, the volatility that typically exists in a vibrant economy where young people can actually get the first rung of the ladder. That's been stymied. So across the spectrum of life, I think we focus on the economic issues, we'll win. That's my belief. If we get distracted into other issues where there might be differences of opinion, then we're going to have less of a success. But I tell you what, I don't think that Hillary Clinton is connecting with young voters the way that Barack Obama did.
I would agree with that. I think a lot of my friends are Bernie Sanders fans, which I don't believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
No, I see. They come to our town hall meetings as well. They're pretty passionate about it. I respect that. But $19 trillion of new spending over 10 years is so far the tab that there's a Bernie tab on spending. If you want to be a young person, you should be shuddering at that possible thought because you will be paying off the sins of your parents for the rest of your life if we embrace the progressive liberal agenda anymore. One more question. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Governor. Kind of a follow-on question to what she just asked. Cyber is emerging in our world as a threat equal to or greater than conventional in some cases.
Yes, it is.
What do you have in your platform to address cyber defense of both civilian infrastructure, military assets, and intellectual property?
Well, go to jeb2016.com. Sound like a broken record. We actually have a pretty in-depth policy on this. We've made a big commitment to policy, even though it doesn't appear now, up till now, that policy really matters. It's more about personality and saying the more outrageous thing that draws people. But that's going to change. And in the cybersecurity area, we need to have better coordination between the public and private sector. Right now, the mistrust is so deep that there's very little cooperation. It's important to have cooperation because if someone is trying to hack into a server in a private entity and they have their sophisticated response to it could be shared, that information could be shared, it secures all the other servers as well, which means that you're going to have to limit liability for private companies so they can cooperate with the government. Similarly, the government needs to cooperate with private companies that could be threatened. We need to make sure that all of the vital infrastructure we double down on security protections. The grid being the dominant one, the talk about hacking into the grid would create chaos in our country, and so we need to make sure that the basic infrastructure is protected. Third, the federal government needs to raise the level of their game, for crying out loud. We have, across the spectrum of the federal government, there are Inspector General reports that show that we're not serious about it, that we're applying old technologies to try to protect, create the firewalls to protect ourselves. And we have this egregious situation where the Office of Personnel Management, the HR department for the federal government, was hacked into by the Chinese government, and up to 23 million files are in the hands of the Chinese right now. Anybody in this room that has a security clearance, which is a 100-page document. Of course, the federal government couldn't do it in 10 pages, 3 pages, 100 pages, a treasure trove of information in the hands of the Chinese. So we need to focus on this. And I would task the intelligence agencies to be responsible for all of the federal government because they have the skill sets. The Office of Personnel Management is kind of like the Veterans Administration as it relates to construction. They don't have the capabilities to do this, but the NSA and other agencies should be tasked to do this. And then we need to build our offensive capability up. These attacks are aggressive, attacks that under the surface, so they don't feel like it's a war, but it's done to defeat us. It's done to destabilize us. This isn't done because they're our friends. It's done to gain advantage over us. And so if we built a counter capability that was second to none, we could get to a point of deterrence. That's how life works. If they know, whoever they is, it could be a private hacker, it could be a rogue, it could be ISIS. ISIS has now they've got an information technology desk for budding jihadists with encrypted means to get into so you can get your information about how you recruit other people. Whatever the attack is, likely to be China, Russia, or private hackers, we should let them know that we'll come back at them with a force that will wipe them out as it relates to cyber. And so that would be the biggest deterrent effect, I think, of anything else. And I don't know if we have that capability because that requires security clearances, and unlike you, sir, my security clearance I don't have, so the Chinese don't have my information about who my best friend was when I was 21 years old. But my guess is we do have the capacity to do it if we were serious, and I think we need to do that. Any other thoughts?
Well, my package is one of the ones that the Chinese have now, so they have good backups. But I just wanted to ask where it was. It's something that has to be on the radar of anyone like yourself that wants to be 21st century.
Yeah, well, the speech I gave yesterday brought this up as part of our military strategy that we need to upgrade our capabilities. I don't think they're bad. I just don't think we have the leadership to make it as serious a priority as it needs to be. I think there's incredible talent. And when you combine that with the private sector, which is globally leading, I mean, our technology capabilities out in California and other places is best of class. And we created an environment where there was greater trust and cooperation. I think we could resist any challenge coming our way. Thank you all very much. I hope you have a wonderful day.
All right, folks. There we go. Jeb Bush completing his town hall in New Hampshire. Now we're going to get you back out to that encore that we did promise. Don't worry, this will we will not interrupt this anymore, as no more events are scheduled, it looks like. So let's get you back out to Iowa. Encore of Donald Trump. It's happening right now, folks.
People, but they're told to stand down. Literally use that term, very military term. But they're told to stand down. And they want to do their job, and they can't do their job. They're not allowed to do their job. Now, as you know, an executive order was signed, and shockingly, we actually just won in court. Can you believe that? I mean, it was challenged, and we won in court, and because we won in court, that order is so far going to be out. Now, they'll probably appeal it. Maybe they'll appeal it. I think they have to probably appeal it. But President Obama signed an executive order that basically said everybody just pour right into our country, pour right in. And no other country does that. If you look at Mexico, it's impossible to become a citizen of Mexico. If anybody in this room, including me, want to become a citizen of Mexico, you can't do it. It's almost impossible. One of the hardest countries in the world. And yet Mexico, who I love the people of Mexico. I have many, many people from Mexico working for me. I have over the years, tens of thousands of people I've hired for jobs. One thing I say, I will be the greatest jobs president that God ever created. That's one thing I can tell you, 100%. There won't be a jobs president. There won't be a jobs president. I mean, I understand. We're losing our jobs. They're being taken away. We were talking about what happened right here with Maytag, where they took it right to Mexico, and 4,000 jobs were lost instantaneously. It wasn't even like over a period of time. It was like all of a sudden you lose 4,000 jobs. Many of you folks worked for Maytag and did a great job. You know, the image of Maytag was great. It was great. Now, I don't know what happened to it. You don't even hear about it anymore. I don't know. Whatever happened to Maytag? Tell me. Does anyone know? It just disappeared. It went to Mexico. I think it disappeared. I used to buy a lot of Maytag products. I buy a lot of John Deere products, which is a great company. We can't let that happen to John Deere. It won't happen to John Deere. It won't happen. But I buy a lot of John Deere, millions and millions of dollars worth of John Deere. And I like to buy when I can. I like to buy here. If you look at what's happening, though, with, as an example, Japan, they make Komatsu. And I tell the story of a friend of mine who's in the excavation business, big excavator. That's what he does. He digs. And he uses a lot of excavation equipment. He's always bought Caterpillar. And then recently he was very upset because he bought Komatsu. And it's fine. It's okay. It's not as good, but it's fine. And he was very, very upset and depressed, actually, over that, because all his life he was buying Caterpillar. And he said to me, he said, you know, it's really sad. They've so devalued their currency that he owes it to his family, to his wife, to his employees, to his company to buy, you know, something for a much lower. He said, I would have paid more, but this was ridiculous. And then you see what's happening with Caterpillar stock. It's going down, and they're getting hurt by many other companies that are outside of this country where they play games with the currency, they manipulate the currency, and they make it very, very hard for our companies to compete. So I just want to tell you that the people here are so spectacular, and I know all about Maytag, and I know, in fact, I guess a couple of you, is Dave here? Are they here? Because a couple of the folks from the area with 60 Minutes, and where's my Domino's pizza, by the way? Where is it? Where is Domino's? Where's the king of Domino's? He's in here someplace. He's making me pizza for the plane. Can you believe it? It's great. No, but I helped some of the folks out because I watched that 60-minute piece, which was catastrophic. But it was, I liked my piece much better. I thought it was very sad what happened. And that was when the whole event took place and what happened to the area. And I helped a lot of people in the town when I saw that because I felt badly. I didn't know I was going to be running for political office. I didn't know that someday, years later, I'd be here talking to the same people. But they always kept in touch. And we actually were using for our advertising, we have a great printer. Where's my printer? Is he here? Tana, is he here? Where is he? My printer. He's done a great job with all of my advertising. Where's Dave? Well, he heard me before. He's probably out of here. You know, he's downstairs. No, he's probably printing our goods. We're doing a... Oh. Does he like me? Does he like me? You better. You're his dad. You're better looking than him. No, look at this guy. He looks much better. No, but you got a great boy, right? You have a great boy. But we use him. He's doing a lot of our work for us now. And, you know, we wanted to steer it that way. I don't know. Maybe he's giving us a bad price. Who the hell knows? Right? I don't know. But he's a good boy and he's doing a good job, and I'm proud of him. And I'm proud of the other folks because you had Domino. Come here. Look at your father. Look what he looks like. Look how handsome he is, huh? He said you look like your mom. Huh? So, good job. Do you want to say something to the folks? Say something, Dave. Come on.
Glad to. Thank you. I just want to tell you guys how awesome this is. Everybody, I'm sure, has seen the 60 Minutes piece from 5 years ago. That Monday morning, well, that Sunday night, my cell phone blew up with everybody calling me and texting me. That Monday morning, I had so many calls from so many friends. I had from customers, from suppliers, from competitors, and I got one special call from Mr. Trump. But I did not get one call from one politician, not from the city of Newton, not from the county, not from the state, not a U.S. senator, not a U.S. congressman. Nobody took 5 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 seconds to pick up a phone and give me a call. They could have done it, hell, they could have done it for a photo op, for God's sakes. It was 2 days before the election. But Mr. Trump, out of the goodness of his heart, asked what he could do to help us. And a couple of weeks later, we're in a hotel in Chicago. We're doing business with him. He promised if he ever ran for president, which I really never thought would happen. I can't figure out why.
5 years ago.
Yeah, he doesn't need another job. He doesn't need a pay raise. He doesn't need anything else to do. I'm sure he's got plenty to do. So when I drove up to Des Moines a couple of months ago and I spoke, I said, maybe it's this simple. Maybe he just wants to help make America great again.
Yeah. Right on.
And I'll tell you one of the ways to help make America great again is everything that we have done. If you're wearing a product from Maxim Advertising tonight, and a lot of you are, you'll look in there and you'll see the label and you'll see Made in the USA. You'll see it on these buttons are made in the USA, those shirts are made in the USA. Everything we do is made here in the USA. And that's the way we put America back to work again. And we do it one job at a time. And people like Mr. Trump are going to make it happen. And I know he's going to make it happen. I pray to God that he is the next president of the United States so we can help make America great again.
Thank you. So nice. Well, he also produced because ultimately, if he doesn't produce, can't use him, right? You've got to produce. But I'd say, you're fired, Dave. Get out of here. But he produced, and so did a couple of other people in the area. And I'll let you know about the pizza later because we helped out there, and I'll tell you, I hear it's very good. So I'll let you know. If I don't like it, I'll let you know. But, one of the things I'm just thinking as Dave was speaking, there used to be a time when it said Made in America, right? Or Made in the USA. That was like a status symbol. That was a great thing. And remember when it said Made in Japan, it was always considered to be a cheap product, right? It was always considered to be like not good. And you don't see Made in the USA. You don't see those labels anymore. Made in America, Made in the USA. You don't see them anymore. We used to see them. But when they said Made in Japan, it was incredible. My daughter was telling me, Ivanka, we all know Ivanka. She's great. And she was in Czechoslovakia because relatives. And she said, when she was a little girl growing up and she'd go there for the summer, the people used to put a dollar bill. It didn't matter what it was just $1, and they used to attach it. The people from Czechoslovakia, smart people, tough people, make the most incredible glassware. I mean, they're very talented people. They used to they used to take a dollar bill and they'd put it on the windshield and they'd scotch tape it onto the windshield. And they were so proud to have that dollar bill on their car. And they were proud to say that, wow, that's something that was, it's a dollar. But it was from the United States. And they all had it. And you don't see that anymore. And that's what we need. We need spirit. One of the questions was talking about how do we get people in to go to the schools, go to the different colleges, go to the junior colleges. The head of the college was here, a great guy. And, they feel so beaten. The country doesn't have spirit anymore. In all fairness to Obama, I thought he'd be good for spiritizing. I wasn't sure he was going to be good for something. And I wish he was. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative person. And I'd still like to see him do a great job as president. Now it's too late. It's sort of over. Boy, he's going to have to get going fast, right? So it's not going to happen. But you know what? I thought he would always be good for the, as a cheerleader for the country, which is a very important part for being president, in my opinion. I think it's a very, very important part of being president. When you look at what's going on with ISIS, I have some very good internet people with me, and they actually came here because we're going someplace else that we're doing some crazy deal. And I have some very talented people. And I said, the internet is being used by ISIS to recruit. And what they're doing is they're essentially salesmen. I mean, they're taking our youth. They're taking people, and probably not even our youth, probably some older guys. I know you three are never going to go, right? You are never going. Stand up. Do you think these three are going to be recruited by ISIS? I don't think so. Turn around. Look, I don't think so. I think when ISIS gets them, we've really got problems, okay? But, they're taking our youth. And I said to myself, we're the internet people. We're the one that came up with it. Our companies came up with it. And they're outdoing us on the internet. Think of it. They have tremendous wealth. Remember, I've been saying for a long time, bomb the oil fields, stop their wealth, right? They all said, oh, that's terrible. That's so stupid to do. That's so stupid. I'm really good at this stuff. Now they're bombing the oil fields, right? Right? You notice? And I'm getting credit from some people. Most of the reporters don't, mention it. Even if they know it, they don't want to say it. But I've been saying for a long time. Now I actually took it a step further. I said, bomb the oil fields and keep the oil. They won't do that because they're not smart enough to do that. They'll bomb them, and people will start going back in, and other people will take them. But I've been saying that for a long time, and they're doing a lot of things. One of the things that I was mentioned the other day on one of the show, Morning Joe. I don't know if you ever watched, but Morning Joe's a good guy. Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski. And they were in the office, and they were doing the show, and somebody came up with my book that I wrote in the year 2000, prior to the World Trade Center coming down. And in the book, it was the only political book I had done, except now the new one is doing very well. But, up until this time, the only political book I ever did. And I said, Osama bin Laden, you better check him because he's a bad guy, and he's making a lot of bad threats. This was 2000. And I said, you better check him because he's going to crawl under a rock and he's going to come in, he's going to get us, and you better go get him or check him. And the reason I said, I'm like a smart guy, like all of us, and I would watch this guy making these very terrible statements. So I wrote about a guy named Osama bin Laden. Who knew that he was going to knock down the World Trade Center? And thousands of lives, and people, by the way, beyond the 3,000 people that died, you have people that are devastated. You have families that are devastated. I see the people every year when they have a vigil. People are just devastated. They're not going to forget what happened to their sons and their daughters and their brothers and fathers and mothers, and they're never going to forget it. A lot of people say time. I don't think you're going to have time. I don't think it's going to be time. So I see what happens, but I said that, and Joe Scarborough said, well, when was that written? It was 2000. Well, it was like 18 months, I guess, before the World Trade Center. He said, whoa, that's amazing. Trump said this before the World Trade Center came down. I do that stuff. That's what we need. We need somebody that knows what's happening, that has an understanding. These politicians don't have it. They don't have it. They're all talk. They're no action. All they want to do is get reelected. They don't give a damn about anybody. And they don't have the ability. They're not going to make good trade deals. They don't know what corporate inversion is, which is basically, the corporations are leaving and they're dropping the jobs here and they're going to other countries. The politicians don't even, I was talking to two of them not so long ago, and I've been bringing it up big because corporate inversion is a big problem. We're going to lose a lot of companies out of this. In the old days, they'd move from New York to Florida to save tax. Now they're moving from the United States to another country, including Asia, to save tax and to get money that they can't bring into this country because we have these tax laws that are so stupid that they don't allow it, and all of that will change if I get in, and it'll change for the positive, and we'll be getting a lot of jobs back. We'll be taking jobs back from China. We'll be taking jobs back from Mexico. Maybe we'll get Maytag back. Do you think we can get them back if they even exist? Do they exist? Where are they? But we'll be bringing a lot of jobs back, and it'll be a whole different story. But we need people that really know what they're doing. I sort of watched that. Yeah, I guess you all saw that article yesterday on Ben Carson, where one of the people that is his chief advisor and consultant said he's incapable of learning about foreign policy. He doesn't understand it. He's incapable of learning. That was on the front page of the New York Times yesterday. That's a problem. That's a problem. It's not what we need. We need, and this is serious business. We can't be nice. This is very, very serious business. So I will only tell you that if I'm lucky enough, and this is such an important place, Iowa is so important, and I'll make this pledge right now. I know a lot of people are talking about moving Iowa to the middle and back of the pack, and you've been hearing it. Iowa's staying right where it is. I tell you right now, it's not moving. I give you my word. I give you my word. You're not moving. You're not moving. And if you win, by the way, boy, do I have power on that one. There's nobody gonna be telling Iowa you're gonna move back 12 weeks, right? So you're staying right where you are. But it's just been great being with you. Why don't we do a few questions, and then you folks go home and enjoy yourselves. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. You and I have seen each other 3 or 4 times since September.
Okay.
You signed my keep-off.
Good.
3 days later, I showed it to Michael Oren in Chicago.
Right.
And he was amazed that you signed this government. And he gave me a Michael Oren dare.
Okay.
And the dare was, I wrote a book with a vision, a dream. I thought it was going to be for Barack Obama. I pitched it to him. He totally blew me away. That he would invite kids from all over the country on the White House grounds and ask every child in the world to root out symbolic weeds of hatred to help fulfill the vision of Martin Luther King. Last September, I even told that to Martin III in Ferguson. Totally blew me away. The dare was that I have already begun getting the Jewish community in the United States, informing them of what my dream is and communicating this dream to you. I think you are the ultimate cheerleader in the United States, and you can make not only America great again, you can make the planet great again.
That's very nice. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I wasn't sure. He was getting a little bit long. I was going to say, hurry up. Now I'm glad I didn't hurry him up. It was a very nice. I appreciate it very much. That's really nice. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Good. National Guard. Good. Where's your dad? Is he here?
No, he had to work today.
That's good. Tell him I said that's what he should be doing. That's good. Go ahead.
But the thing that I'm kind of worried about, knowing that my dad's in the National Guard, he was informed by kind of upper-range bosses and him that social media, big thing, everyone's involved in it, that, military families have now been very restricted on it to where they don't want you to explore, like, where you live, anything to where I don't feel safe within the country. And just kind of with Obama, he's not doing anything about it until he started making a little bit of an effort when it pinpointed the White House with Michelle. And I just think, if he was elected as president, we expect you to succeed that duty, to do everything you can. So I was wanting to know, what are your opinions on just within the week, all these Syrian refugees that we have? A couple people were just caught from ISIS. So
yeah, no, 8 of them were caught. Very simply, we can't take them, folks. We can't take them. We can't take them. It could be a Trojan horse. I looked at the migration. I see these people coming by the hundreds of thousands, and I say, they're men. They're young men. They're strong men. They look like soldiers. I say, where are the women? Now, there's some, a little bit, but not much. And I say, where are the soldiers? What's going on? Why aren't they back fighting? They're supposed to be fighting for their country. Why are they leaving? And you see this mass migration. You see the problems that Germany's having. I mean, I used to think Merkel was good. I think what's happening in Germany is horrendous. It's horrendous. The crime, the problems, these towns, these beautiful towns that never had a problem, and now you look at what's going on in the towns with all of the big problems that they're having. And I'm saying to myself, and by the way, I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we have to take care of them. I don't mind helping. Let's go to Syria. Let's build a big, safe area. There's plenty of land over there. We have land that you never saw so much land. But we build a safe area, and we help. But we have to get other people to help, too. We need Germany to help. We need other countries to help. We need the Gulf states to help. They make a fortune, and they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. They're not taking anybody. They're not spending money. It's always got to be the
That's very
United
nice.
States.
Thank
We
you.
owe $19 trillion. We don't know what we're doing. We're led by incompetent people, and we're the ones that want to lead and grab people and bring them in. We don't know who they are. They don't have paperwork. They don't have anything. We're going to have a wall. We're going to have a border. We're going to have such a strong border, and people are going to come into the country. They're going to come in illegally. It's a big thing for me. When I announced it, I don't know if you know, but illegal immigration was not a big thing until I announced. When I announced, I said it strongly because I knew there were a lot of problems. And then you had beautiful Kate in San Francisco get shot in the back by a guy that's been here, terrible, right? And you had so many others. You had Jamil in Los Angeles. You had the woman who was a veteran, a military veteran. She was killed 66 years old, was raped, sodomized, and killed by an illegal immigrant. And many, many more, many, many more. It's not going to happen anymore. We're not going to let it. We're not going to be stupid anymore. We're going to build this country so great, so strong. And I say it, we're going to make it better than ever before. We have a chance to make it, I think, better than ever before. We're going to get a lot of your jobs back in this area because your area got devastated. In one day, it was like gone. You lost 4,000 jobs. They went to Mexico. How does that help this country to allow that to happen? And the laws really gave, in all fairness to Maytag, they gave Maytag like the incentive to go. I guess if you're running a company, maybe it's the right thing to do. It destroyed this section. That's how I got to know you, by watching what destruction took place here when I'm watching 60 Minutes that night. So we're not going to have any. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore. We're going to be the smart people. I've done really well, and one of the reasons I tell you, I've done really well. I put in papers that are monstrous. People are really impressed. They were hoping that my company would be a little tiny company. It turned out to be much bigger, right? It turned out to be much bigger, much stronger, and a tremendous company, very little debt, tremendous cash flows, all of the things that you need, great assets, among the great Doral and Miami and Turnberry and Scotland. I have great assets and really iconic. And I don't say it bragging. I say it because that's the kind of mentality, whether it's good or bad, but that's the kind of mentality we need in this country. We can't continue to be a laughingstock of the world. We lose every year with China $500 billion in terms of trade imbalance. Think of it, $500 billion. How do you recover from that? They take our jobs, they take our base, they take the manufacturing, they take our money. We're losing $500 billion a year. Last year was 400 and something. This year it's going to be, they say, 505. $505 billion. You have Japan. They don't want your beef. They don't want your beef. How many times do they send it back? The farmers don't want it because they have nationalistic pride. I don't even blame them. But in terms of the cars, I was in Los Angeles a few months ago, and I watched cars pouring off the largest ships I've ever seen. They're going like 50 miles an hour off these ramps into us. No tax, no nothing. And it's fine, except with Japan, it's $70 billion a year of a trade imbalance with this country. So we send them practically nothing. They send us we have all the, see, look, if you're like me, we have all the cards, folks. We have all the cards. Everyone says, oh, well, it's too bad, because they're not business people. Politicians don't know. Our leaders don't know because they're incompetent. But the politicians that I'm running against, they don't even know what corporate inversion is. They don't know. They don't know. It's not their expertise. Their expertise is getting elected. That's all they can do well. They get elected. And I'm doing pretty well because I'm leading them in every poll. So I don't know. That's their expertise. That's their expertise. But we're going to change it. And you're going to be very proud of this country. You're going to be very proud again because right now everybody's depressed. It was my answer to the man with the colleges. I said, he's a great guy. He's done a great job. But we have to get spirit in this country. This country does not have spirit. And we have a tremendous unemployment. Probably it's 25%, not the 5.2 that you read about. That's nonsense. That's put there for the politicians so they look good. You have tremendous unemployment in this country, and it's a real problem. We're going to solve it. Yes, go ahead.
I think you are a great cheerleader for America.
Thank you.
I think you are good on immigration and economics. I am wondering where you stand on giving money to Planned Parenthood when they have the atrocity of selling baby parts.
Yeah, I'm against it. I'm for defunding Planned Parenthood very strongly. Okay? And that's really that's been such a big subject lately, especially when you're looking on television and you're seeing, some of those clips that are terrible. So I am totally for defunding, but we shouldn't be giving to Planned Parenthood. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Well, you've been in Iowa long enough to know that wind energy is a big deal. We've got a lot
Right.
of windmills around here. I was wondering, so our senior senator, Chuck Grassley, just introduced the wind energy
Who is,
production.
by the way, a good guy, Chuck Grassley. He really is a good guy.
He is. Wind energy production tax credit. I was wondering where you stand on that, whether you'd be in favor of that
I'm
tax
fine
credit or
with
not.
it. Look, any form of energy, we got to get away from the Middle East. I will say wind is a problem because it's very expensive to build the towers, very, very expensive. And as you know, when you have $40 oil, it's not economic. So they're going to have to do a subsidy. If they do a subsidy, otherwise wind isn't going to work. Wind is a very expensive form of energy. And it's got problems of storage and lots of other things. But I want to see whatever you can do. Ethanol, I'm totally in favor. I want to see whatever you can do we have to get away from the Middle East. Now, the good news is with the fracking, it turned out with all of the modern technology, over the last 5 years, we never realized it. We're sitting on a gold mine. And we have enough energy under our feet now to take care of us for many, many hundreds of years. So that's so great. We never knew that. 5 years ago, we had no idea. We thought we were going to be reliant on the Middle East and Saudi Arabia. We still should have kept the oil when we left Iraq, right? We should have kept the oil. We didn't do that. Our geniuses didn't do that. They said, "Oh, how could we do such a thing?" But we are a very rich, potentially very rich country. Wind will need subsidy. It's going to have subsidy. Yes, yes, sir. We can't take them, folks. We can't take them. The Carson campaign? He has a dear. I didn't say it. Okay. Go ahead. Now that you have a mic, say exactly what you. I didn't say it. I refuse to get in trouble. Go ahead. Tell. It's true.
My question to you is to give us more of your analysis about the Carson campaign. He's been asked some serious questions about foreign policy. He just sort of looks back with this deer in the headlights look. Is his campaign going to go into free fall now that it's been exposed how little he knows?
I think it is in free fall. I think if you look over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, and maybe I helped it along by making a speech 2 weeks ago, which I thought was a really good speech. I was very proud of it. I spoke for about an hour and a half with no notes, right? Anybody there? All right? I spoke and it was a good speech, but and some people thought it was great, and some people thought it was not good because they thought I was too tough. But they were the ones that only watched little snippets, because it's a web. It's like a chess game. And I talked about the Carson campaign, and I talked about it with respect. I'm just saying what he said. First of all, yesterday, as you know, in the New York Times, you saw that piece, but it's all over the place. I mean, it's all over that his and I said it before. His consultant said that he is incapable of learning foreign policy. They were exasperated. We can't have a man incapable of learning foreign policy. Can't have it. They said he was incapable of learning. That's devastating. I mean, this thing is, we love our area, our towns, our cities. We're going to be involved with foreign policy for a little while, folks. We got to get rid of that cancer out there. There's a lot of things happening, and we have to be really good and really sharp on foreign policy, or we're going to have bigger problems than we've ever had. And you understand, I think when I say that, you understand. You're the one that brought it up to me. But then you go into the book, and what I did, and I'm just going to go quickly, but, he wrote a book a while ago before he was going to run for office, and he said he suffers from pathological disease. Pathological disease is a big problem. That's not a curable disease unless you're taking medication. So he's suffering from pathological disease. And he said, he said pathological temper, pathological disease in the same sentence. And I said, that's big. I said, do the people of Iowa know? Because the one person that's staying with me in the polls in Iowa, not elsewhere, not anymore. By the way, the new polls come out, I'm doing great. Do you know in Massachusetts, 48 for Trump, and I think it's 9, right? It's 9 or something for whoever's second, not Carson. But you know why that is? Because Tom Brady likes me. I'm telling you, Tom Brady said great things about me, so that helps. When you're in Massachusetts, if Tom Brady says good things, that helps. And he's a great guy. Tom Brady's a great guy, by the way, and he is a seriously good quarterback. Do we agree? Yes. You could use him on Iowa or Iowa State, but not doing badly, right? Boy, could you guys use him. Iowa's doing very well, and Iowa State's doing good. So anyway, but when you talk just to finish off. So I talked about that. Then I said, he wrote about he tried to hit his mother over the head with a hammer. I said, what's that? I'll bet nobody in this room did that. But he tried to hit his mother over the head with a hammer. I said, what? And I'm seeing this. And then I see that he hit his friend in the face with a lock, a padlock. Boom, really hard. And then I see that he went after another friend with a knife named Bob. But it turned out it wasn't Bob, it was another name, and now they're trying to figure out who it was. I'm telling you, folks, you got a problem there. But, you know, the belt stopped the knife. And I actually got on the stage. I said, the belt can't stop a knife because it twists and turns. If I hit you where the belt is, that knife is going in, right? It's not stopping the belt because it's going to turn and slide. And no, unless you're wearing a UFC belt, unless you're wearing the Ultimate Fighter belt or a Vince McMahon belt, that one's got a pretty good chance. But you're not going to get a belt buckle stopping a knife. It's going to slide. So I went through the whole thing. And we have, I mean, it's ridiculous. And remember this, in order to have credibility, he said these things happened. So when I first heard this, I said, no, you mean he's saying it didn't happen? He said, no, he wants them to have happened. You mean he wants to be known that he went, because otherwise he loses credibility. Well, it turned out that Bob is, it's not Bob. The whole thing is a mess. And hey, folks, you have him doing pretty well in the polls, not me. But I'm glad you asked that question, because the question is, it's a strange thing that's happening. Although I do hear I'm number one in Iowa again. But I did lose my position for a little while, and I wasn't exactly thrilled with that, folks. I wasn't happy with it. Anyway, we've had, by the way, over the last 48 hours, actually since the last debate, because we did well in the last debate, and we've had tremendous polls come down. I mean, really strong, really, really strong polls. We've had some 38 to 20, 38, I think there was one 42 to like 19, 18. And it was in Carson in second. It was, some other people that I'll start doing a number in them because, believe me, lightweights, you don't want to have them. You don't want to have them. So anyway, we've had some tremendous polls come down. Go ahead. Did you have a question? Go ahead.
Mr. Trump,
yes.
you don't have to worry about me because you got me. The main reason is I am, just like what Sam was talking about and my brother here, one of the 379,000 Iowa veterans that have served in the United States Army.
Great.
The main thing that I've done ever since I come out of the military is worked and served for veterans in my own state. And being a past senior vice commander for the Veterans of Foreign Wars Department of Iowa, when you started talking about the American veteran being treated as a third-class American citizen, I want to know, how can you really help us more and more? Because even myself, yes, the VA takes care of a lot of issues, but dental, I got Agent Orange in Vietnam. I have extracted all but 8 of my own teeth by hand because the VA will not do it. And I will have to have dentures. And this is things that you
took them out yourself.
I pulled them all out with these 2 fingers.
He's got more guts than I have.
So
he's a veteran. What can I do?
And
wow.
that's part of life. But we need that help, and that's what I've been battling for. So how can you help change the VA health care?
Well, and one of the reasons I think you feel the warmth is that, I've been the strongest by far toward the veterans. Our veterans are being treated in many cases worse than the illegal immigrants that are coming in. And they used to say the illegal aliens. I never even liked that because that means somebody from outer space, but they were up. Everybody was upset by that term. I like the word illegal immigrant because that's what it is. And they are treated better in many cases than our veterans. And you probably saw 3 weeks ago I put in a plan, which is a very good plan. Some of the veterans are waiting. These are people that fought for us. They've lost arms. They've lost legs. They've lost worse than that. And they can't even get to see a doctor. The waiting time in a reception room for a doctor now is the longest as of 3 months ago on a Wednesday. I remember it was a Wednesday. 3 months ago on a Wednesday is the longest in the history of the Veterans Administration. People would wait 5 or 6 days. I mean, can you imagine you or me or anybody waiting 5 or 6 days to see a doctor? And then sometimes the doctor wouldn't even care or wouldn't be there. In one case, the man said he waited 6 days, and the doctor said, "I'm sorry, I'm finished, I'm going on vacation. I'm leaving for vacation," after waiting 6 days. So we came up with a plan that I think is great, and it's practical. And it's going to actually, in my opinion, going to cost less, because it's not really the money. It's that you have all, a lot of corruption, a lot of crooked stuff. What happens is if you go to the doctor's office and if you have a day wait and you can't get service, you're going to go to a private doctor, or you're going to go to a hospital nearby, a public or a private, wherever. You're going to get yourself taken care of. We're going to pay the bill. It's going to be very simple. It's cheaper. It's actually going to be cheaper. But you're going to go into a private doctor, or where you can get a real, good everything. And if you don't like him, you'll go to the one that you like. We're going to pay the bill. We're going to take care of it. And that's a lot cheaper than what's happening. Thousands of people, and I had no idea until a year ago, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people are dying, veterans, dying, waiting for a doctor on things that could be cured with a pill, with a minor procedure. They're dying. Tens of thousands. I mean, I heard a number so high that it's almost inconceivable, like hundreds of thousands. But tens of thousands of people are dying trying to see a doctor because they can't get in on simple procedures where you can have a simple procedure and you're going to be better, where you can get a prescription and you're going to be better. They can't even get a prescription. So we're going to take care of that. We're going to make the vets proud again to be an American, okay? Okay, how about we'll take one more if it's a good one. If it's a bad one, we'll keep going until we get a good one, okay? Go ahead.
Everybody knows that Fogle is very tired of the political landscape and the unaccountability of everything. How are you going to help us get some accountability back into the political life?
Well, we're going to get accountability. And, again, I've never been a politician. I've been a huge jobs producer. I've produced tens of thousands of jobs. I've built tremendous projects all over, big businesses and projects, mostly projects, real estate deals. And I'm proud of that. I've taken care of a lot of families. They didn't have to worry about Obamacare, which is a disaster, which we're repealing and replacing. It's a disaster. The premiums, you talk about health care. You see what's going on. The premiums, and they're going through the roof. So we are going to get people to do the right thing. And we can't elect another politician. I know these people. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I've dealt with politicians all my life. I have nothing against politicians. I said in the other room on the television interview, I said they want to get, the thing they're really good at is getting reelected. And I've dealt with them all my life. I've done very well. If you can't do well with a politician, then you shouldn't be in business, okay? I've done great with the politicians. Now I'm on the other side. I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm putting my own money in. These guys are all using these super PACs. We sent 9 or 11 letters out. We don't want super PACs. We sent letters to these super PACs. I could have so much more money in terms of, I have more money than all of them anyway. But it's my money. But Bush has like $100 million. Bush. He's got all, let me tell you, he's totally controlled by the people that gave him that money. Bush. So is Rubio. Rubio's totally controlled by the people that gave him the money. Do you know yesterday Rubio was in California doing a fundraiser for himself? Instead of going in, they had a very important committee meeting for ISIS and what's going on with the whole Homeland Security thing. And Rubio was in California doing a fundraiser. He's missed more votes than anybody. His attendance is abysmal. And he wants to be, if I were from Florida, this isn't your problem. But we elect this guy who's ambitious. And you elect him senator. Then he doesn't show up to vote. I'd be damn angry. And interestingly, in Florida, I'm killing him in the polls. I'm killing him. But I can understand it. If I were from Florida and I elect this guy and he's never shows up to vote because he's campaigning, and other people campaign and they go in and vote, more than him at least, but I would be very angry. But yesterday, with what just happened in Paris, he's out in California and he's raising money so that he can buy ads so that you people can see how wonderful he is, right? And he's out there raising money, and he's not going to Washington to learn about Homeland Security, and he's on one of the committees. I think it's outrageous, I'll tell you. I'm so sick and tired of politicians, and I think it's why I'm doing well. I can be more politically correct than anybody. Hey, look, I went to Ivy League school, and I was smart. It was a good student. It wasn't hard for me. It was like all of the stuff. But I'll be honest with you. I think that it's now time. This whole thing with political correctness, and I always say, you don't see Merry Christmas anymore, right? Because it's not politically correct. Guess what, folks? When I win, if I win, when I win, whatever, I will tell you, we're going to all be saying Merry Christmas again. That I can tell you. We're going to be saying Merry Christmas again. Okay? So I just want to thank you all. Oh, look at this. I remember him, right? Come on.
All right. Chuck and the guys back there in the back wanted to let you guys, well, one, to thank Mr. Trump again for his time and for coming here, which we appreciate. Let you know that there are brand new, made in America,
That's beautiful.
Trump Make America Great caps again.
I got something out of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's beautiful.
Brand new buttons.
Where is that?
And made in America
I love
right
that
here.
cap. Wow.
Yep, absolutely. That one's for you, by the way. You paid for it.
I did. That's beautiful.
And also, Mr. Trump ordered pizza in. There should be Domino's pizza out there from everybody from Scott, and Mr. Trump ordered that in. And just wanted to thank him again for his time here. We really appreciate it, and let's hope that he is the next president of the United States.
Thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Great honor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, folks. So that was the encore presentation of Donald Trump in Iowa at his rally. We have another live event here for you. This is happening in New York City. We'll take you out there, and I'll tell you what it's about.
All right, then. Ladies' bit here. Seated to my left, your right at $3,000. And fair warning to us all.
This is the Brady Center Bear Awards happening right now in New York City. The Brady Center prevents gun violence at their annual gala that we are witnessing right now, and Hillary Clinton will be receiving a leadership award pretty soon.
5,000 now, ladies' bid. Ma'am, say 6. You sure? Are you European? Just a serious question. You look European. I don't know. Maybe French, Scandinavian. $5,000 then. Selling left here at 5. Any advance over 5? Last chance then. Down it goes. Not yours right. Not yours in the center, ma'am. No regrets. Sold here at $5,000. Congratulations, ma'am. I knew we'd get you something tonight. All right, our next lot. Also very cool here. Put it up on the big board. Lake Tahoe. It's the whole lake. That's the lot. No, it's this house here. It's a week in your very own private lakeside paradise. This is a very cool house. This is not your average house at Lake Tahoe. 3,600 square feet home. This is very cool. It was built in 1954, and Judy Garland liked it so much that Liza Minnelli bought it for her. This is a JP Morgan. Liza Minnelli fans? All right, I don't think it matters now at this point, but it's got 4 bedrooms, 4 baths. It's huge. Chef's kitchen. You can go in the winter or the summer. 10 minutes from South Lake. Sleep in the bed that Judy Garland slept in. Also not true at all. I hope. It might be true. I don't know. Is that true? No, it's not true. All right. New beds that Judy Garland has never slept in. Sir, where will you start me for this? $2,000 now down front. $2,000 with the Liza Minnelli fan. $3,000 now. $4,000 ladies bid here. $5,000. Sir, you're in behind the giant speaker, but just yell. How many bedrooms does it have? 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, spacious great room, finished downstairs, chef kitchen, dining area, living room, a fireplace. We threw in a fireplace just in case you thought it didn't have a fireplace. Both of you? You're together. 5,000 each? No, 5,000. $5,000. The gentleman bidding together there. We say 6. We had so many hands at 5. $6,000 now, ladies bid. Who likes Liza Minnelli 4? More, excuse me. We say 7? Yeah? $6,000, the ladies bid are right down front. Who will say 7,000 then? Here? That's 6,000. Are you sure, sir? Imagine yourself there in the Liza suite. $7,000 now. They're back, folks, down front at $7,000. Inconveniently put behind the speaker system. Who'll raise me to 8? We got to get to 10 on this one, folks. Who will say 8,000? We say 8 in back there, ma'am? Who supports the Brady Center more? That's the question. Is that a bid? Bidding? It's above the ear. We got to take that. $8,000, ladies bid. No. The guy that offered to bid $1 million is like, no. 7,000 then. Bid is here down front at table number 25. We'll sell there. Fair warning here in the room. Are we all through at $8,000? Last chance in back there. You sure? No regrets to you then at 8. Talking about it. Conference going on. Fair warning at 8,000. No regrets to you. Imagine yourself. Swear. $9,000. Ladies bid here. No, 8,000. We're at 8. There we go. Sorry about that. $8,000. Round me up to 10, folks. Think about it for a second. It's ladies bid here. It's 10? $10,000, folks. Let's hear it for 10,000. Gets me out of a jam. $10,000. Are we through? Would you do it twice for 10? Folks, will you do 10 and will they do it twice? No? What do you do? 8? Will you do 8 for twice? You're at 7 still? You won't do 8? Selling it twice. Let's hear it for 8. Come on, folks. Guilt them a little. All right, folks, I can do this. Ma'am, I'm going to give it to you at a discount. $8,000 to them both. That's $16,000, folks. We're going to sell it here for $16,000. Sold twice to you both at $8,000. As I take a sip of Governor Cuomo's water. Just kidding, of course. Sorry. My crappy water here in the corner. This is a martini. All right, folks. Lot number 6. Visit to the set of The Good Wife. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. Juliana Margulies is here tonight and has generally donated this lot. Visit the set of The Good Wife in Brooklyn. 2 to 3 hour visit. Meet and greet. 2 people. How about $1,000 to open? Who will start me at $1,000? Who will say $1,000 already? 1,000 gentlemen there. We're the fans of The Good Wife tonight. $1,000. Gentlemen seated down front. $2,000 now. $3,000. $3,000. We say 4. Where'd you go? 4,000 now. He's back at 4. Any more? $4,000 then. Bid is left. Will you be there? Alan Cumming will be there, folks. That's actually true. He did nod. I'm not making that one up. Forget all the other stuff I said. 4,000. $5,000 now, a new place at 5,000. Who will say 6? Come back to me at 6. $6,000. 7, sir? Table 8? You've been so good to me. Would you like this one? Someone bring this guy the scotch. Who's got the scotch? Where do we sell that? Oh, you got it? 7,000. Thank you, sir. Gentleman seated at 7. Will you say 8? 8,000 now. She's back. Now we have a bidding war, folks. This is not CNN. This is Bravo. This is where the drama happens. 9,000. We say, where are we? 8,000. We say 9, approximately. Would you like 9, sir? Thinking about it. Conference going on. Kim Kardashian will tweet it if we go to 9,000. I can tweet it to 75 people. We say 9, sir? It's with you and back at 8. Hillary Clinton's favorite TV show. So I've heard. You sure? 8,000 then. Ladies bid in back. Fair warning then. Are we all through at 8? Last chance then. 9,000. He's back, folks. He thought better of it. 9,000. Can 2 people go? Yes, 2 people can go. The 2 of you can go. Oh, can more than 2 people go? Yes? Alan says yes. Well, how many? Is there any upper limit or no? Really? 10 people can go. 10 people. Alan said it. I'm coming. We're at 9,000 here. Ma'am, round me up to 10, please. 10,000 now. She's back at $10,000. Folks, it's 10 people now. Me and 9 others. And a walk-on roll. That's not true. This is being recorded. All right, it's 10,000 with the lady seated there at 10,000. We're going to sell it. Fair warning then. Going once, going twice at 10,000 to the lady here. Sold at 10,000. Thank you. All right, folks. Every time I look up, they haven't put the slide up yet. This is our penultimate lot. We're getting near the end here. Last few chances to spend money here. This is a cruise luxuriating aboard on the club's private captain and crewed Hinckley yacht. So you can choose from one of the club's 16 harbors, so it doesn't have to be out of New York City. It can be the Hamptons, Nantucket, Miami, the Bahamas, and there's 16 of them that you can choose from. You can cruise anywhere you want, a private beach, take the yacht to a waterfront restaurant, take in some water sports, go water skiing. So there's over 20 yachts to choose from. Very, very cool for you yacht lovers out there. How about $1,000 to open this one? Who will say just $1,000? $1,000 now, $2,000 now. Say 3, sir. Can't stop there. 3,000? For all your friends? 2,000 then, ladies bid is right. Where? Pointing? Who? 3,000 now, ladies bid. At 3,000. How many? That is a good question. 4,000 now. Well, I took it to the gentleman here, closer to me. 5,000 now. 5,000. 5,000 now, all the way left. How many can go on the boat? That's a good question. It's any yacht. Who knows how many can go on the boat? 10? 10 people. What's that? How many days? 3 weeks. You can live on the yacht for a year. You'll be there with a poet who has received a scholarship, semester at sea. I have no idea who's bidding right now. I think we're at 5,000. The gentleman here, closer to me. No, it's closer to me there at 5. We say 6? 6 now. Say 7, sir, closer to me. Don't look at him. No intimidation here. We're all friends. We say 7, sir? All done? 6,000 then further from me at 6. Yes, it's yours, sir, at 6,000. 10 people. You sure? Everybody stare at him. He's literally sitting on his hands. He actually put them under his body. So at 6,000 there, coming in? No? Last chance then at $6,000. Fair warning, only one more lot tonight. 6,000, are we all through? At 6,000. Selling right then at 6. Sold at $6,000. Congratulations. And folks, our last lot of the live portion of our evening is lunch. It's true, folks. This is going to be really embarrassing if it goes for less than the yacht. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's true. He's not here, though, so we'll keep it between us, you and me. I won't tell anyone. All right, it's lunch with Paul Rudd and Dan Gross, who you've met. I've heard that one of Paul's requirements is that it not be someone weird. I was told that. No? That's your only requirement? Yeah. Paul Rudd, a Mandy Patinkin joke on his slide. That's okay, though. How about $1,000 for this lot? Who will start me at 1,000, 1,000, 2,000 now, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 now, ladies bid. Who will say 6? 6,000 now, ladies bid at 6. 7,000, all at Paul's table. Paul's table really was 8. It's still money. No one cares. It's for charity. Say 7. So someone give him a mic. We can have some witty banter. 7,000 now. Bid is here. Who will say 8? What do we get? Seriously. What do we get? Other than supporting this wonderful organization. And lunch. And a hamburger. Not swordfish. Swordfish. Ooh. Shrimp. You'll wear a costume from one of your movies? Is that what you said? Any movie of their choice? Is that? I'm sorry. All right. That's not bad. 7,000 then. Bid is here. Who will bring it up to 8? For lunch with Paul Rudd cannot be a weird person. Where's 8? $8,000 now, ladies bid. Who'll say 9? What do we sell the Patinkin lot for? 10? All right. I have a goal. We say 10, sir? Throwing in a foot massage on the fly. It's that kind of improvisation that we've come to expect from Paul Rudd. He's just on top of it. We say 10, sir, ma'am. And $10,000 now, ladies bid. Folks, this next part is very important because right now we are tied with Mandy Patinkin, who could not join us here tonight. That's it. Can we go more than 10,000? How about 20,000? That's never worked. No, it's with you. I'm looking here. $10,000 then. The ladies bid seated at 10. We're selling the final lot. Down it goes at $10,000. Fair warning to us all at 10. Let's hear it for Paul Rudd and the lady bidder there. Sold at $10,000. All right, folks, you have to deal with me for just 2 more minutes. We had some fun tonight. We sold some cool lots. But this part is very important. There's no more dog and pony show. This is when we ask you to support the Brady Center by raising your hands and making a donation at various levels. It's extremely, extremely important. We've been offered a $250,000 match. So that's very important. So the money that we raise tonight will be matched. And here's how it's going to work. Get your cards out. Hold them up when I say the number. And if you'd like to bid that number, just hold them up, then fill them out, and one of our volunteers will come by and collect them from you. And we can start now at $75,000. And we do have a bidder here in the room at $75,000 who would like to remain anonymous but has pledged already tonight $75,000. So let's hear it at $75,000. Would anyone like to match that $75,000? Paul? No? Okay. How about $50,000? Anyone at $50,000? Raise your hands up high if you'd like to bid $50,000. Quickly now at $50,000. How about $25,000? Raise your hands up at $25,000 going to the Brady Center. Who will say $25,000? Hands in the air. $25,000. $25,000 here on my right and down front. Let's hear it for $25,000. Folks, 2 bids at $25,000. That's $50,000. That's $125,000 we've got going so far. Thank you, sir. I saw you come in tonight. You looked like a good guy. We all want to be like you at table 16 at this next bid level. Let's see all the hands in the air at $10,000. Who will say $10,000 for the Brady Center? $10,000? Thank you, ma'am. $10,000 at table 24. Let's get the applause going. $10,000, it's here. Who else at $10,000? $10,000. Any other bidders at $10,000? We're at $135,000. We got to get up there to $250, folks. $135,000 now. Any more at $10,000? Coming in here. We all want to be like this gentleman here who bid $25,000. Any more over 10? How about $5,000? Thank you, sir. $5,000. We got 2 people there at table 6. That's another $10,000. 3 people at table 6. The question is, who can beat table 6? The lady there in back at $5,000. Thank you, ma'am. Lady in back at $5,000. Who else at 5? Yeah, you can applaud. Let's hear it for $5,000. Table 8. We'll just send you a bill, table 8. $5,000 each. Any more at $5,000? All right, folks, just 2 more. What? Oh, another $5,000 right in the middle there. 19. Thank you, sir. I didn't forget you. How about $2,500 then? $2,500? Anyone? Thank you, ma'am. $2,500 now. Lady down front here at $2,500. $2,500. Lady in the center now. Thank you, ma'am. $2,500 here. Who else at $2,500? $2,500. Any more? Or 25. All right, folks. Oh, one more. Lady's bid here in the center at $2,500. Thank you, ma'am. And the gentleman here at $2,500. One more at $2,500. And the gentleman seated again at my left at $2,500. Lots of bids at $2,500. That's what we like, folks. Any more? How about $1,000 then? Just $1,000. $1,000 then. Thank you, ma'am. Table 8 again. Table 8's been great. Lucky number 8. $1,000. The gentleman here. Thank you, sir. $1,000 to my left and closer to me. Thank you, sir. Another $1,000. $1,000 in back. $1,000 here. Another $1,000. Who else at $1,000? Any more? $1,000 now. Ladies bid and in the center. Thank you, ma'am. Gentleman seated down front at $1,000. And another one. Mr. Rudd himself at $1,000. Any more over $1,000? Are we all through at $1,000? Thank you so much. Where? Somewhere else? $1,000. Thank you, ma'am. Hello. Table number 1. Jumping in at $1,000. Folks, that's it for me tonight. Remember, you have those cards. You don't have to stop bidding just because I'm leaving. Fill out those cards, hand them in, and it's been a pleasure to be with you here tonight. I'm sure Hillary Clinton will be interesting as well.
All right, how about another round of applause for Charles Anton? My gosh, did he work hard. And to all of you for being so supportive here. Really fantastic. Now we are turning to, I think, a moment a lot of you have been waiting for, which is the presentation of the Mario M. Cuomo Leadership Award to the Honorable Hillary Clinton. I am about to introduce somebody far more esteemed than I am to present this award on behalf of Brady and the wonderful Cuomo family. But first, I want to put in my quick 2 cents. Madam Secretary, as you know, I've been working on this issue for almost 20 years, and I have had the pleasure of working alongside you for most of that time. I've had the privilege of having real and substantive conversations with you about this issue, including one tonight, and have always been not just struck, but inspired by your deep and genuine commitment and your true leadership. We've been talking a lot tonight about how we believe that this issue finally is at its tipping point. I am certain of it, and I'm just as certain that your extraordinary leadership is a big part of the reason why. And now, as for that far more esteemed presenter, our governor, my governor as a New Yorker, Andrew Cuomo. Definitely. I will join you. Honestly, it is a little overwhelming, the greatness that we have in this room tonight. Like Secretary Clinton, I've known Andrew Cuomo for more than 15 years, and I have never seen a more compelling, articulate, compassionate, and effective advocate than our governor, Andrew Cuomo. When we first met, he was the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Not the first cabinet department that you think of when you think of gun reform. Yet through HUD, he led historic negotiations with the gun industry. And since then, every step of the way, he has made it abundantly clear that his top priority is the safety of New Yorkers and all Americans. He led the passage in 2013 of a sweeping gun reform package, the New York SAFE Act, and we must applaud that. That law has given New York the strongest gun laws in the entire nation. It was the first state gun reform that was passed after the terrible tragedy at Sandy Hook, and we're talking about how Secretary Clinton has helped to spark that tipping point. Undoubtedly, the New York SAFE Act and Governor Cuomo's leadership has helped to inspire the movement that we are now seeing across this nation as states one by one pass meaningful gun reform. That is because of Andrew Cuomo's leadership. And now that New York has such strong gun laws, he's turning his attention to help lead Brady's campaign against what we call bad apple gun dealers, the small handful of gun dealers in our country that sell virtually every crime gun. They're flooding the streets of our cities and towns with guns, mostly from out of state, resulting in most of the crime and violence here in New York, including the murder of police officers. And they must be stopped, and with Governor Cuomo on our side, I know we are going to stop them. My job here tonight is supposed to be to introduce Governor Cuomo, but most of all, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank him. Governor Cuomo, on behalf of the Brady Board, our staff, and our millions of supporters across the country, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, first to Dan Gross. Is this a great night or what? Do you feel the energy in this room and the positivism? Dan Gross and the Brady Center, they are doing a magnificent, magnificent job. They are a force for change, and they are making yardage every day. Let's give Dan Gross a round of applause for all his good work and sticking to it. We have many fine guests here tonight, and if I start to go down the list, I'll get into trouble, but I have a number of family members here tonight, and if you leave out your family members, you get into real trouble, especially in the holiday season. You don't get invited to those important holidays. We call it mishpucha in Italian. I'm sure there are other words. But we have my sister, Maria Cuomo Cole, who is on the board of the Brady Center. And we have her mishpucha husband, Kenneth Cole, who is with her. My partner, Sandra Lee, is here. My mother, Matilda Cuomo, is here. You should be very impressed. They didn't even come out for my birthday, I want you to know. I've never seen this many family members at a single event. And you have two great, great speakers who you're just going to hear from. They are really going to go down in the history books. We have Senator Chuck Schumer, who is going to win the Jim and Sarah Brady Award. And if there is a man whose dedication merits that esteemed award, Jim and Sarah Brady, the man is Senator Chuck Schumer. He has not only been a fantastic advocate on guns, always standing up to the gun lobby, but as a senator of New York, I'm the governor of New York, I can tell you he is a tenacious advocate for New York. I mean tenacious like 11:30 at night, tenacious, 6:30 in the morning, calling, tenacious. 6:30 in the morning, not even saying good morning. Senator just starts talking. We have to get upstate and right away, and I need $6.2 billion, and then we have to. He is, if you are a state, you want Senator Schumer to be your representative. Let's give him a round of applause. And to Senator Hillary Clinton, who I would like to say a few words about before I bring her in. As you heard from Dan, we passed the SAFE Act, which was a groundbreaking piece of legislation in the state of New York. And it's a piece of legislation that I believe has already saved lives and served as a model for other states as to what could be done. My father was very pleased when we passed the SAFE Act. We had talked about it before. We talked about the issue for many, many years and what we could do. And when we finally got it passed, he was happy. He knew that it was difficult politically. And in many ways, my father loved the difficult ones, because that was the true test of an elected official. That really showed the person's skill or not. And it was also a window into their soul, because the tough political issues are where you see what a person is really made of. He also loved that the SAFE Act was another progressive first for the state of New York. And my father was very much enamored with the concept of New York as the progressive capital, and that we were the first. We were the first with the women's rights movement, environmental rights movement, workers' rights movement, civil rights movement. NAACP started here. And my father was very enamored with New York as the beacon for the nation, leading the way forward to a progressive future. And for 12 years, he did just that. We passed the SAFE Act just days after Sandy Hook. Why? Because Sandy Hook was in our backyard, and it galvanized people's attention, and it galvanized people's feelings and emotion. And carpe diem is also a political strategy. And this state wanted change, and they wanted reform, and we passed the SAFE Act literally days after Sandy Hook. Now, the NRA and its supporters were outraged. And one of the things they were outraged about was that we passed it so fast. They really wanted time to organize their opposition, and we moved so quickly that they didn't have that time. So they were upset that we passed it so fast. And it's funny, because I actually think this state and this nation have been so slow in passing gun control, and that so many people have died unnecessarily. Since 1982, 72 mass shootings, 72. And the rate of violence is only increasing, with half of those shootings in the last decade, believe it or not. Aurora, Colorado, the Sikh Temple in Wisconsin, Virginia Tech, Gabby Gifford, and the list goes on and on and on. Since Sandy Hook, 90,000 people have been killed by gun violence, since Sandy Hook. The gun issue is tragic for many reasons, but for me, what makes it most tragic is because the deaths are so avoidable. This is not a dreaded disease that we don't have a cure. This is not an accident. This is not an act of God. This is a man-made crisis that costs 33,000 lives per year. And it's something that we can solve. The SAFE Act closed the front door on New York, but the back door is still open. And guns now come up from Virginia and South Carolina and Mississippi, and anyone who's willing to spend a day and a half in a car can buy a gun and bring it in. The answer is going to be federal legislation, and that is the only way we're actually going to make a difference. And remember, this nation was on the cusp of revolutionizing guns and gun safety. In the year 2000, there were numerous lawsuits against the gun manufacturers, and the gun manufacturers agreed to a code of conduct that was shepherded by then-President Bill Clinton, which would have made guns safer and limited the use to the authorized operator, the authorized owner. Smith & Wesson, largest handgun manufacturer in the United States, signed that agreement that they could do it. fingerprint technology where the trigger would only work by the fingerprint of the authorized user. Smith & Wesson signed the agreement. The other manufacturers were ready to sign it. We were in the middle of a presidential election. Then presidential candidate George Bush stood up and said if he was elected president, he would immunize the gun manufacturers from civil lawsuits. No industry in the United States has immunity from civil lawsuits. And that's what Bush did for the gun industry. Some very brave senators stood up and voted against that bill. And we're going to have two of them tonight, Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer. So why don't we affect change? I wish I could give you a very complicated answer, that it's very hard. What's worse is it's very simple. The obstacle to change is that we don't have the political will to make the change. Period. It's that depressingly simple. We don't have the political will because our government is intimidated by the political backlash. When Hillary Clinton's opponents say that they don't support gun control because they have rural communities in their state, what they really are saying is that they are afraid of the political opposition. I would have more respect for them if they said they disagreed with the bill on the merits. When they say they're afraid of the opposition, it's both revealing and deeply, deeply troubling that that is the rationale, the fear of the political backlash. My father was right on so many things, but he was right that the test of an elected official is determined by the question of their character. Do they have the courage of conviction? Do they stand for change? Will they fight for what they believe? Will they wilt under pressure? The gun issue is the best proxy of our time to judge the essence of an elected official. And Hillary Clinton has shown again and again, and I've worked with her for over 20 years, all her life, whether it be the radical right or the forces against a woman's right to choose or big oil and gas or the NRA or the gun companies, Hillary Clinton will stand strong by her word, her convictions, and her principles. That's why that does deserve applause. That's why my father would be so pleased tonight. And I am so proud to give Hillary Clinton the Mario Cuomo Leadership Award. Ladies and gentlemen, Hillary Clinton.
Oh, thank you so much. You know, it is great being here with so many friends and advocates and amazing public officials like the governor and the senator who are here. I'm really honored to receive this award, and it means so much to me that Governor Cuomo would be giving it to me. His work in this area has just been phenomenal. It shouldn't be a surprise. His wonderful mother, Matilda, is here with us tonight. And of course, his father was not just a great man, but a good one, whose powerful conscience served as a reminder to us all that sometimes you have to do the right thing in politics and in life. Even if it's not easy or by the political pundits necessarily smart. So I am thrilled that I have this chance to be here with all of you on behalf of this incredible organization. One of the things that Andrew was saying tonight, which I just want to echo, is how hard he worked to make sure that New York responded to the scourge of gun violence, and in particular the tragedy of Sandy Hook, when Congress failed to take action despite a lot of effort in the Congress, in the White House. And Andrew led the fight here to expand background checks. Congress may have let us down, but Andrew Cuomo did not. And so to the entire Cuomo clan, to Dan Gross and everyone here at the Brady Center, thank you. I really want to join you in saluting my friend and former colleague, Chuck Schumer. He's done so much over the course of his career to keep America's families safe and to end gun violence. I'm going to just, remind us all that he does have a hard time getting press coverage for his work, but he has a famous cousin named Amy who is also committed to ending gun violence, and they make quite a team. Having served with Chuck in the Senate, he's got a long list of accomplishments. He's done so much for New York and America, but of all his achievements in the Senate, authoring the Brady Law is surely one of his greatest. That law made history, and Chuck Schumer made it possible. I think we're all here tonight in this magnificent space because we agree that gun violence is a national emergency. It's an epidemic. You heard from Dan earlier this evening. There's no way to think about it other than as a profound failure of our laws and our politics. It's claimed too many lives and ripped apart too many families and communities, and it is long past time to say enough. Enough talk, enough delay. It's time to act. Now, I wish this were as obvious to people outside this room as it is to all of you, and in particular to the Congress. But we know that's not the case. Leaders in the House and Senate won't even allow a vote on whether we should prevent people on the no-fly list from buying guns, including possible terrorists. It's just beyond one's imagination. These are people too dangerous to be let on airplanes, but Congress won't stop them from getting guns. It's just something that makes no sense. The Brady Center, however, gets it. The Brady Center has been on the forefront of this struggle. You're willing to face the facts. You're willing to name them. You're willing to keep going at this day in and day out. When we've got more than 33,000 people across America dying every year, nearly 3,000 of whom are children, there is just no reason whatsoever why we can't come together to take action. Now, I know conventional wisdom says the gun lobby is unbeatable, but that is just not true. The Brady Center proved that. Chuck Schumer proved that. My husband proved that. We have got to have the confidence, the optimism, and determination to keep moving forward on this. I will never forget that wonderful day when my husband signed the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act into law. Jim and Sarah Brady were there right by his side. It was one of the proudest moments of his presidency. And well, it should have been, because now we know that millions of guns that would have otherwise gotten into prohibited hands were stopped. But we can't rest on the past laurels. We have to finish the job and make comprehensive background checks the law of the land. I believe in closing those loopholes so guns sold at gun shows and on the internet are covered by the same rules that apply to gun stores. And in holding gun dealers and makers accountable, if they break the law, they should face the legal consequences. These are all, I believe, utterly sensible policies. Yet, despite the fact many millions of Americans agree, we can't seem to break the hold that the gun lobby has on our Congress. And some people say, well, if we want to make progress, we need to build consensus. But guess what? We already have consensus when it comes to gun violence in America. 92% of Americans support universal background checks. It's hard to get 92% of Americans to agree on anything. And so do 83% of gun owners. Despite what the gun lobby wants us to believe, the vast majority of gun owners and even gun sellers are in favor of reasonable measures to reduce gun violence. They believe in responsibility like the rest of us. So the problem is not finding common ground. The problem is politicians finding courage, the courage to take on the gun lobby, respect the will of the people, and do what it takes to save American lives. And there is no more eloquent voice than the voice of a parent who's lost a child, or a family member, a friend. Not so long ago, I met with a group of mothers who are members of that club no one wants to be part of. They each held a picture of their child and told their stories, one by one. A son killed in a car with his friends when another man told them to turn the music down, and when they didn't immediately comply, shot at them. A daughter killed at a park with her friends, minding her own business, trying to stay out of the rain just 8 days after performing with the marching band of her high school at President Obama's second inauguration. So many senseless, heartbreaking stories. And every day we see more of them as 89 more Americans die. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but please don't give in to frustration, disappointment, or just giving up. The politics are hard and the politics are complicated, but we can do this. We can do it from the grassroots, state by state, and we can, I'm convinced, do it from the top down. That's what my plea to all of us is, to deliver finally what it will take to keep more Americans safe. So I'm very grateful for this award, but really it's all of you every single day who are doing the hard work of making sure this issue stays on the forefront of America's political agenda and on Americans' consciences. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, I'm going to cut from this because I
really understand what
hi.
it's like
Kinsey's
being
here.
shot and what it's done.
That was Democrat presidential candidate Hillary Clinton speaking at the Brady Center Gala, and we're not going to watch that anymore. We're going to move on to something else. Mike started that for you. I wanted to let you see it all in case you wanted to complete it. There was Hillary talking, and let's move on to some more content. Oh, I thought it was Tuesday. I'm so glad it's not Tuesday. Let's see here. I know I had some new speeches for you today. And I also have some of our local packages too we'll get into. But right now, let's take a look at Carly Fiorina in Philadelphia this morning.
Crushing new and small businesses, when we are punishing innovation instead of celebrating it, when we are making it harder for entrepreneurs to get started, we are crushing possibilities for all kinds of Americans. So what do we need to do to cut our government down to size? I think we have to do several things. First, we have to go to zero-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting is a fancy word for what? For knowing where every dollar is being spent, for examining every dollar, for being able to cut any dollar and move any dollar. Ask yourself this: how is it possible that the federal government spends more money each and every year? By the way, the federal government has spent more money each and every year for 40 years, under Republicans and Democrats alike. We talk every election, as Republicans anyway, about limiting the size of government, reducing debts and deficits, but it never happens. It never happens. And the reason it never happens is because we don't ever get around to looking at all the money. The federal government spends more money each and every year and yet never has enough money to do the important things. Anything that comes up, gee, we should reform the VA, we need more money. Gee, we should secure the border, we need more money. Gee, we need to go fight a war against terrorists, we need more money. How is it possible that the government spends more money each and every year and yet never has enough money to do the important things? I'll tell you. It's possible because all the money is spoken for. Because the way we budget is to say, whatever your budget was last year, you get that, and all we're going to argue about is the rate of increase. Zero-based budgeting says we're going to examine every dollar. And every single dollar has to be justified, and any dollar can be cut, and any dollar can be moved. It might surprise you to know that there's a bill to move to zero-based budgeting sitting on the floor of the House. It hasn't been voted on. I'm going to come back in a moment to how I intend to get it voted on, but we must get it voted on, because until and unless we can examine every dollar, cut any dollar, move any dollar, we will never cut this government down to size. What's the second thing we have to do? The second thing we have to do is start to roll back all these rules. Can you tell me a single regulation that's been repealed in the last 30 years? I can't. We just keep rolling more out. Ask yourself, who are these rule makers? Who are they? They're not elected. They're not accountable. They're nameless, faceless bureaucrats. Whether they're in the EPA, the NLRB, the FCC, you name it, they're rolling out rules. And all those rules are crushing. There are so many rules that literally, I talk to entrepreneurs and small business owners all the time. They say, I don't even know what the rules are anymore. So to get rule making under control, we need to do, I believe, 3 fundamental things. Number one, I would roll back every rule the Obama administration has rolled out. They have been rolled out not under the rule of law, but under the rule of bureaucracies. Let's roll them back. Secondly, let's do a top-to-bottom review of every single regulation on the books today. We have no idea what's on the books. Neither do people struggling to make it in this economy. We need to do a top-to-bottom review and repeal those that no longer make sense. But number 3, and perhaps most importantly, we need to make sure that we never again are a nation of rules, that we return to what we were intended to be, a nation of laws. And that means we need to pass something called the REINS Act. The REINS Act, once again, sitting on the floor of the U.S. House, it's not being voted on. The REINS Act says, you know what? Lawmakers have to be accountable. Lawmakers have to stand up and be held to account if they vote for a regulation or against a regulation. We need to pass the REINS Act. Third, we need to simplify this tax code because power and complexity favor the powerful and the big and the wealthy. As the chief executive of Hewlett-Packard, I led almost a $90 billion firm. We operated in 170 countries. We had 160,000 employees. It was a hugely complex enterprise. But guess what? I could handle a 73,000-page tax code. I could hire accountants, lawyers, if necessary, lobbyists. But the 9-person real estate firm that I started out in, they can't. And it's one of the reasons why we are destroying more small businesses than we're creating. It's one of the reasons why new business creation, entrepreneurship, and innovation have become so difficult. So 73,000 pages ought to be what? 3. Why 3? Because 3 is about the limit that an individual can understand. And if somebody doesn't understand the tax code, they're going to get taken advantage of eventually, unless they can hire those armies of accountants and lawyers. A lot of members of the media or people said, you can't, there's no such thing as a 3-page tax code. Actually, there is. There's been a plan for a 3-page tax code for 20 years. But it never gets voted on. It never gets talked about because, boy, think about all the oxes that would get gored if we went to a 3-page tax code. Or if we actually went to zero-based budgeting. Think of all the interests that would be challenged. But that's what we need to do. We need to go to a 3-page tax code. Fourth, zero-based budgeting. Get rulemaking under control. Simplify the tax code. Fourth, there has to be consequence for non-performance in the federal government. There is no consequence today. Imagine running a business where it literally didn't matter how you performed. There are a million egregious examples of this, but let me give you my favorite. And it's a tragedy. It's a stain on our nation's honor. I spoke with a group of veterans yesterday. I speak with veterans a lot in this campaign, and I heard horror story after horror story of how the VA and this government has let them down. Do you remember the scandal of the wait times in Arizona, where we learned that veterans had died waiting for health care, waiting for an appointment even, and we had bureaucrats cooking the books so nobody would find out? The American people were so outraged by this that they flooded Congress, and they said, you have to do something. And so Congress actually did something, because guess what? Politicians respond to pressure. And they passed in 3 short weeks a bill, amazingly. Bipartisan support, 99-0 in the Senate. President Obama signed it like that. And what did that bill say? It said you could fire the top 400 senior executives in the VA. Pretty good idea. We ought to have consequences all throughout government. There is now a bill, by the way, that would hold everyone in the VA accountable for their performance. It's stuck on the floor of the House. Nobody wants to touch that one. But if you give a bureaucracy more money each and every year, if you have no idea where that money is being spent, really, if you can't examine whether that money is being spent wisely and well, and if there is no consequence for non-performance, what do you get? In any bureaucracy, you are going to get mediocrity and then ineptitude and then corruption. Corruption in the sense that all that complexity favors some and harms others. And that's what we have. So we got to have consequence for non-performance and pass those bills that would hold government employees accountable for their performance. And then finally, we actually need, I think, to empower the inspectors general in the U.S. government. Inspectors general have given us all of the eye-opening revelations that tell us that our government is inept and corrupt. It's been because of inspectors general reports. But all of those inspector generals report up to their agency chain of command, so it's hard for them to get the word out. They ought to be reporting into Congress, perhaps reporting on a regular basis to the White House. We need people to audit, to inspect the federal government. It is, after all, inspector generals who have told us that as a federal government employee, you can watch pornography all day long and earn the same pay, pension, and benefits as somebody trying to do a good job. That's a fact. It's inspectors general, after all, who have told us that the Office of Personnel Management was warned about security gaps in their databases and their systems, and yet refused to do anything about it. And the result is a massive hack. I chaired the advisory board at the CIA for several years, and I can tell you with certainty that we have known the Chinese were coming after our most sensitive databases and systems. So it's not that we didn't know. It was ineptitude that caused people not to do anything about it. Every single one of these things I just mentioned. Let's go to zero-based budgeting. Let's hold people accountable. Let's pass a REINS Act so we're not a nation of rules. Let's simplify the tax code dramatically. Let's empower inspectors general. Every single one of these things can be done. All of them have been suggested over many years, even decades, by Republicans and Democrats alike, and yet they do not happen. The question is why? And I think that is, once again, an opportunity for us to remember who we are. We're intended to be a citizen government. Citizens must engage, so I will tell you what I would do, what I will do as president. I'm going to engage citizens. Every single one of those 5 things I just talked about, all can be voted on now. They're not getting voted on because there isn't enough pressure. So I would go into the Oval Office once a week in a weekly radio address, and I will ask my fellow citizens, take out your smartphones. If you agree with me that the zero-based budgeting bill that's languished on the House should be passed, so we can examine every one of your taxpayer dollars, press 1 for yes on your phone, 2 for no. This technology actually exists. There is an app. There is an app to empower citizens. And with pressure from citizens, we know government moves. Do you think we should go to a 3-page tax code, which really means lower every rate, close every loophole, press 1 for yes, 2 for no? Do you think there should be consequence for non-performance? Do you think we should hold lawmakers accountable for hacking through the thicket of regulation that chokes our economy? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you want to know from the inspectors general what's going on in your government? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. I am confident the citizens of this nation will press 1 for yes, because we figured it out. The government is no longer working for us. I'm going to close with one last thought so I can take your questions. All of this takes leadership. Leadership, I think people get confused about. Leadership is not about how big your office is, how big your ego is, how big your airplane is. It's not even about how big your title is. And leadership is different than management. Managers are people who operate within the system. It doesn't make them bad people, but it means they don't challenge the system. They will not challenge the status quo. They will do the best they can within the system, even if the system is broken. Leaders challenge the status quo. They know it is their job. A leader says, I will not accept what has been broken just because it has been broken for a very long time. The highest calling of leadership is to unlock potential in others, and we now need a leader who will unlock the potential of this nation, restore possibilities to every American regardless of their circumstances, restore the entrepreneurial and innovative spirit that has made this the most powerful and wealthiest nation on earth, as well as the nation with the most compassion. Margaret Thatcher is a hero of mine. And Margaret Thatcher once said to her fellow countrymen and women, I am not content to manage the decline of a great nation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, neither have I. And I think we have been managing the decline of a great nation for quite long enough now. I am prepared, however, with support and with prayers and with votes, and most of all with citizenship. I am prepared to lead the resurgence of this great nation, and this nation must lead in the world. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Questions? Don't all jump at once. Yes, sir.
Great, inspiring speech, Carly. I am co-founder of Lead Dog Marketing Solutions, and we do exactly what you want to do. We follow your vision. We help and empower small to middle-sized businesses to become successful. And we only want to work with businesses that we feel are worthy. In the process of doing that, our one stipulation is that they too have to go on once they're successful and help other worthy businesses and causes. And we would like to offer to you an honorary lead dog position as watchdog. You are our nation's watchdog and our true virtual lead dog, if you will. And we are honored to want to partner with you and help you through the business sector to achieve your vision. Unfortunately, most of the citizens of this country do not have the finances or capability to have a smartphone to answer your weekly radio message, but our businesses do. And through our business, we lead to our consumers, which is the rest of the nation's citizens. So we offer to you that partnership. Will you partner with us?
Thank you so much. You know, it's interesting how fairly ubiquitous cell phones are in this country, and thank you very much for your description of your great efforts. I know you make a big difference. I talked about those entrepreneurs in India. Wouldn't it be interesting if we tried a program like that here in the United States? Microfinance works in the most desperate circumstances in the world. It will work here. But one of the things that's happening is we are destroying the community banking system, which has been the source of a helping hand and a chance for so many entrepreneurs. You know, we get all excited about Silicon Valley, and I spent a lot of time in the technology industry in Silicon Valley, but the truth is 97%, if not more than that, of new businesses don't get any venture capital. They get a loan from their friendly community banker. And the community banking system is being destroyed by Dodd-Frank. If you doubt that, remember what happened with Dodd-Frank. You know, the housing crisis started with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, government entities. And then instead of fixing or reforming Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, we haven't done that. Instead of reforming some of the government agencies that were supposed to be minding the store, we haven't done that either. We've created a whole new set of laws and a whole new bureaucracy. And the consequence of Dodd-Frank is that 10 banks too big to fail have become 5, even bigger banks, even bigger too big to fail. And meanwhile, 1,590 community banks have gone out of business because they cannot handle the crushing load of government and all of the requirements that are rolling out. So now we have a situation where not only are we crushing small businesses and entrepreneurs, but we're crushing their source of capital. This is the real consequence of a government that is out of control and no longer serving the people who pay for it. Other questions?
Hi, Carly.
Hi.
Thanks for speaking to us today. My name's Danielle. During your time at HP, you projected such confidence, even through rocky times and through a dramatic merger with Compaq. I was wondering what was going on in your head during that time and how you pushed through adversity.
Well, I was recruited to HP to save a company, honestly. This was a company that was very storied, very historic, and yet it had grown into a vast, bloated bureaucracy that no longer served shareholders or customers or even employees adequately. It was a company that had missed expectations 9 quarters in a row. It was a company in the midst of what turned out to be the deepest technology recession in 25 years, where companies against which we had competed literally went out of business, taking every job with them. So, to lead that company, to transform that company from a laggard to a leader, and particularly in technology, if you are not leading, you are failing. We see it over and over and over again. So to transform a company from a laggard to a leader took, yes, a lot of bold moves and tough choices. We accomplished a great deal at HP. We quadrupled its growth rate, quadrupled its cash flow, tripled its rate of innovation to 15 patents a day, saved 80,000 jobs, went on to grow to 160,000 jobs. What kept me going during that time is the fact that I knew that this company and its people were capable of leadership and greatness. And so when you know what someone's capable of, you do everything you can to ensure that they have the opportunity to demonstrate that capacity. I understand what this country is capable of as well. All of our problems can be solved. All of our wounds are self-inflicted. To solve problems and to heal wounds takes leadership. And it takes citizenship in a company. It takes incredible teamwork. That's what we had. And that's how we saved a company. So I think you keep going in tough times because you know what you're there to do. You know what your responsibilities are. Finally, I will say this on a very personal level. There are two looks that people get. There's a look that somebody gets when they realize they can achieve more than they thought. There's a look people get when they realize there are possibilities in front of them that perhaps they had not contemplated. I expressed seeing that look in our clients' eyes on that rooftop in the slums of New Delhi. But I saw that look in employees' eyes as well as Hewlett-Packard. We know that look. It's the same look the world over. It doesn't matter if it's your child or whether it's an employee or whether it's a fellow citizen or whether it's a client. It's the same look the world over when people realize there are possibilities here that I didn't know. And I can go seize those possibilities because now I see them. I see them in front of me. For me, that look is fuel. It always has been. There's an opposite look. There's a look that people get when they are hopeless. You see it in people's eyes who have given up. You see it in people's eyes. We lost our younger daughter to addictions. I saw it in her eyes. But you see that look in people's eyes when they think there is no possibility left in their life, where they don't see a way forward. I see it in too many veterans' eyes. And the truth is, I see that look in too many Americans' eyes in this country today. This has to be a nation, it must be a nation where every American knows that their God-given gifts bring them possibilities. And we have to be a nation once again where possibilities exist for every American regardless of their circumstances. And when I see that look, that's fuel. Yes, sir. In the blue sweater there. Hi. Sorry, you have to wait for the mic. I'm having a real hard time hearing you.
I'm a freshman.
Now I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm a freshman here at the University of Pennsylvania, medieval studies major.
Oh, you're kidding. I was a medieval history and philosophy major. There is
Yes.
hope for you.
Yes, thank you. And that's why I'm here today. Unfortunately, much of our next generation of leaders and thinkers are starting off with huge amounts of debt.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do about the student loan crisis? And do you think it's going to be the next bubble to burst?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, first of all, congratulations on choosing medieval history or philosophy. There is hope. This is how socialism starts. Government creates a problem, and then government steps in to solve the problem. Why do I start with that statement? Because government, in no small measure, has created the student loan crisis. Did you know, most people don't, did you know that the federal government took over the student loan industry buried in the pages of Obamacare? They did. The federal government now controls the student loan industry. And what does that mean? It means that the federal government has a monopoly on that business and they get to decide what the rates are. It is no coincidence that student loan debt has skyrocketed 50% in the 5 or 6 years of the Obama administration. What happens when there is no competition? Fewer choices, higher prices. You know, I mentioned the technology industry. The technology industry is the most competitive industry in the world. It is the least regulated industry in the world. I'm not saying there is no role for government regulation. I am saying that too much of it crushes competitiveness. And what have we come to expect from the technology industry? Better prices, cooler products, better feature function year after year after year after year. And we get it. But we don't get it in the student loan industry anymore. Ask yourself this, I'm going to describe to you what sounds like a racket because it is. The federal government decides that your student loan interest rate should be somewhere between 4.5% and 6.5%. Meanwhile, the federal government pays somewhere between 1.5% and 2.5% interest on its own debt. Does that sound like a racket to you? It is a racket. The federal government is making money off of your student loan. By the way, the federal government contributes to this problem in another way. In the last 30 years, the federal government has gotten more and more and more involved in what constitutes a four-year education. Whether it's a complex certification process, whether it's deciding, by the way, that your loan can apply to this sort of school, UPenn would count, but a for-profit university won't count. Or if you decided this is an age of technology, you can go through almost an entire curriculum with MIT's MOOCs, massively online open courseware. I served on the board at MIT. Technology provides all kinds of educational choices to people today, and yet the federal government decides these are the choices that you can use, and we're going to determine what counts as a four-year degree. In other words, government has gotten way too involved in who gets a loan and what the price of that loan is, and way too involved as well in the kind of education that you ought to be getting. We are underinvesting in two-year technical degrees, for example. You should have as many choices as possible in where you go to school and the kind of training you want to get, and you also should have as many choices as possible in terms of who you do business with and the rate you pay. But those choices have been narrowed, and now we have Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton saying the answer to that is to give you a free student loan and free education. And of course, there is no such thing as free. And so someone will pay. And the people who will pay will end up being you, although they're going to try and convince you otherwise. The truth is, you as a student, and your parents as well, should have as many choices as possible. And that is true in K through 12 education as well. When we curtail choices, we limit people's chances. Finally, let me just say this about education in general. Ask yourself this: why is it that the Department of Education has spent more money and has had more power every year for 30 years, that's a fact, under Republicans and Democrats alike? No Child Left Behind, Race to the Top, Common Core. Department of Education gets bigger and bigger, and the quality of education gets worse and worse in this country. We've talked about the opportunity gap, the fact that kids from poor neighborhoods shouldn't be relegated to lower quality education. And yet, the opportunity gap is widening in this country and has been widening for 25 years. We cannot be a nation where if you are poor, you don't have a chance. And the only way to give every kid a chance, regardless of their circumstances, is to give every parent and community a real choice, the funding for the choice and the true options for that choice. This is a big debate in this country, and honestly, I think Democrats are totally on the wrong side of this issue. I remember being asked once why I was a Republican, and my answer was this: because I know that no one of us is any better than any other one of us. Every one of us is gifted by God. Each of us can live lives of dignity and purpose and meaning. And I know that our values and our policies and our principles work better to lift everyone up regardless of their circumstances. But honestly, if you look at progressive prescriptions, I don't think they believe that. I think they believe some are smarter than others, some are better than others, some are going to have to sadly take care of others. And on the subject of education, that became crystallized for me when I watched the head of the Chicago Public Teachers Union. They were striking in Chicago on the issue of teacher accountability, and she took to the microphones and said, "We cannot be held accountable for the performance of students in our classroom because too many of them are poor and come from broken families." That is not what this nation is about. It is not what I believe. It is not what you believe. Every child, every student, regardless of their circumstances, must have a real chance. And the only way you have chances is if we give you the maximum amount of control and power and choice in your own life. Last question. Yes, ma'am, in the back. Yes. I figured there was a mic nearby.
Well, my name is...
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see very well. The lights are very bright.
Well, my name is Mike, so I am nearby. First, I wanted to thank you this morning. I had not paid much attention to your candidacy. That's changed. My question relates to banking. we're engaged in forming publicly owned partnership banks that partner with local banks to get affordable credit into the community and maintain their market share. My question relates to the Fed. In the last crash, the Fed put something like $17 to $20 trillion of no-cost credit into the Wall Street banks. The Banking Act 1935 gives the Fed the same authority to loan directly to local governments, state governments, even individuals. $1 trillion probably would have closed all the state budget gaps last time around, saved a lot of jobs. So when and if, and I think when, the Wall Street crashes again, would you encourage the Fed to make those same kinds of low-cost credit facilities available to state, local governments, and even individuals?
First, I think the Fed honestly has far too much power and has abused the power it has. The Fed, part of its source of too much power is its dual mandate. It is what I think has caused the Fed to go beyond QE1 and go to QE2 and QE3. It is why I believe the Fed isn't raising interest rates now. I think they're going to continue to come up with reasons why they don't have to raise interest rates. I think they have become politicized. And you cannot tell me that less than 10 people on a board are so brilliant about this economy that they should have that kind of power. So honestly, I would not encourage more power in the hands of the Fed, and I certainly wouldn't encourage more profligate deficit spending. I do think that the zero interest rate policy of the Fed's willingness to give, as you point out, interest-free credit to the big guys, not the small guys, has contributed to two things. One, it has contributed to this massive buildup of power in Wall Street. And secondly, it has contributed to the crushing of the community banking system, which has been such an important foundation for entrepreneurship and innovation in this country for over a century. I also think that it is contributing to income inequality. Because when you have zero interest rates for as long as we've had them, who is that harming? It is harming savers. People who are trying to save money are harmed. If you're trying to save money for your retirement plan, if you're trying to save money to open a little business, if you're trying to save up money to pay off your student loan, you are harmed. But if you're an investor, you're helped, because every other investment class has been, its value has been pumped by the fact that there are zero interest rates. So the stock market is way above where the economic fundamentals would justify. If you're an equity holder, if you're a real estate holder, you're advantaged by a zero interest rate policy. And meanwhile, the small and the powerless, who just have to save money month after month, they're getting harmed. So I think the Fed here is part of the problem, honestly, not necessarily part of the solution. I do think that the way to equalize capital flow in this country is to take power out of the hands and money out of the hands of the Fed, of Wall Street, and put it back into community banking organizations. I also think that the Fed can move money, the federal government, I should say, can move money into states and communities to do good work. Because the closer you have programs to the people who are impacted by those programs, the more effective the decision-making is going to be. I'll give you just one simple example of what I'm talking about, and then I'll have to draw this to a close. I was visiting in New Hampshire a drug prevention treatment center the other day. Very successful community-based program, but they get money from the federal government, from the state government. That money is placed in the hands of people who are invested in their communities, who know their communities, who are willing to take a chance on their community. And that is a model, I think, for many, many things in this nation, particularly if we want to encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for having me today. I've really enjoyed being with you. Thank you.
All right, everyone. That
Thank
was
you all.
Carly Fiorina in Philly earlier today, and now I have Ben Carson for you. This was going on during our Trump event, and we recorded it for you in case you wanted to compare and contrast. But this is Ben Carson at the University of Southern Alabama, I believe.
In the wrong direction. And, people told me, it's going to be a very, very long and dirty road. And they said, particularly for someone like you, because they'll try to find a scandal, and they won't be able to find one. And they'll have to make up and manufacture stuff and twist everything you say and really try to demonize you in every way that they possibly can. But the way I kind of look at it, it wasn't something that was on my bucket list. But there were so many people saying, you should do this, you should do this. And, I said initially, don't pay that any attention, it'll go away. But it didn't go away. And then I started getting all of these petitions, thousands and thousands of petitions, hundreds of thousands of petitions, saying that I should run. And I started listening. And I was really kind of shocked as I listened, particularly to the elderly people. And so many of them were saying the same thing, that they had given up on America and that they were just waiting to die. I heard that from every place. And then younger people who were so concerned about their children and their grandchildren and what was happening in our nation and how it was changing so rapidly. 30 years ago, if somebody had tried to describe our nation to you today, you would say, no, you're talking about someplace else. You're not talking about America. But we are talking about America. And all the pundits were saying, it's impossible for someone like you to be successful. You can't put together an organization. You can't raise enough money. And actually, I was kind of comforted hearing that. But I finally just said, Lord, if you really want me to do this, then you have to open the doors. And if you open the doors, I will walk through them. And if you close the doors, I will sit down. And we were able to put together an organization. And they still said, but you'll never be able to raise any money. But the fact of the matter is they forgot about one very important factor. They forgot about we, the people. And because of we, the people, next week we will have received our 1 millionth donation. And that is amazing. But it really is a question about what can we do in this country to return it to the values that were intended, as opposed to where we seem to be heading off to right now. This is still a wonderful country. It is a land of dreams. For me, that dream was to be a doctor. There wasn't anything that appealed to me like being a doctor. I skipped right over policemen and firemen. I went right to doctor. And I even love going to the doctor's office. And that seems like a pretty strange thing. But I would even sacrifice a shot just to smell those alcohol swabs. It was just a wonderful, wonderful thing for me. And, I loved hearing the stories about doctors, and particularly missionary doctors, and how they traveled all over the globe to bring not only physical, but mental and spiritual healing to people. And they seem like the most noble people on the face of the earth. And, throughout my medical career, it was just such a tremendous honor to be able to intervene in the lives of people, many times families being absolutely devastated. And by the grace of God, being able to give that person life again and longevity again. And there really isn't anything that compares with that I can imagine. But it didn't start out as if I was going to make it, because I was a terrible student. I really didn't think that I was very smart, and that was certainly the opinion of everybody else too, except for my mother. She was the only one who didn't think that I was stupid. She was always saying, "Benjamin, you're much too smart to be bringing home grades like this." I brought them home anyway, but she was always saying that. And she was encouraging. She was always saying, if anybody else can do something, you can do it too, except you can do it better. I could always expect to hear that from her. But I could always expect also to hear a poem out of her mouth whenever I made an excuse. You're the captain of your ship. If things go awry, don't blame others. You have yourself to blame. She never accepted excuses from us. And I think that that was perhaps the most valuable thing that she did, not accepting excuses, because you stop looking for excuses and you start looking for solutions. And this is what we must do in this nation today. We must find the solutions to the multitudinous problems that are facing us. There are many things that threaten to destroy this nation. Now, most people don't want to talk about those. You know, they want to talk about what you did in the 4th grade. You know, they want to talk about the real issues because, you know, they have an agenda, and it's to distract. But the fact of the matter is, when I look at the things that are about to destroy this nation, division, all of those people who are trying to divide us, they are becoming very good at it. And our strength is actually in our unity. But they have managed to convince us that there is a war on women, that there are racial wars, that there are income wars, that there are age or intergenerational wars, that there are religious wars, that Democrats should hate Republicans, that Republicans should hate Democrats, that you should hate anybody with whom you disagree. How did we let ourselves get to this point? You know, all you have to do is go on the internet and read an article and go about 5 comments down and people are calling each other horrible names. You know, just infantile behavior, and it's infiltrated our society. And people you don't agree with, people want to destroy them, destroy their lives, destroy their family. Where did that come from? I can tell you where it did not come from. It did not come from our Judeo-Christian values. It came from the opposite of that. And we need to understand that because, you know, the secular progressive movement in this country, they don't like Judeo-Christian values and they don't like people who have them. But I'll tell you something about them. They've been very successful in pushing their agenda and changing who we are as a nation. And they really don't care whether you disagree with them or not, as long as you sit down and shut your mouth. And if this nation is to move in the right direction again, it is incumbent upon those of us who have the values of America to be willing to stand up and open our mouths for what we believe in, not be shut up. Intimidation is a strong tool. There's no question about it. You know, I remember I used to be intimidated as a youngster by dogs. I was really afraid of dogs. I would be late to school because I would almost be to school and there would be a dog. And I would have to go all the way around the block and come back another way. And then there'd be another dog, and the teachers were tired of hearing my dog excuses. But, an old man saved me. He said, dogs will only bother you if they think you're afraid of them. If you ignore them, they won't bother you. I said, are you sure about that? Well, I decided I would go test it out. There was this dog on our block named Rusty. Nobody liked to go down to that end of the block because Rusty was pretty vicious. I said, I'm going to try this out on Rusty. So I go walking down there. Rusty sees me. He cannot believe his eyes. A gift delivered to him. He came running out there, snarling and barking and growling, and ran right up to me, and I said, this was a mistake. And he sniffed my leg, and he just turned around and went back to the porch. The next day, he only barked at me from the porch. The next day, he only looked at me. The next day, he didn't even bother to look at me. You see, it wasn't worth his while. And that's the same way it is with the PC police and the secular progressives. And you just have to ignore them and move on. That's what makes the difference. Move on. Well, there I was, this terrible student. And, it was, again, my mother who prayed for wisdom. What could she do to get this terrible student? And my brother was doing poorly also, to understand the importance of intellectual development. And God gave her the wisdom. At least in her opinion. My brother and I didn't think it was that wise. I mean, turning off the TV and making us read 2 books apiece from the Detroit Public Libraries every week and submit to her written book reports, which she couldn't read. We were not happy about this at all. And, she would put little check marks and highlights and underlines and stuff, and we would think she was reading them, but she wasn't. But back in those days, you had to do what your parents told you. There was no social psychologist saying, let the kid express themselves. So, you had to do what they said. And, as I read those books, I began to know things that nobody else knew. I was always looking at words, so I learned how to spell. You can always tell a reader because they know how to spell. And then I had to take those words and put them together into sentences, so you learn grammar and syntax. And those sentences into concepts, so you use your imagination and you learn to be creative. And in the space of a year and a half, I went from the bottom of the class to the top of the class, much to the consternation of all the students who used to laugh and call me dummy, who are now coming to me saying, Benny, how do you work this problem? And I'd say, sit at my feet, youngster, while I instruct you. I was perhaps a little obnoxious, but it sure felt good to say that to those turkeys. But, I had a really revolutionary change in my thinking. And I started thinking more about what I could do as opposed to what I couldn't do. And that's what we're going to have to do as a nation. And we need to really be thinking about how do we use all of our resources to solve our problems rather than sticking our heads in the sand. My entire professional career was as a pediatric neurosurgeon, saving lives, providing quality of life. And a couple of years ago, when I determined that it was time to retire, because somebody had told me that neurosurgeons die early. And I didn't believe it, so I wrote down the name of the last 10 neurosurgeons I knew who died, calculated their average age of death, and it was 61. So I said, if I'm still alive when I'm 61, I'm going to retire. And And I was really looking forward to it. My wife was looking forward to it even more than I was. You know, just the whole concept, never setting the alarm clock, reading all those books that you've been saving up all those years, playing golf, getting actually good at the game, learning how to play the organ. I wasn't ever going to have to explain to anybody, you mean you never saw Rocky? You know, I was going to be able to see all these movies. It was really going to be great. But it didn't work out that way. Sometimes the Lord has a different plan for our lives. So we just have to listen, you know, when He does. But, you know, taking care of the children was the key. And retiring and relaxing and enjoying life would have felt like I was neglecting that duty, because you fix them and you put them back in an environment that is not healthy. And we no longer have a healthy environment here. For one thing, we are putting on the backs of our children incalculable debt. You know, Thomas Jefferson said it's immoral to pass on debt to the next generation. What would he say if we could bring him back today? He would stroke out immediately. $18.5 trillion of debt. And some people say it's just a number. Does it mean anything? It's not just a number that's meaningless. If you try to pay that back at a rate of $10 million a day, 365 days a year, it would take you over 5,000 years. We're putting that on the backs of the next generation. We can't continue to do that. But that's the good news, because it's actually worse than that. The fiscal gap. Now, that's something that no traditional politician will talk about. But I'm not a politician, so I can talk about it. And what it is. All the unfunded liabilities that our government owes. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all the governmental programs. You know, there's 645 government agencies and sub-agencies, all of which have budgets, government programs. You extend that. And that versus all of the revenue that we expect to take in from taxes and other revenue sources. And we don't use our revenue sources very well, by the way. The American government owns probably close to $150 trillion in assets. If we even got a reasonable return on that, we would be doing a whole lot better, but we don't manage our assets well. So anyway, those two numbers, what you owe and what you take in, should be pretty close to even. When they're not, there's a gap there. Bring it forward to today's dollar. It's called the fiscal gap. It sits at over $200 trillion. It's an unimaginable number. And the only reason we can sustain it is because we can print money, reserve currency of the world. If we could not print money with the level of debt that we have, the stock market crash in 1929 would look like a walk in the park compared to what's going to happen. This is what we are putting on the backs of the people who are coming behind us. And we need to get very serious about this. We just can't keep borrowing more money and spending more money and thinking that nothing is going to happen. And it frightens me. I had to tell you, if I were in charge of this nation and I was trying to destroy it from within, I'll tell you what I would do. I would try to divide the population. I would drive wedges in every place that I possibly could. I would have all these wars going on. I would have people hating each other, trying to destroy anything that was good. I would drive the debt to unsustainable levels. I would invite people in here from other countries, give them all kinds of benefits. I would be encouraging the people in this country to get on food stamps and everything else that they can. I would be giving people free telephones. I would be telling people that, you can get free college tuition. I would... And I would try to destroy our military. I would have the smallest Navy since 1917, the smallest Air Force since 1940. I would have sequester programs that cut out the heart personnel, lieutenant colonels, captains, majors getting letters saying don't bother to re-enlist. The morale would be so low. Our generals would be retiring. I would be telling our veterans how wonderful they are, but I wouldn't fix the system to help them and leave them in a situation where 22 of them per day are committing suicide because they're so desperate. I wouldn't fix the electric grid. I wouldn't harden it. I would know that it was a problem that put us at great jeopardy, but I wouldn't do anything about it. I would abandon the space program where we got all kinds of innovations that gave us the edge. And now we have to pay $77 million every time we want to send an astronaut up to the space station, knowing that in the future, he who controls space will control the Earth. Those are the things that I would do if I were trying to do it. Any resemblance to what's going on, I'm sure, is purely coincidental. Okay. But it gives you an idea of the trouble that we're in and why each one of us has to play a role in helping to rectify the situation. And the whole concept of common sense seems to have abandoned us. You look at what happened last week in France. And you look at an administration that wants to bring in thousands of people from Syria. Now, I'm as compassionate as the next guy. But I don't want to bring in anybody from that part of the world who isn't fully screened and vetted in a satisfactory way. I always find it kind of amusing. Every day there's all these articles about me. I said to the news media today that, bringing people who are not fully screened and vetted from a part of the world where there are jihadists who want to destroy us would be like you love dogs and you love your children, but you know that there's a rabid dog out there. Well, you're going to bring your child in the house until you know that that rabid dog has been taken care of. So what does the news media do? Carson says the Syrians are like rabid dogs. I mean, this is the kind of thing that they do. Fortunately, it only works on gullible people, but the problem is there are a lot of gullible people. And, it is kind of a sad thing that we've reached a point in our society where we have such dishonesty in our media. It really is very sad. What will be necessary is that if we're going to succeed in this country, the people will obviously have to learn to think for themselves, to assess all the information themselves. And reject the people with the agenda of trying to fundamentally transform our nation. We don't need to be fundamentally transformed. This is a great nation. A lot of people like to denigrate our nation and say what a horrible place it is and how we're responsible for so many horrible things in the world. If we were so terrible, why are so many people trying to get in here and nobody's trying to escape? And think about this. Before America came on the scene, 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years, people did things the same way. Within 200 years of the advent of America, men were walking on the moon. It fundamentally changed the trajectory of mankind. And for those people who say that we're not exceptional, their brain is not working. It's the most exceptional nation the world has ever known. And it is my hope and it is my dream that the people of our nation will awaken. They will understand what is at stake. The very values that led this nation to the pinnacle of the world in record time are at stake. And there are those who want to give away all of that for the sake of political correctness. We do not want to give away who we are. We welcome anybody. We're friendly with anybody. But we don't want to change who we are. Because this nation is the child of every other nation in the world. And therefore has the interest of every other nation at heart. And is clearly the best nation to be able to lead to a period of time in the world where there truly is peace. We have the ability to promote the kinds of policies that will create peace, first among ourselves and then among others. We must learn, for instance, that we, the people, are our brother's keepers. It is our duty to take care of each other. It's not the government's duty to take care of everybody. And there may have been people who had good intentions. You know, it really kind of started in the 1920s with Woodrow Wilson and kind of built up into the 1960s with Lyndon Johnson and the Great Society and the war on poverty. We were going to completely eliminate poverty in America. How'd that work out? You know, $19 trillion later, 10 times more people on food stamps, more welfare, broken homes out of wedlock birth, crime, incarceration. Everything that was supposed to be better is not only worse, it's much worse. And that's because the government doesn't know how to do that. Now, some people probably read the Constitution and they read the preamble wrong. Because the preamble says one of the jobs is to promote the general welfare. That doesn't mean to put everybody on welfare. That's not what it means. What really works well is when we begin to take care of each other. Just one case in point. There's over $2.1 trillion sitting overseas right now, American money, that's not being brought back because we have the highest corporate tax rates in the developed world. Well, what if we were smart enough to declare a 6-month tax holiday or hiatus for 6 months to allow that money to be repatriated into this country? And the only requirement would be that 10% of it be used in enterprise zones and to create jobs for people who are unemployed and on welfare. You want to talk about a stimulus. That would be the biggest stimulus since FDR's New Deal, and it wouldn't cost the taxpayers 1 penny. You know, that's low-hanging fruit. That's the kind of stuff that we should be thinking about. And the added bonus is that now companies are once again thinking about how do we invest in the people around us? How do we invest in our neighborhoods and in our communities? This is what we used to do. This is what we must start doing again. And then I believe we will be very successful. We have to think that same way in terms of education and what we can do to provide school choice for everybody in this country, because education is the great divide. You get a good education, you're going to do well. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity or your economic background. And we need to realize that we only have 330 million people. China has over 1 billion. India has over 1 billion. We have to compete with them on the global scale. That means we have to develop all of our people. We can't afford to have 20% of people not finishing high school. We can't afford to have these high incarceration rates. We need to be thinking about how we keep those students from going down the wrong path of self-destruction. For everyone we can keep from going down that path of self-destruction, it's one less person that we have to protect ourselves and our families from. One less person we have to pay for in the penal system or the welfare system. One more tax-paying, productive member of society who may discover the cure for cancer or a new energy source. We cannot afford to lose any of our people. So we have a decision to make. We just going to sit around and complain? Or are we going to do something? We need to talk to everybody we know, everybody in our sphere of influence. Get them motivated. Get them up to speed on what the issues are. In 2012, 93 million people who could have voted didn't vote. 25 to 30 million evangelicals did not vote. You know some of those people. I hope you're not one of them, but you know some. You need to make sure that they understand that when you don't vote, you are voting, but you're voting for the wrong side. Let's keep them up. And we can't afford to continue doing that. We must also recognize that even though the president says we're not a Judeo-Christian nation, he doesn't get to decide that. We get to decide what kind of nation we are. And finally, Thomas Jefferson said that we would get to this point. He said that the people would stop paying attention, they would be less vigilant, and as a result, the government would expand and infiltrate, invade our lives, and begin to dominate the people. But he said just before we turned into another form of government, the people of America would awaken. And they would realize what was going on, and they would rise up and they would take control of America. I say this is the time to do it. Thank you.
Frozen on the word inspire. Were you inspired by that speech? Let me know in the chat room. Let's check out some of our other videos from today. We had a lot of breaking news, and we also, here's more Ben Carson from earlier today. This is just a few minutes we got of him early this morning, I believe, right when Samia was getting in.
Dr. Carson, we have a poll that shows that almost 2/3 of people in Alabama fear a terrorist attack will happen in the state. What's a healthy level of fear, you think, for people here in the state and across the country over something taking place?
Well, if you listen to, what ISIS is saying and what, the global jihadists are saying, they're promising that, yes, they are coming here. So is it reasonable to be fearful of such a thing? Of course. And we should be doing everything we possibly can to stop it. One of issues that has bothered me, and I've talked about over the last several months, is our porous borders in the South. I mean, anybody can get through there. I mean, it's nothing. And we know that there are people who want to come in here and to destroy us. It seems to me like it would be only logical to say, we got to seal that border immediately. And just, yesterday, there was evidence of people trying to come through there. I mean, what does it take before people become serious about this? I don't know.
What are your thoughts on the visa waiver program? There are a lot of people who come in from European countries don't need a visa. Several of the attackers in France were French citizens. Should French citizens and other Europeans who are benefiting from the visa waiver program, should they stop benefiting from that? Should there be a change to that?
I think we have to look at everything right now. I mean, the world is a different place right now. And we know that there are a lot of people who don't have our best interest in mind. And the global jihadist movement, they've made it very clear that they want to destroy us. For us to ignore that is probably not smart. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to interrupt.
No. So obviously, we have to stop making all of these into partisan issues and make these into issues of the safety of the American people. What policies should we have? What are the things that make sense? Not things that are just emotionally driven, but what are the things that make sense to do in order to keep our people safe?
Sorry, I can never tell when you're finished. I apologize. In a speech the other day in Nevada at your rally, you had a moment of silence for the Paris attacks, and then you had a little bit about foreign policy. You said that Al-Qaeda in 2003 was not an existential threat to the United States. However, ISIS is now. How was Al-Qaeda not an existential threat in 2003?
They weren't nearly as developed as they are now at that point. That was my point. This is so much greater a threat to us than that was.
Al-Qaeda wasn't nearly as developed that they were responsible for the September 11th attacks.
Yeah, but being responsible for the September 11th attacks, what happened right there really didn't require a great deal of sophistication because we were not paying attention. We were not coordinating our efforts. So you didn't have to be all that great. You had to be able to fly some planes and get a couple of people in here. That's going to be a lot more difficult to do now. You're going to have to be a lot more sophisticated than that now.
And ISIS poses more of a threat to the U.S. now than Al-Qaeda did in 2001 or say 2003?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the global jihadist movement has grown very significantly since that time.
We just have to one question because we're here in Mobile. So since you are in Mobile right now, we've been having big talks about bringing in Syrian refugees. Bentley is kind of a bit opposed to that. If you were governor, what would you say? What is your feeling about that?
I would say, we're very compassionate people, but we're also very smart people. So we're going to make sure that we have a vetting process that is adequate to screen for people who are likely to be a danger to our people. Until we have such a vetting process in place, we will not be bringing people here.
And we have one here.
Just switching gears, there's a growing subset of our population of parents who really don't want anything to do with vaccines for their children. They feel that should be something that they should decide on. If you were president, where would you stand on that issue when it comes to vaccines? Do you think there should be a mandate, or should parents be allowed to decide that?
If you're talking about vaccinations against diseases that are deadly or severely crippling, and you live in a society, then there need to be some rules. If you're talking about vaccines that are optional, absolutely they should have some say there.
And one more
Thank
Alabama
you. Nope.
question. The
I'm
March
sorry, we're
1st
gonna have
date,
to-
Can you
thank
just
you. We
explain
can-
why Alabama is central
We'll-
to your strategy for March 1st?
I would just say,
Super Tuesday state.
I would say every state is central to our
There you
strategy.
go.
I love them
Thank
all.
you.
I'm John Hook with your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. A Phoenix police officer pleads not guilty to charges of domestic violence and sexual exploitation of a minor. Richard Tucker was arrested twice in 1 week, first for allegedly choking a woman, then a couple of days later for reportedly having naked pictures of a young girl at his home. He is on administrative leave. A breakthrough for French authorities investigating Friday's deadly terrorist attacks. Officials saying that the mastermind behind those attacks is dead. They hunted down the man they say is responsible for the deaths of 129 people. He was not the only one killed in yesterday's raids in Paris. Police say a woman who detonated a suicide vest was the mastermind's cousin. Back here in Arizona, some ASU students pull off a big prank on their arch rivals U of A. 4 ASU students got some U of A students in Tucson to believe that the land where the university is belongs to Mexico. That wasn't all. They got nearly 40 students to sign a petition for a fake proposition to send the U of A back to Mexico. And guys uploaded the video of the prank on YouTube, and it has gone viral. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast, staying in the upper 70s, around 78 actually for the rest of the week, and then we'll climb back to the mid-70s next week and over the holiday. That's your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. I'm John Hook.
All right, and while we are in the local zone, let's check out some local stories, specifically one that Troy did that was the top, like one of the top 3 trending topics in the Valley today, throughout the day. Let me find this story. I'm like clicking out of these things. I don't recognize them. How did they get on my screen? What is life? All right, let's check this out. Looking for Troy's behind the scenes as a DOC employee. DOC officer, check this out.
Very few people want to spend any time. What happens there is shrouded in mystery, literally locked up behind high concrete walls.
Florence State Prison's maximum security unit has been kept off limits to news crews for nearly a decade now. But Troy Hayden and photojournalist Eric Corrales, they got access inside, and they introduce us to probably the least visible arm of law enforcement working to keep all of us safe. Troy has the story. Troy.
Yeah, it was quite an experience, John and Carrie, I have to tell you. And you know, the saying is Arizona corrections officers may deal with more violent felons in a single day than a typical police officer does in a year. We shadowed a corrections officer at the oldest and arguably the most dangerous part of the Florence prison complex. And here it is right here. It's the Central Unit. First started being completed back in 1908, full of maximum security inmates. And not just regular max. These are walking 5 inmates. It means they're max security. They're allowed to congregate together and walk around outside of their cells. And it makes this a very challenging place to keep order. It's home to some of the most violent people in our society. The predators, the felons. They've committed terrible crimes. And they have to be watched nearly every minute, double-teamed when they move, because they can turn on you in an instant. Like this vicious attack, when as many as 30 inmates kicked, punched, pummeled 7 corrections officers in Florence's max security Central Unit. And that's why when Fox 10 photographer Eric Corrales and I became the first news crew to enter this unit in nearly a decade, we were fit with stab vests.
We're worried about your safety first and foremost. On this yard, it's a level 5 yard, so we have not the average criminal here.
We're here to document a day in the life of an Arizona corrections officer. One of the most dangerous jobs in our state.
West side, the first week I was scared. You know, the first time the gates closed, you hear the smash behind you, you're like, oh God, I'm in prison.
Our guide is Officer Cody, who's been on the job for 3 years. From what we saw, his day consists mostly of moving inmates, searching inmates, searching their cells, confiscating contraband, and keeping himself out of harm's way, which has to be job 1. Because the men housed here can be unpredictable and show no mercy towards each other or corrections officers.
It seems like one of the biggest challenges would be you're dealing with people who don't necessarily think like other people do.
Yeah.
I mean, these men have done some bad things.
Yes. So we know they have short fuses. We know they have anger problems. Some even have mental problems.
And they are all housed here in Florence Prison's historic central unit. The prison's gray concrete walls rise high into the air. They're topped with razor wire. And then on top of that, an electric fence that will deliver a fatal shock to any escapee. And inside these walls, the men have nothing but time to think of ways to hurt each other and the officers.
I've seen weapons made out of everything, you know, like tray lids. Out of what? Tray lids, paper, cellophane wrap, you know.
And that's why there are random pat-downs like this one throughout the yard. Some inmates are considered so dangerous, they're not allowed to walk free, even behind these concrete walls.
What we're looking at here is a series of 10 by 10 rec cages. These are men who haven't proven themselves trustworthy enough to be out with the general population just yet. So they take this step, and after a certain period of time, they can be with other inmates.
And this is where we get a first-hand look at how quickly the mood of inmates can change. When we first arrive, they try to engage us.
That's that homeboy. 23 years in the business. Yeah. And you seen you last night. Oh, he looked bigger on TV. Let him know we're treating you good. Stop killing like that kid. I love her.
But when I asked if one of them wanted to talk with us on camera, the mood quickly turned.
Don't do it. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. All you guys gonna do is go talk.
I'm told if the leader of the group turns, the entire group tends to follow. And that's a real danger here. So it's time to leave this area.
Yeah, I think it's good for us not to stay in one place too long. That's probably the key.
Yeah, they build up fast. You know?
One of those men is named Richard Coffey. He's considered such a risk that before he can leave his cell, he has to strip down. And Officer Cody inspects his unclothed body while he's still behind a locked cell door.
Open your mouth, open your cheeks, all right? Let me see your armpits. All right, go ahead and pull your scrotum up. All right, turn around.
Once he's cleared, Coffey is cuffed. And as with all inmates classified the way he is, 2 officers at a time have to hold his arms as he's escorted to where he needs to go.
What's your interaction like with the corrections officers?
For me, it's fine. I respect them. They respect me as a man. It's just a two-way street. As long as I get that respect back, I get the same respect. And then I don't act crazy. So, act crazy, I stay here longer, which I don't want.
Let me put you over there in the middle of those guys.
Coffey's being brought to a classroom where he's working on changing his violent behavior.
There you go.
He has to graduate from this class before he can be let out of his cell and interact with other prisoners here, out in the main yard.
We'll walk over here.
And as we approach, an inmate barks out a warning to his fellow inmates. The most privileged here in Max get 2.5 hours in the yard, 3 days a week.
You're just looking for one-on-one problems. You know, this guy's talking to this guy. It looks like he's getting violent, and you just keep an eye on them. For the most part, they handle all their own problems.
Being on the yard, I can't help but notice we are vastly outnumbered. But if they wanted to, there could be 50 inmates on top of each of us before backup arrives. The officers in the yard carry only pepper spray and stun guns. The only real protection, the gunmen up in the surrounding towers.
This guy up here is your ultimate backup.
Yes.
When you're on the yard.
He's our eyes, he's our ears, he's everything, really.
When you think about all their challenges, maybe it's not surprising that the Department of Corrections is short on corrections officers, and not dozens of them, hundreds.
Just in this unit alone, the deputy warden advises that he's 60 officers down. Complex-wide, it's more than that, and statewide, it's well over 500.
And the state is hiring. These officers are a vital line of defense between hardened criminals and your loved ones. And now you know what their day is like.
The Department of Corrections told me just today that they brought down that number to 450 open positions. Still a lot of vacancies. And many officers told me they have to work overtime to compensate for that. And recruiting is difficult when you look at the pool of people who would want to do that job and the starting pay. A DOC corrections officer starts at $15.81 an hour with benefits. But county detention officers working in jails in Pima, Maricopa, and Pinal counties, they all make more money to start. And so do law enforcement officers outside of jails and prisons. In fact, Phoenix police officers make more than $24 an hour to start. I reached out to Governor Doug Ducey on this. His office said, quote, the state continues to examine competitive compensation and benefit packages, unquote. And the new budget for next year calls for a 5% increase in state corrections officer pay. Do you want to talk about this? We're live on my Facebook page right now. Troy Hayden, Fox 10. I'd like to get your comments. And coming up at 10 o'clock, more coverage from our exclusive trip behind bars. It's one of the original buildings at the Florence prison, in use for almost 100 years now. DOC had to get special waivers from the feds to keep using it. 2 big Hollywood movies were shot here way back in the day, so I'll take you inside Cell Block 2 tonight on Fox 10 News at 10 o'clock. Earlier tonight, I took you on an exclusive tour of Florence State Prison, the central unit there, showed you a day in the life of a corrections officer. If you missed that, it's going to be on my Facebook page as soon as the show is over here. But now I want to show you part of that prison complex that really has some history. In 1908, before Arizona was even a state, it started work on a state prison. And that prison had this building. Its dark gray concrete walls still rising high above the prison yard. And it's still full of prisoners. It's not only the oldest prison building in use in our relatively young state, but ranks among the oldest continuously used buildings in our state, period.
It was built with all inmate labor. We actually had the inmates come up on a train from Yuma.
Before Florence, Arizona's prisoners were housed in the Yuma Territorial Prison. They were moved here when this yard was built. So you can see when we're looking at this by some of the architecture, I mean, it looks old, the formed cement here.
Yeah, I think that not only that, but once you go inside and you see the actual tiers of the cell blocks and how the cells are made, that will show a little bit more of the history as well.
You look around, this does look like a prison you'd see in a movie, doesn't it?
It does. If you look at any kind of stereotypical prison, this is exactly what it looks like. You have the tiered effect. There's runs on both sides.
They stopped designing cell blocks like this quite a while ago because they found that the inmates, when they can face each other, it can get very noisy in here, and that can also lead to problems when they communicate and feed off each other. But this building isn't the only working antique in the yard. The front gates date back to that same period.
They don't make the parts for these gates any longer, so when we do have troubles with them, they have to be manufactured either in-house or we have to have a machinist actually help us with the parts. That's how old the gates are.
The Department of Corrections had to get a special waiver to keep inmates in this old building because cell size requirements have changed in the last 100 years.
It has a little bit of antique to it. We still house inmates in there and it's still going strong. So it is kind of like a little piece of Arizona history, I guess.
It's live, bro.
History is still being used. Cell Block 2 was featured in 2 big movies. Stir Crazy, that was way back with Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. And then more recently, Raising Arizona with Nicolas Cage.
Jury spares the life of a man convicted of killing a Phoenix police officer. Officer Travis Murphy was gunned down more than 5 years ago, and Danny Martinez was convicted of the crime, but the jury could not reach an agreement on whether or not he should face the death penalty. Mark Martinez joins us. He was in court today as the sentence was read, and he has a live report. Mark.
Hey, Kara, we talked to that jury foreman today. He says they deliberated for quite some time, but they could not reach a decision on one of the counts that Martinez was facing for killing a police officer. And on the other charge of first-degree murder, they decided to give Martinez life in prison instead of the death penalty. Convicted cop killer Danny Martinez walking into court today to learn his fate for killing Phoenix police officer Travis Murphy in 2010. Murphy's family and fellow officers filling the courtroom as the sentence was read.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, do upon our oaths unanimously find as to count 2, first-degree murder, that the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison.
There was no reaction inside the courtroom, but outside, a Phoenix police assistant chief talked about the toll of the trial.
Our heart goes out to the family, not only to the family who's been here every single day for the last year, a year for this trial, and then all the police family. It's just very emotional.
Jury foreman Mike Watson also speaking today. He said the jurors couldn't reach a verdict on count 1, killing a police officer. He told us it was 9-3 in favor of the death penalty.
Even if you're drunk, you don't just lay in wait for a police officer and shoot him down.
So you feel the death penalty would have been appropriate?
Yes, in both counts.
Officer Murphy, just 29 years old when he died, survived by his wife Danielle and his 2 young children.
An amazing, quality, top-notch police officer, husband and father, and he's dearly missed by every one of us.
And the Maricopa County Attorney's Office will now have to decide if they want to retry the penalty phase on that count of killing a police officer, or if Martinez will simply be sentenced to life in prison. Martinez will be back in court on December 1st. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
And Donald Trump isn't the only person talking about shutting down mosques or going very hardline on this stuff. Many across the U.S. have been the target of threats in recent days. Steve Kraft spoke to a local leader at a Valley Mosque about the backlash. He joins us live. Steve, has there been a lot of backlash?
No, there has not. And reaction at this mosque to the terror attacks has been the same as everywhere else around the valley. Shock and revulsion. At the Muslim Community Mosque in East Phoenix, worshippers condemn the terror attack in Paris.
The Muslims, man, that running out, if you're killing women and children, and you think you're going to this place called paradise, you're very, very well mistaken. Because this is the order of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, order of Allah. You don't kill a woman or a child.
They say this kind of violence is a perversion of their faith.
The people that did that, and a woman blew herself up. This is unconscionable, man. I can't understand this, man. Where do you think you're going?
Will reaction to the horrific attack in France lead to a backlash in the valley? Jamil says so far that hasn't happened.
We don't have any problem. We're pretty diverse right here too, man. We have Africans and Pakistanis, American brothers, and we pray every day. Nobody bothers us.
What about Governor Ducey's opposition to accepting refugees after the attack?
I don't know. You have to look at the people. You want to leave those people out there? It's a difficult thing, man.
People here that I talked to say they're very hopeful that law enforcement is able to eliminate this terrorist threat. Reporting live from East Phoenix, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
All right, and it's 9 o'clock, which means I'm going to wrap it up because you can turn on Fox 10 News right now locally. It's Channel 10. If you're not local, you can head on over to fox10phoenix.com/live and watch our own John Hook and Carrie Lake on air right now. But it is 9 o'clock, so I'm going to wrap up Fox 10 News now. We're on Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And shift at our southern border is the current topic on Fox 10 News. So head over there. Who's on that story? It's Danielle Miller. So head over there and tune in. And I'm going to see you tomorrow afternoon. Follow us on Twitter, like us on Facebook. We're Fox 10 News now. And we appreciate you spending your day with us. Bye, guys. Oh, bye, Bina.